The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. The official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor. Our official sponsor. Infinix Note. Ultra-fast gameplay. Ultra-fast gameplay. Esports. Our partners Maya. It's everything. And it's everything. And Bang. Secret Lab. And the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action at Shooting Gallery Studio. Now available via Ticket2Me.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap, visit our official website for post-match report mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of the games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Against ONIC Philippines for our next
scheduled
match of the day.
Sino ang makakakuha
Pro
ng
Team will
unang
go up
tagumpay
against
sa kanilang
MPL
kampanya
Philippines
ngayong
defending
Season
champions,
11?
Blacklist
Let's find
International.
out.
Both
Casters,
teams were unsuccessful
pasok.
in their first match yesterday, but one will bounce back. Sino kaya sa kanila? Let's get the last match started.
These two teams
Casters,
are hungry and ready for that MPL title, but they're for their first matchup of their season. Who will get a head start?
This
Will be
matchup
ONIC? Will be Omega?
fundamentals
We'll find out this
versus
afternoon. My name is
Phoenix
OSX.
and
I'm
Rising
with Leo
Stars.
and
We'll have to
Reptar.
find out
And
who
yes,
comes out
it's us,
on top.
the true
Welcome.
Bear
This
Bros.
is the
Good afternoon
English
to you boys.
broadcast
How
of
are you
BLCK.
doing?
Francis, I hate to be the bearer of bad
Alongside
news, but these two
Leo and
teams
of course,
suffered
we
a
got
first
Reptar
round
here.
exit in the playoffs
Guys,
of our
we are
last
teams
season.
who have
Now
met
they have another
Maramesh,
chance at
unsuccessful yesterday.
going for a
Phoenix
first
coming out on
impression.
top.
I'm excited to see the new
I don't wanna
Smart
call
Omega.
any
I'm excited
bets,
to see the new
given that
ONIC.
both
Yeah.
teams are very close to
Honestly,
my heart,
I'm the
but
type of
just
person
happy
to believe
that
that
these
if you
are
have
two
a
teams
chip
that
on
have
your shoulder,
reinvented
when you're
themselves in
an
Season 11
esports
and are now
athlete,
going
you
to be
perform
going up
better.
against
So
each
I am
other
looking
with
forward
only
to
one
seeing
coming out
these
as the
two
victor.
teams. Yeah,
Gentlemen, I'm
and
going to have to
see
give
the
the
fruit,
Switzerland
the
answer
fruition
here and
of their
say we're
preparation
going to
during
end
the
up becoming
offseason.
the victors here. The people watching
Preparation
this,
and
because
all
I
of
feel like
their
there's going to be
wants
another
for
3-game
this season is
series
up on the
with
table, as
fundamentals and
mentioned.
variety on the
There's
board.
a
It's going
lot
to be
of
an
players
interesting
we're looking
matchup.
after, and
So that's
also
interesting, right?
we're
Coach
looking
Liv
forward to see,
representing
because
fundamentals.
the first
Of
impression
course,
really
master
makes
the
a
basics
difference
more on the
even
variety
this first
factor.
day. We have
where
waiting
we
and
know,
we
we kind of know the master the basics has been behind Blacklist since their
Now
M3
there's so
run.
much shoes
And
to fill,
while
and
TNC, of
Kekadut
course,
and Miko
deployed two
looks like
rosters
it's
in one
Baloy and
series for
Chakno's
experimentation,
shoes that
just
they
mixing
need
it
to
around
actually
here.
prove that they're
And of
worth
course,
with that
we have to
title.
feature
You
Mr.
mentioned so
Hitman
many key
himself.
players, and
It's Bren
again, it's that
Don't
same
play with my
absence
emotions.
that
No
makes
way.
me so interested
No
in this
way.
matchup.
Is he seeing play today? Because
And
if he
right
is,
now,
I'm here
both of
for
these
it.
teams
I
have
was
a lot
born
of
for
things
this
in store
day.
for us
Yeah,
today.
pro player,
And
artist,
don't forget,
content
register your
creator,
game and get
business
free
owner,
3
and now
gigabytes
potentially
of
XP
data.
laner,
Okay, so
playing
both
in the
teams
second
right now
series of the
have
season
storied
for
rumors
Blacklist
what took them
International,
to greater
going through
heights.
next
But the
play
one thing
as a
is
gold
missing
laner,
is that
X-planer,
MPL
roamer.
championship
This
title.
man is
Yeah.
a jack
Long
of all
overdue,
trades.
especially
Look
with
at his
Omega.
rock. He is
yeah,
a
that's
master.
very true.
Many things as
And
well.
these
That
two
is
roamers
true.
here,
And yesterday,
Kekadut and
he was being
Miko. We've seen
sorely
more of
missed
Miko in
by
season
our
10.
fans,
Kekadut,
and this time
not
around,
that much.
it is
He
looking
does
like
have history
he
here
is going to be playing
in
here.
MPL
So that should
Philippines.
be interesting.
But
Of
if
course,
I were them,
roots of Renegade
I
trace
want
him
to get
all
the
the way
comparisons
back
out of my
to the
head as soon
proud
as possible.
Go
Set your
ahead.
own legacy.
Bataan,
Shake
where
it off,
we
and
have
how
a lot
you
of
make
homegrown
that, you make it today
talents,
with that first
including
impression. Look at the career
Kyrie,
timeline of
Edward, and
Kekadut
of course,
ONIC
Coach Bonchan
Philippines.
himself.
Season 7,
And
Signal
I
Ultra.
can tell,
And also,
man. I can
we've
really
witnessed
tell
everything
that
back in season 10, the
Bataan
end of
is
an
very
era,
proud
the new
of
beginning
players.
of ONIC
We'll have to find out,
Philippines.
though, what
Between
our
Miko and
audience has to
Kekadut,
say. about
I'd
this.
like to think Kekadut has larger shoes to fill. Yeah, say what you will about Chaknu not being there, and basically 90%
Salamat
of the
casters,
barangay say,
live
"Where's
and
Chaknu?
alive
Where's
over
Chaknu?"
here
But
at the
it's a more
Shooting
internal
Gallery
struggle
Studios, and
when
for
you're
the
Kekadut.
first time,
Yeah. And
kita
for
nyo na
Kekadut
kaagad
here,
ang dagsaan
that's
ng
why
mga
I said
tao
he really just
in
has to take it
the
out of his
final
head.
series of
The
today.
ONIC
This is gonna be
PH
between
team
Blacklist
trusted
International
you
versus
with the role that
Pro
they gave you
Team.
for MPL
Last time,
Philippines Season
nakita natin
11.
ang
So
nakapalayan
that
natin
means you are
ay
someone
ang mga
who needs to
players.
believe
But
in your
this time,
own
we're gonna be
ability,
talking
and
to
I'm pretty
three
sure because of
different
his story
people,
past,
specifically
he's ready.
major
Abilities,
super fans ng
preparedness,
Blacklist
two of
International.
these
Please
two
welcome
teams
each and
have
every one of
something
them.
in common and
Pinapakapigil ko sa
something
isa-isa.
that they need to fill,
Let's give a round of
especially
applause to
on
everyone,
their
shall
roles.
we? Let's
Miko
go.
And Kekadut
Yan.
right now. Sona
So,
has something to share with us with the first guest, the second guest of the match.
Please introduce
Sona,
yourselves.
what do you have for us right
nasa
now?
yung mic. Okay, simulan mo. Ikaw na to.
Hello, my name is Fern. I currently work for ONIC
Live in the live,
Philippines,
dito
pero
mismo sa
dati admin
shooting
ako ng
gallery
Device for 2
studios.
years.
Kasama ko dito ngayon ang roamer
Hi, I'm
ng
Kat,
Smart
admin ng
Omega.
Device
Walang
for
iba kundi si Miko. Miko, kamusta?
And
Ayos lang.
I'm Raf,
And so
admin
far,
ng
again,
Device
this is
Farm.
going to be
Alright,
the matchup
so,
between Smart
these
Omega
are your three
and
people
ONIC
here.
Philippines.
I'm
But
sure na
first
matagal na
things
kayong fans,
first.
but
Miko,
speaking of
alam
which,
namin na nagkaroon
gano'n na
ka
kayo
ng
katagal
coaching
specifically in
experience
terms
before
of
kasama ang
seasons?
inyong
Kasi may
senior
nakwento ka
team,
sa
but
akin
this
kanina.
time around, ikaw ang isa sa mga main man ng Smart Omega, isa sa mga main man ng barangay. So, paano ba nakatulong yung coaching experience mo sa paghahanda ninyo para sa Season 11? And it does show kasi nandito ka pa rin after all of those seasons.
Yung binibigay na drop ng coaches, di ba, yung coaches sa drafting lang. Kami po sa in-game, mas na-execute namin yung binibigay ng coaches sa amin. Mas mapapadali namin.
All throughout. Now,
Speaking of
this
coaching
time, let's
staff,
talk
diba?
about
Ito, Max,
Max is actually the newest member of your coaching staff ngayon.
Of course, you're the moderator of
coach
the
ka rin
V-Vice
before,
page,
nagkaroon
but
ka ng
speaking of
experience
which,
before.
what
How
was
is
the story?
Max
Paano ka ba
actually doing as a coach and
napunta
helping you
as
guys?
an
Ano po,
admin?
best
and
coach.
What was the
Sobrang
sport?
galing. Ano po siya, sobrang laki po ng tinutulong niya sa team kasi mas siya po yung parang captain, best captain, best coach. Ganun po yung nangyari sa kanya.
And I'm sure a lot of the Omega fans ang barangay.
Right. Fern, of course, last but not the least, final message para sa Blacklist
I'm sure
International.
na paghahanda niya
Good
rin
luck sa
ang
Blacklist.
mga magiging
Galingan nyo,
strategies
kayang-kaya nyo.
ng team.
Let's
But
see if
last
they
but
can
not
break
the
the
least,
code
nabanggit
versus
natin kanina si Eto
TNC
Max.
Pro Team.
This
Thank you so
time,
much,
you're
you guys.
gonna be filling
And
in
let's see
for
the final
shoes
series
one
of the
best
night. Casters,
roamers in
the floor is
Philippines.
yours.
Na ngayon ay hindi muna nating makikita maglalaro si Chakno yun.
Always
And so
so
far,
nice to
this is
see
a huge
our fans
responsibility
coming
for
out
you na
here
kailangan
on
mo
the live
talagang
venue
pagdaanan. Pero
so that they
ano
can give
ang
and show
masasabi
their
mo kay
support
Chakno
here.
na ay
And
sigurado
I
kayo
have to say
nanonood din
that
and your
I can
message to the
tell
rest of the
that the passion is
Thank you kay
real
Bunak
here
dahil
in the
lumakas ako
States.
dahil sa kanya. Tapos,
I
lahat
also
sa
saw
lahat ng
one
pan si Jackno, di ko kayo
interesting guest that we
bibiguin.
have here for Blacklist.
Nila kayo bibiguin.
I
One
saw
shot Omega,
the KD
Miko,
machine
ladies and
showing up
gentlemen,
support
Smart
here.
Omega versus ONIC
I
Philippines
can't
about to
believe that
happen.
we are seeing
Casters,
that.
the floor is
I
yours.
love it because I think yesterday Blacklist posted a page.
Thank you so much,
dedicating
Sona.
their
That
win
is
or their
translation
game
of
to
experience.
Hodge
Miko
and
from
Oheb,
coach
who
now
are, of
turned to
course,
player.
not on the
Edamax
present
from
roster
player
right now.
turned to
What do you guys
captain.
think,
Talking about the
this
responsibilities,
entails?
but I am
How
not feeling
does that
any
affect
pressure
our
at all.
In the absence of Niso, I'd like to translate what he said directly to Chaknu. He said, for the fans of Bunak, I will not let you down. And Bunak is a term of endearment between the members of Omega, and that's what they call Chaknu. Wherever he is, we miss you, but I have all eyes on Miko right now.
Yeah, Miko really showed off in MPL Philippines Season
So here,
10 when he got the
you are gonna
opportunity
see
to play
our
in the lineups of Smart Omega. He had key highlight plays, one as a Cho, one as a Ruby. You don't know what I'm talking about? A quick search online and immediately that's going to show up. That's how iconic it was for Miko.
How iconic may we see this season, but I think these two players are in. Let's call them ONIC and Smart Omega on stage.
Our official sponsor, Infinite Snow, Fast Gameplay, our partner Sports, Maya, It's Everything, and Defend, and Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened,
All aboard the
visit
trip of
website,
triumph.
Smash Reports.
Today they stand more confident, more creative, and more
To ensure the
vibrant
quality and
than
fairness of the
ever.
games, MPL Philippines is also
Phoenix
monitored
Army
and supervised.
rise as one.
Last season's
with
rookie squad is back, making their Season 11 debut
Pro
to show their full potential and hit
Team.
their stride. It's just a matter of time.
Sonics, show some love for ONIC Philippines.
Panigurado, walang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkakapal at pagkadapa, bumabangon ang tunay na malakas. Ipinatagda ang may sigurang magpatuloy. Pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito.
With new allies enlisted, a code is rewritten. The same mission stands. To break the code. Agents in all, welcome Blacklist International!
Dahil walang naglalaro.
With new and familiar faces on board, the Kings of Sea continue their long odyssey for the MPL Championship. This is their one shot to make a first impression this season. Barangay Magingay for Smart Omega! Coach lives and Coach master the basics.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Foundations versus innovation. Who will prevail?
Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
And their coaches, Coach Pakbet and Coach Plus.
There it is. TNC Pro Team playing it off with the lineup that ran the Z-Long for the first time in a long time.
Pulbusin namin ng bawat isa sa inyo.
Escalera and Rico.
4 out of 5 from the OG Archangel lineup that run roughshod in the amateur scene in the Philippines.
Riku and this gang of
Talking about first impression, that's ONIC Philippines with new jerseys and matching watches. But the lineup right here is something new and something different. Check it with this sharper for this one.
Oh my goodness, this lineup, no Chef Rapidude here, but Rapidude is ready. Super Fred, one of the rookie mid laners that really popped off last season. Ryota, now the longest tenured member of ONIC PH. Sensui and you, their fair share of highlight plays in MPL Philippines.
To get onto that Ube unit, that's Super Red Wise.
Even
Renegade
outplayed their version of themselves from the past.
It's the Hitman! He's here yesterday!
Yeah, if we're talking about
Edward
time,
was
we
the
have
glue that held together a Blacklist squad.
For you
Here
to
today,
be better and beating your own
we all know what to expect.
But
An
now for Omega, we have Kellera,
engagements, odd angles.
If I want to recall that impression, they were leaving a space for Chalk Mamba right on stage.
I'm excited
Yep,
to hear
that's
about
exactly
the
what they
victory.
did. And it baffles me that for the past 5 to 10 minutes we haven't even mentioned Stone. Stone, previously of Bren Esports, is now a member of the Barangay.
Yeah, and he also has big shoes to fill. If Mika has to fill in the Chalk Mamba shoes, Stone has to fill in the shoes of their captain turned coach, Etamax. But during the times we've seen Stone, this kid is someone to watch out for. And I'm sure going to season 11, he knows the expectations on his shoulders.
Expectations, all of the impressions. Now let's throw it over to our
meta.
analyst for a keys to victory for this match.
Na ipinapagmalaki natin sa buong mundo. Ngayong Sabado, makikita natin sa first match ang Bren Esports going up against our world champion Echo na napanalo ang kanilang unang laban kahapon kontra Blacklist International. Now, can Bren Esports be the first one to take Echo down? It's time to find out. Caster,
Strength, courage, and confidence. These two teams completely share these values from their history and experience. But this afternoon, we'll find out if the Hive will finally strike back or will the Orcas continue their momentum. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockheart and Midnight for the action of the day. Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, world. We now take you back to the action. How are you, boys?
It is my first appearance in MPL Philippines Season 11, and man, I am hyped. We have first matchup today where we have one team that really is proven to be a world champion and a team that is really regaining or trying to regain that form of being the strongest.
I mean, for me, I'm glad to be back in the English broadcast, but you know who is glad to be back?
Who?
Bren Esports up against Echo. These two teams are world champions, M2 and M4.
Well, speaking of these world champions themselves, we're calling our all Smart and TNT users who is watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/SIMREG now and get 3 gigabytes of free data today. So just imagine how we're talking about these two teams going back for a new season, especially now they're going up against Echo. Now they are world champions and are continuing their momentum from a win yesterday.
That's right. And of course, world champion, it's also true for Bren Esports, right? They are also world champion in their own rights from way back in M2.
Yeah.
Yep. The difference is for Bren Esports, they have a plethora of new players on their lineup. But I want to point out that there is a success story last season. MPL Season 10 brought the story of Owen. You know, this rookie proved to be a fatal roamer on this on the position 5 role. And the thing is, it's now his sophomore season. So, you know, there's a lot of things to expect for Bren Esports, especially with Yaoi being on the other side. You know, Bren Esports has a lot of things to prove on, but we already have a track record going on for Ogwin, which would be a fantastic matchup.
That's the stats of the Bren Esports sophomore. Now that we are comparing it with also with the league's veterans or the league's finest. But looking on screen, this is what happened last season on how Bren or Ogwen's Bren Esports continue to have these highlights, the setups up against this team.
Yeah, people don't call him Master Ogwin for no reason, right? You see here in these highlights multiple huge setups that will net them victories here. They didn't finish the clips, obviously, but you will see that a lot of those have been of Bren. Getting those momentum have been behind Ogwin.
Yeah, and this plays a vital, as Midnight mentioned, the challenge right now is always about with the tanks, you know, the patch and how they will do this in the season. They've fallen short in the playoffs last time, but I think this is the time for retaliation, retribution for this season.
You know, it really deserves a lot of spotlight, especially that, you know, the meta dictates whoever wins fights wins the late games, and mostly the highlights come out from the support from the roam position, which again is really important in this specific match, especially you're going up against Yaoi.
Yeah, it's the playmaker that we're talking about for Bren Esports. Now let's call on Sona. I think we have something today for the first match of the day.
Live in the live here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. My name is Sona. Kasama
pangit
ko
ng
dito
dwarf.
ang isa sa mga manlalaro ng Bren Esports. Walang iba kundi si Ogwen. Ogwen, kamusta?
Pinalit mo, sabi binagsak mo.
Kasi syempre, kailangan
pangit ng dwarf.
Speaking of which, Bren Esports, they really finished 4th place in the last season, kung saan ang daming namangha doon sa mga pinakita nyo sa amin ng mga moves and mga skill sets. So, paano kayo nag-prepare given na yung this is one of the biggest seasons that we have, and paano kayo nag-prepare as a team?
Siguro yung sa Cebol qualifiers pa lang, parang na kami. Nagbabatak na talaga kami. Ever since qualifiers pa lang, parang pinag-aandaan namin yung kalaban namin.
And it does show dahil, again, buti nga nabanggit mo na kayo mismo ang magre-representa sa bansang Pilipinas para sa darating na laro na gaganapin din later on. And speaking of which, ngayon nakikita natin kayo lang ang katangi-tanging group or kayo lang ang katangi-tanging organization and team na hindi nagdagdag ng players. They're still gonna be sticking with the same lineup of halos iba't ibang mga the same players na nakita natin from Season 10. So with this, gaano ba kataas yung tiwala mo sa team na meron kayo ngayon, and how are you heading into Season 11?
Siguro 100% confident ako na malalabas namin yung best namin ngayong season. Kaya tignan natin.
Titignan nga natin because again, 100% is as to be expected, lalo na kayo talaga yung isa sa mga tinitingala, especially during the start of 2023 na pinamangha nyo ang napakaraming mga MPL fans. But again, another question that I have in mind, magiging matindi din ang kalaban nyo given na world champions Echo ang mga kalaban nyo in your very first matchup today. San duo sa kabila, Sanford and Sanji going into the side of the Orcas. Pero kayo, meron kang Ogwen and Kyle TZ na youngest, one of the younger duos na makikita natin sa MPL. So, given the outlook of MPL na nagdadagdag sila ng paunti-unti na mga players na galing din sa amateur scene, galing din sa kanilang mga teenage years, what do you think of, the rising momentum para sa ating mga kabataan na naglalaro ng ML ngayon?
Tingin ko halos lahat ng veteran makasurprise sa mga dadali nilang meta ngayong season.
And it will be the meta that will be of utmost importance kasi I'm sure pinag-aralan nyo yan. Pero sigurado din ako na napakarami sa labas na ngayon ay nanonood para sa inyong lahat. And I'm sure I'm hearing them from afar. So, any message sa lahat ng Bees and sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Bren Esports?
Maraming salamat sa mga punta dito sa venue. Panoorin nyo na ang laban namin. Yun lang. Thank you.
Can I just actually hear Bren lang malakas? Ikaw magsisimula, tas maririnig na nila sa likuran.
Bren lang!
Okay. Hindi sila na-brief. Okay, guys. Pag sinabi ni Ogwen na Bren lang, ang sasabihin nyo malakas. Eto, feel ko ready na sila. Simulan mo na.
Bren lang! Bren lang!
There you have it. And feel ko, ito na yung tamang moment para sa'yo na syempre mag-chill ka muna kasi ngayon magsisimula na ang laban between Bren Esports versus Echo. Dalawa sa mga pinakatinitingalang mga koponan na ngayon ay makikita natin later on. Pero syempre, kung gusto nyo mapanood sina Ogwen and the rest of the members, come over here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. But as I said a while ago, the match is about to happen. Bren Esports versus Echo. Casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sona. That is consistency and confidence. I love it. That's Bren Esports like nothing happened in Season 10.
Yeah, same lineup means that they're probably going to be gelling a lot better this time around. And don't forget, they also got a lot of victories out of this tournament. A lot of things have not changed with this team.
All that, what I would really want to point out is that jersey, though, the secret hive. It's minimalist, it's nice, and it looks like Bren Esports kind of, showcases that kind of identity where you don't see the majority of the picture, but when you look deeper, it's a much deeper hive. That is what Bren is.
Yeah, the hive that has the bees inside. It's all about the meaning, and three of us have noticed all the amazing factors about it, because both of us here are totally excited what's going to happen on how actually Bren Esports are going up against the world champs. The challenge is not that easy as it seems, because right now the Orcas are in a total momentum. Yeah. Will they have a chance to strike, or will they have the chance to take one against Echo?
Yeah, considering the game that they had yesterday, I would say the Orcas are not lacking in preparation at all, especially in this series where they are going to be showing off their M4, their swag, fresh out of M4.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for Bren, but the thing is, if they did it in Season 10, I think they can do it in Season 11.
Yeah, it's all about consistency, preparation. We cannot have this underestimation on these two teams. This is going to be one heck of a show. Now let's call on our teams who's ready to show off on stage, Echo and Bren Esports.
The Orcas are ready to dominate the new start of the season. Coming from a strong start and momentum, will this be a great beginning for Echo? It's the world champs, Echo! Buzzing with the energy of the hive, and let the sweetness of victory drown out of the Echo's defeat. Will they float like a butterfly, or will they sting like a bee? welcoming on stage, it's Bren Esports! Who will strike first? Will it be the Orcas or will it be the Hive?
It seems like we never left the World Championships in a day. M4, Echo in their prime lineup.
Benecutie, Carl TC, Sanford, Sanji, Yawi, you know, all of these players, they have had their fair share of highlights. You know, they're called House of Highlights for a reason, and we saw that yesterday. But man, Benecutie is taking MPL S11 by storm.
Yeah, considering what we saw yesterday, they did what they usually do in these episodes, where they go for the base, and this is becoming their identity, man.
Oh yeah, it could be their last resort if all else fails. But yesterday we've seen a different discipline from Echo, but for Bren Esports, Super Marco, Carl TZ, Flap, TZ, Few, and Ogwen, as you both do mention, this is consistency of Bren Esports that they did not add an additional player for this season.
Yep, remember, this is the same roster that also fielded a backdoor play up against Blacklist International, and I think Benecutie will have a harder time doing backdoor plays now that they're up against Bren, but it's still a tall task for them to be able to pull off an upset against the giants of the world champions.
Yeah, speaking of the tall task, I believe Super Marco, and there's a lot of unsung heroes for these two teams that we could actually highlight and discover for their first match of the season. Now, let's throw it over through our analysts on what are keys to victory onto this match.
Caster, sa talagang napaka-importante ng ating Infinix Keys to Victory dito sa ating laban. For Echo, let Sansan duo orchestrate. Alam naman natin that Echo has been known as the House of Highlights dito sa ating tournament, and napaka-effective ng evolution ng playstyle na ating Sansan duo para mas maging confident sila pagdating doon sa mga team fights. Let's say for example, ang naging performance si Sanford and ni Sanji yesterday was very outstanding, up to the point na naging mas madali pa to the other players na i-complement yung rotation ng kanilang mga teammates. And at the same time, Sansan Duo has been doing a great job in terms of supporting Cartezy sa kanyang mga initial na jungling positions na pwedeng puntahan against the enemy team. Para naman sa side ng Bren, let Ogwen set for Bren. Again, he is a sophomore kung saan yung confidence niya din ay nandoon na para sa Bren. As much as possible, lahat ng mga initiation na kailangan gawin dito ni Ogwen ay puntahan at magkaroon ng backup damage for the rest of the squad para maging effective yung kanilang play na kailangan gawin. It's all about aggression para sa ating mga teams. Kaya naman, ang kailangan nilang gawin is i-pressure para sure win ang kanilang team. Again, both of our teams, they've been playing as if pareha sila ng playstyle. Kaya naman kailangan nilang siguraduhin na lahat ng mga lanes ay magiging effective at pressure ang kanilang kailangan gawin doon. Again, this is Echo laban sa Bren Esports. Pag-usapan pa natin teams kasama ang casters.
Thank you so much, Chantel, for the keys to victory.
Point
Going back to those points, it's Ogwen. It's all about Ogwen for this season for Bren Esports.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure to put on the sophomores, by the way, which, to be honest, last season, they didn't really act like sophomores, right? They really stood up toe-to-toe against the best of the best.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, these players have been playing up against the professionals for a long time. And I feel like Ogwen will become a huge factor here alongside with Few and, you know, Kyle TZ. Kyle TZ especially, you know, facing it up against Carl TZ.
Again!
You know, these two dynamic assassins will have a wonderful affair, but I still think that it will come down to whoever executes team fights better. And we've seen Echo, you know, pull up amazing tactics even up against foreign teams. So again, it's something that Bren Esports needs to conquer. They need to be able to adapt to whatever playstyle Echo is bringing into this game.
Yeah, speaking of conquering and calming down, as you've said, in an interview last season, Carl Teasy said to Kyle that you need to take off that nervous, you need to shake it off before heading into a game, because if I can recall that interview correctly, Kyle Teasy mentioned that, Carl Teasy is one he looks up to, and maybe now we could see a more ironed playstyle, as Midnight mentioned, heading up to the first game, because yesterday, completely, there was a lot of things that Echo was targeting specifically on the draft.
Oh yeah, that definitely is a factor. Playing without any reservation for Kyle Teasy. Actually, we saw that last season. For the first 3 weeks of MPL, we didn't see Kyle Teasy.
No.
Week 4 onwards, that was Kyle Teasy. Playoffs, Bren Esports against Blacklist International, we saw a rising jungler from PH once again. And I feel like now it's time for him to prove himself. Maybe not prove himself to Carl, but prove himself to himself. Just to be able to take that mantle and recover from the pressure that he was in last season.
Yeah, you've mentioned the only enemy is yourself, because in this league, you need to be a better version from 1, 2, and 3, and maybe in Season 10, Kyle Teasy has fully developed a capable, more tamed, and more precise, strategy up against these kinds of playstyles, because you've mentioned they went up against Wise in Blacklist International last season, and that wasn't easy at all.
He played Lancelot.
He did.
Lancelot.
And it shows what Bren is capable of. They are very capable of very strategic thinking, where they didn't force Kyle Teasy versus Carl Teasy right away.
Yeah.
Right? In the earlier stages of the season. They did that afterwards, where they seemed more ready to go for it. And Bren almost really had something going. They showed up strong in the playoffs, and who knows what happens to Bren right now.
Yeah, just imagine how they're releasing. They're like an arrow, okay? As that interview went with Sona, most of them are trying to bring back that Bren lang malakas in English. Well, maybe Bren only strong.
Yeah.
Bren is the strongest, or whatever you call it. But it means a lot to them on how they wanted to translate this into a working form for Season 11.
Yeah, and I feel like, it worked. Remember when Carl Teasy was with Bren, he was, exhuming confidence. And that's what I feel like Bren Esports needs to be able to get, that sheer confidence from whatever they're doing. Because if you look at Bren, whenever they're playing confidently, they're playing to their strengths. And we saw that during the playoffs last season when Few and Carl Teasy was just styling all over their enemies. And that's the thing that they need to be able to, conquer up against Echo. Because now, if you look Echo, all 5 of them are, exhuming confidence themselves, like they're walking confident machines.
Walking in confident machines and walking winning conditions. You see how aggressive they were yesterday?
Yeah, that was insane, actually. But if we're talking about yesterday, one of yesterday's heroes,
Echo,
of course,
yeah.
was Benny Cutie, right? On that marksman role. I think this time around, if Super Marco can kind of echo what Benny Cutie did, this is going to be a fun time for them. Don't forget, Super Marco also he was one of the first players to really bring out that carry consistently all throughout the season, and he had a huge win rate with it.
The touted carry, the unkillable carry of Super Marco.
Yeah.
And that really is something that you would expect in this upcoming match. But, I don't want to be biased here, but Echo, all of the check boxes go, geared towards their side, because if you look at the hero pool of Benny Cutie, it's so damn wide. Like, he plays Melissa, he plays 1-1, he plays Brody.
Objectively speaking, he can play everything.
He plays Cho
in the category of marksman. Yes.
I'm gonna be surprised if they decide to play Edith Gold Lane here in up against Brent.
I would not be surprised.
Or Zilong.
I would not be surprised.
God forbid. No.
That was one of the greatest mark in my MPL history last night. Was the Zilong pick in TNC. Thank you for making my experience worthwhile. But
fun.
yes, you've mentioned Edith. How about the Paquito? Will we see Paquito in Echo?
The funny thing is, Paquito is one of the heroes that Kyle Teasy has been playing a lot. So I would not be surprised.
I would say both of them, actually. There's a lot of similarities between Carl Teasy and Kyle Teasy. Like, they play Fanny, they play Karina, they play Lancelot, they play Ling, all the likes, I mean, most of the junglers here in PH would do the same. But the difference here is Carl Teasy already adapted to that meta, wherein we keep on seeing Kyle still stick to what he knows. And I feel like that's, you can say either they're not adapted to the meta, or Kyle Teasy is just wanting to play his own, his own game, like what Wise used to do. And the beautiful thing about that is that Assassins are still viable, and they're even more viable compared to last season. Because right now there's a lot of things that Assassins can do that fighters cannot. We saw yesterday TNC King Kong, just kept on pressuring the gold lanes. Fighter junglers don't do that. They pressure objectives. They pressure resources. And I feel like that's where Kyle TZ can shine. If they can pressure a single lane on the side of Echo, like for example Sanford, if they are able to shut down the lane of Sanford, then that's where you start. Because that's one of the keys to victory of Echo. If you shut down the game of the XP laner of the Orcas, then that's your starting line.
Speaking of which, that was the keys to victory number 1, the orchestration of Echo. And if we are talking about momentum, aggressive, what if you break down one up against their working body? Right?
Yeah.
And you've said that Assassins are still a very viable pick. What if Bren Esports or even Kyle T's shifts to a different playmaking strategy, or a different, like a Barrett's, or even a more utility this time around?
Yeah, I think that's the difference maker between these two junglers is Carl TZ has been very outspoken that his #1 goal in the season is to have the highest tank damage.
So I cannot believe he said that.
I can't believe he said that, to be
He
honest.
wants that.
So
He has
maybe
a goal.
That's the difference maker, right? If Kyle TZ can kind of do that, if he can go and do it even better than Carl TZ, maybe that's how we can do it. Maybe that's how Brent can eke out a win here.
Quick disclaimer, yes, he said that. It wasn't a dream. Carl TZ did say that he wants the most tank damage. And he did it in front of Yawi.
Yeah.
Yawi Season 7 held the highest damage tank alongside Shaknu. And Carl TZ even wants to take that title away from, Yawi.
He really wants to be called the greatest of all
He
time.
wants to be the goatest of goats.
We call him the GOAT, and the GOAT has a goal. And that was yesterday's interview that we actually enjoyed. Carl TZ has a lot of plans, but if we are trying to see mistakes or even windows of loopholes for Echo, we've seen one yesterday, and there was a lot that Bren Esports can learn of up to this match.
Yeah, I have to reiterate, I think this is going to be the season of the unsung heroes.
I love it.
Especially that we are looking at Master Ogwen to overcome one of the best support roams in the world, Yawi.
Yeah, again, we saw that last season, the unexpected Masha picks coming out from Ogwen, the masterful Grok performance of this guy. He really is capable of doing this up against Echo. It's just a matter of being confident to do that, and also to transition that with his teammates. Because the thing is, with the roaming position, if you're able to do something without any conversion, it just goes to waste.
I love that you mentioned confidence, because this team, Echo, the personality of this team in-game is totally indestructible in terms of communication, synergy, everything is on the check.
You know why?
Why?
Because they're proud.
And they're loud.
They're pretty loud.
And they have drums. Yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah, they do. They do have drums.
Is it still there?
I
heard it earlier.
Oh, really?
I even saw a social media post that they used it to wake up the players. They were
coach.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh! I can't believe they keep doing that. But
how to
they're very
energize
loud.
your morning?
Very, very loud. I have to say. And I think that is definitely a condition for them. They have to wake up here, not to show any
not here in the
chinks
venue.
in the armor.
Not in the venue. Not in the venue.
Obviously, right?
But I love how they condition themselves, though.
Yeah, don't show any weaknesses. Wake up early in the morning. Very, very.
Yep. Started right, basically.
Started right with a cup of coffee and a loud bang.
And they did start S11 right. They defeated Blacklist 2-0.
Yesterday.
Even though it's a different roster, V-Wise is there. V-Wise was there.
It's still dangerous to even underestimate the fact that the championship duo, is present in Blacklist International's form.
I have to say that was interesting. Even though in Game 2, obviously, Blacklist was showing off a little bit more.
Yeah.
And there were times that they could have probably finished it. Imagine, from a situation where the Lord was walking in, it's 18 minutes, 19 minutes in the game, and they're still able to turn it around. That just goes to show where Echo is right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of equal, Super Red had a lot of flack yesterday, but in my perspective, he played a hell of a Moskov in late
Oh,
game.
yeah.
It's just a matter of, there was so much going on the side of Echo that it's really hard to play Moskov that game, but he only died 4 times.
That's pretty impressive.
He was able to, take down Sanford, even 1v1 against Benny QD, but the thing that you can't beat about Benny is his patience. This guy waits for the perfect timing. That's why he sees these perfect backdoor opportunities. And that is where the danger comes from. For Bren Esports, you need to be able to outwait or be more patient than Echo.
I love that you mentioned patient. It's always outplay and outlast if Echo fails in some point in time in the game that they want to have a blink of retribution, right?
Yeah, I think it was impressive that they showed that this game, yesterday, they showed that this game is not all about firepower.
Yep.
It's not all about like pure levels, pure item discrepancies. It's all about the strats, man.
Yeah, but I would say it was pure mechanics.
that was pure mechanics.
It is mechanics.
But I kept reiterating this on the Tagalog broadcast. Yeah, we kept abusing, kept spamming the fatal links just for Benecutie to line that Renner shot.
Just imagine.
Even if it's purified, it's 1 second for Benecutie to line up that shot, and whenever he hits that, it's one target down on the side of Blacklist already, because one hit from the Beatrix bullet, you go back to base.
That's how you give a kill to your teammate, especially in the late game. You've mentioned the Moskov. We talked about and we saw nightmares yesterday, but specifically mine. We have the Moskov, we have the Zilong. What could we expect today? Could we see a Hanabi?
Yeah, actually, Hanabi is a little bit of an underrated hero right now. I don't know if any of you have used Hanabi yet.
Omi did.
Omi did,
You
right?
did?
Yeah. I personally did. I think you guys should try it as well.
Not the
very,
Zilong,
very
though.
strong. I don't know about this. I have no opinions about the Zilong. But yeah, Hanabi is actually... Super Marco has been a fan, right? Of using really off-meta heroes. One of the things I'm actually looking forward to in this game.
That's a trivia, and
You know a lot of things, huh?
I love that you brought out the Hanabi of Super Marco and these strats. In this meta, I believe it's no longer dull, because from season 9 to season 10 we kept seeing jungler tanks. And we kept seeing gold lane marksmen. Now it's more flexible, and the strategies are more dynamic nowadays, especially when you see stuff like yesterday TNC pulling out crazy things, and Echo kept spamming all their skills to be able to get a lot of things going on for their side. But the one thing that I really love about this current meta is that it's also open to more strategies, like we saw in MDL. Alice Jungles. Alice Jungler.
And Hanzo Roam.
Hanzo Roam. Even Hanzo Junglers. Even Edith on the gold lane.
See?
I don't know if some people would not notice this, but I think Hanzo was banned yesterday in one game.
Oh yeah,
No, two.
It was banned
Two
twice.
games, rather.
It was banned twice.
It was so impressive, right? That means that the teams know. They're very aware of what's happening right now to the meta, and the possibilities are endless.
Like they're saying no stupid shenanigans in MPL.
No.
Like level 1 Hanzo invading your orange buff.
Yeah.
Look how that danger imposes in early game rotation. Even if you're Echo, even if you're Bren, well, those are the possible nightmares. How about the possible assassin nightmares or even tanks? Because we've seen Esmeralda being used even in all games, even my games, in all roles. How efficient is this XP laner right now?
I mean, especially with both sides having Esmeralda specialists like Sanford and Flapteezy.
Not surprising at all.
It's gonna be a crazy XP lane match, considering that there's a lot of things that we have to consider. Like number 1, of course, there's Glue. Number 2, the Lapu Lapu of Sanford. But if you pick Lapu Lapu, Flapteezy gets Esmeralda. It easily counters, bullies the lane even up against the Lapu Lapu. Because before, it was just hard to lane against. Now, it's crazy stupid how strong the Esmeralda is during the laning stage, especially with that CDR. Ow.
And it's also kind of fitting in this matchup in the XP lane, because Lapu Lapu was a very Season 6 M2 World Championship pick of Flaptezy.
Of Flaptezy, yeah.
So we have a lot of things to look after the draft. Either they pick it, they ban it, or they steal it.
Oh, man.
Really? 3 factors that we need to look out for. Those are the XP lanes. How about the tanks?
Edith, man.
Edith.
Pick up the Edith.
There's a lot of things.
It was open yesterday.
Yeah.
Picked by TNC.
Do it. I think the Edith is super underrated right now. Not just because he is also very tanky because of the crowd control, but because of the damage output that you can actually get. It's very deceptive and can be used in a lot of situations.
It's a roam that, is really, really hard to deal with on the early game. And if you just leave her there, at some point in time, she will get items, she will deal damage, and you will treat her like a marksman. It's not even a roam, and it's not a joke. Like, if you see Edith roaming around with 5 items, even if you feel like, oh, the marksman, it's really dangerous to come up with the marksman. Let's just deal with Edith. Oh no, she deals damage. Like, we're effed.
That's how difficult it is if these metas has already been unleashed if ever, onto this game. But right now, we have a lot of things to prepare for, and we've talked about. Don't go anywhere, and this time around, we will be back in a few messages. So don't go anywhere. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Midnight, and we will be right back.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masya-share.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Day.
Hello Philippines and hello world. Once again, we now return to the English desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Midnight. This is still match number 1, Echo and Bren Esports coming in from a break. And there was a lot of things discussed, metas, possibilities, and also players' history today. But right now, let's point out something could happen in this season, because between Echo and Bren Esports, they have one thing that they want. Could be the MPL title for this season, because yes, Echo secured the World Championship title, which is really extraordinary, the last line of getting the award, but how about an MPL title for this season?
You know what's interesting is that for Bren Esports, they want to get the MPL title, not because of the second peak, but they want to be able to enter NSC. And that's also the same thing that Echo might be eyeing for, because it's the only remaining tournament that Carl TZ hasn't participated in.
Right.
That's a great point to bring up. I feel like...
I'm happy that Midnight is here right now.
Yeah, if you want to be considered one of the best, you have to kind of go through everything, right?
Yeah.
You gotta get
He has SEA Games, he has M2, you know, he has MPL titles. What more could you ask for? He's already placed second in MPL Grand Finals.
And he wants tank damage.
He wants tank damage, you know?
He wants tank damage. He wants all the rings.
Yeah.
All the rings.
All the trophies.
He has one, so and all the trophies could be possible because
he needs more fingers.
Correct. We have 4 using how to play Lancel. He taught us during M4 how to play Lancelot, but in this time around, it's too early to tell, right?
Yeah.
For Echo, but that's a great point to actually ponder for.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. It's kind of still early because, you know, Echo did just face up against Blacklist. That was just renovated. You know, they were newly formed. Even though VYs was there, you have to give a little breathing room for Blacklist, which does not justify the amount of beating that they got from Echo, because Echo is coming out hot from M4. But it's still relatively too early, and I think Bren Esports would be the first real test for Echo, because this is the SEA Games team. This is the team that qualified through the Sable Combine. Although they did play, you know, alongside Echo, but this is the first time that they will be facing each other in the professional stage. So I feel like for Echo, this is step number 2. We've already, you know, made a statement on our first game up against Blacklist. Now we gotta beat Echo. I mean Bren.
Yeah, Bren.
That's right. Again,
Yeah.
expectation.
I mean, they gotta beat themselves.
Beat themselves.
See, the only enemy is yourself.
Yourself is your greatest enemy.
Yeah, speaking of the greatest enemy, let's look after and look forward to the drafting phase of Echo and Bren Esports for the first match of the day. I've been waiting finally for this moment. We've talked about a lot of history, a lot of experiences, strength, confidence present in these 2 teams battling out for the first time. Now let's see who's the target on the draft. You have the fan in the first band of Echo. You have the 1-1 for Bren Esports.
Huge respects to the Fanny. That was not the immediate first ban I was expecting in this game, actually, despite the buff, obviously. The glue, though, right? Is this still really super ban-worthy here in these matchups? What do you think?
I mean, I think for Echo, they're just trying to limit the open heroes on the first phase, because you're eyeing either at Fredrin or the Valentina. So you kind of don't want to give, you know, Bren Esports some OP heroes of their own, because they still have to worry about the potential carry pick coming up from both sides. So for Echo, they might just restrict the available heroes to 2, so they get 1 and Bren Esports only get 1, which is... okay, there you go. Kaja, it's the same set of bans they did yesterday. I like the show bans, though. The amount of respect still coming up from Bren Esports.
Yeah.
Even though it's not a first pick material, you know, Ogwin is not going to be playing it, but you don't want to give it. You don't want to give the chance for Echo to get that show pick on Yaoi.
Yaoi has become a different beast coming from Indonesia, now back in Philippine soil. He doesn't end. He's still being consistent in his own identity. And the first pick of
There it is.
Echo is none other than Fredrin.
Unsurprising at this point. Carl TZ has been using this since M4, and he's not showing any signs of stopping.
Internationally claimed as the best jungle hero right now, Fredrin. Now, for Bren Esports, I think you answer it up with a Valentina and carry. Either that or you go for an Eve alongside either a carry or a Lapu Lapu. Okay, there it is!
There you go!
Yeah. There it is!
We've been talking about it earlier, and it's out. Edith is out, plus a Farsa. No, they're letting the carry out still.
Yeah, question is this an Edith Rome or an Edith Gold Lane? Or even an Edith XP? You know, there's a lot of things that Bren Esports can pull off with just the 2 picks that they have. Flexibility is off the roof. Now Echo will have to reveal one of their sides because they already picked up the Fredrin. Ooh, Kadita for Yaoi.
He's back.
Interesting. And Echo, they're not ashamed. They're not scared of picking up a third pick marksman. This time around, Sanford's getting a pick.
Okay. They're not letting the carry, or they're not being bothered by this pick if Super Marco gets his hands on it.
Yeah.
This is actually pretty good. I love this because these are heroes that can chase down marks. If you bother picking up a carry,
good
bother
point.
picking up a Brody, they're not afraid of this.
Yeah, good point. We saw that yesterday, even though, NXP won with the carry. But there's a lot of things that Echo can do up against the marksman. But now they pick up the Paquito, and I think that's going on the hands of Kyle TZ, recently buffed. Stupidly high, absurd amount of damage. There's a lot of adjectives in that, because that's just how the damage is. You get a Hunter Strike, you one-shot people.
We've been talking about nightmares and possible picks, and this was in the keys to victory yesterday.
Yep.
Let out Edith in Paquito, and just Bren, okay, we'll take it on our first pick. 3 of them, and they ban out the Atlas, still respecting Yawi's comfort picks. Yeah. And how is Echo will respond to this?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think they even have to respond, because right now they're holding the Kadira. Bren Esports, I get the amount of respect you have for Yawi, but there's already that room wherein Yawi can just adjust. Okay, I can just pick up the Kadita. You wasted 2 bans. So I feel like that's overly, overly responding from Bren Esports side. But I get it. I understand the ideology. You still don't want to get, you get picked up by an Atlas. Because you saw that yesterday. He doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, Bren Esports was definitely watching yesterday when Echo was facing off against Blacklist. That Atlas from Yawi was generating a lot of highlight-worthy plays.
Yeah, he delivers, he keeps the team going, and he keeps that set going. Either catches one, all for the team. It's the mindset. How Echo is working right now is something really growing out of potential. And Harith ban for Echo. Claude and Harith.
Yeah, they're baiting out the carry from Bren Esports, but they go native!
No!
Oh!
Yeah, Bren Esports seem to be leaning so heavily towards the patch notes right now.
They've gotten 3, Rockhart.
What is meta?
What is meta? Yeah. It looks like Bren Esports read the patch notes and said, we'll pick all of them.
Yeah, Coach Bren.
Let's choose everything.
It's open. Why not take it, right?
Coach B is like, okay, other teams have tried the meta right now. They didn't beat Blacklist and Echo. Let's try a different strat, Let's try a different composition. Pick up the 5 heroes that, Moonton just buffed.
Yeah. And they're just laying down the cards straight. I don't know what's going on with the minds of Coach TikTok and Coach Trevor right now with these 3 meta heroes right now. Okay.
Gold lane.
Gold lane Lunox and an Akai.
They're done with the gold lane marksman era. Yeah. They're done. They want to be able to play Lunox gold lane right now. And I think it's Yawi on Akai.
Could be. Is his signature hero back in Season 7 to Season 8? In seasons back, this is a long history from Next Play EVOS. Now with Echo, this is a great way to actually flex with the hero. But how Bren Esports answers is that they're raw for the last pick.
I don't know, man. I don't see any roles at the moment. I just see Farsa.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is interesting.
And she sees nothing but burst damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically Bren's playstyle here is going to revolve towards that one-man pick-off as much as possible. Because obviously, you don't want to lean towards the team fights too much.
Yeah, and now the smart power prediction is up. So at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S11. Right now, you've seen our predictions. There's only 2 people in the Tagalog stream who voted for Bren Esports and 4 for Echo. So one like commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye for the poll because that's where the treat goes.
I gotta be honest with you. With my life as an analyst, this is the hardest game I'd ever have to cast. I don't even know where people will go.
It's Destiny Wire here in this match.
Okay,
Neil de Guzman.
Okay, it's a typical lineup. Okay, great. It's the typical lineup. Paquito in the jungle, Nathan gold lane. Because, you could argue that Nathan could go jungle, Paquito gold lane. There's a lot of things to flex on the side of Bren Esports, but they go for the fundamental things. And Echo, they did put Yawi on that Akai.
Oh, he's back on his own hero. Bren Esports up against Echo in the first game. Who gets a higher advantage early game this time?
Yeah, that is a big question. Vote it now. And right now, Carl TZ obviously going to be able to lean towards that tank damage here.
Yeah.
But here's the thing that they can kind of abuse on Bren Esports. Their crowd control is single target.
Yeah, that's one big problem.
Yeah, that is huge. Owen only has one AoE stun or knock-up, and that's not enough for most scenarios. So they're going to have to, if they want to win, Bren has to play around that.
Just want to highlight Sanford, duking it out against Baptiste, even committing the Petrify to be able to win the 1v1 matchup up against the Roth, which puts Sanford on a better pedestal, because right now what he can do is just clear the wave and not care about the Roth at all.
See? Comment down your Smart Power predictions right on the chat. You might win something out of this game, because how are we analyzing this? Is something different. Someone's being trapped in 4.
Look at that. It's basically what I said. You take out that single target crowd control, and where's the team fight from Bren? It's non-existent right now.
Yeah, there's no skirmish potential coming out from the boys in yellow, but right now Echo, they're doing what they did yesterday, relentless early game aggression, even trying to invade behind the XP lane of Flapteasy, and right now they have full control of the turtle. It's just a matter of Kyle Teasy being able to secure the retribution. Sanford is in the front lines. This is the bump to Paquito, by the way.
Oh.
That's what you're talking about there, that damage output, but Carl TZ does not care that much as long as Yaoi can actually zone out well. And that's going to be Bren left hanging there after that turtle.
Are you freaking serious? Carl TZ was so confident, he didn't even use the retribution that turtle fight. He retrieved the green camp.
Oh my gosh, you're
See?
right.
He was like, okay, I got turtle, I'll retri you, just so, people can see that retribution is on cooldown.
Yeah. It could be actually a bait. And Carl TC became that calculated. Bren Esports Dynasty, long active in MPL history, 10th season now. This team has been existing for so long.
Yeah.
Creating players out of potential.
And there you go. Flapteasy might be in trouble here. Sanford
He's
playing
evading
around with fire.
He's alive.
They're going to be able to survive there for a bit. Kyle TZ is here for the backup, but I don't think Flapteasy actually needs it. They're going to be able to make it out live, but don't forget, Echo is still getting some of that gold plating.
I mean, Sanford started that play on the right foot, but he messed up the eye for an eye. But it's okay for Bren Esports because Flapteasy will be able to live.
Oh, a little bit of a trade here, possibly on top side. Ogwen just flexing off some of that tankiness. And able to kind of just chill. And chilling is actually what Super Marco wants right now. As long as they don't become explosive in that top side, that's what the Nathan wants.
I kind of looking...
Benny?
Yeah.
Benny?
What is he doing?
Top lane?
Top lane, Benny Cutie!
Oh, it's a 1-for-1. I love it. And it feels like just Benny just flexing that I can kill you under your tower. Maybe that's a little bit of a mental warfare happening right there.
With a Lunox.
With a Lunox.
See? So the difference right now of Echo is totally changing from one match to another. Yaoi being trapped.
Oh man, Fuse in trouble here. Gets blown to bits after the rough waves. Yaoi, a bit of a blunder there. Actually will be able to lock down Ogwen in the end. And that's Echo for 2.
You harped on this rock hard. Echo has so much crowd control versus the only AoE crowd control of Bren Esports on Ogwen. And you see the stark difference. Echo just kept on engaging against Bren Esports, and they have nothing against that. And you saw the combo from Carl TZ earlier alongside with Sanji. You get in, you get the taunt. Sanji goes in, doesn't even need to use a Petrify, and he gets that kill onto Few.
Everything is so calculated in the whole ecosystem play. Bren Esports lacking out the crowd control. Could they be relying on Ogwen most of the moment, but they have more damage that we can either imagine into mid to late game. But top tower is the action part.
Echo is trying to go in for a play. They're able to take out Super Marco in the end, and one guy down is all they need. That's a 2K goal lead already for Echo here, and taking out one of the most important damage dealers from Bren, which is, of course, that Nathan.
Man, again, this is the confidence we were talking about earlier during the first part of our panel discussion. This is just Echo playing Bren.
This is painful to watch. Look at that. Just no answer at all from Bren Esports.
This is just constant outplays from the Orcas, and Bren Esports have no answer. Carl TZ! Bism strike!
They are just flexing. They are balling right now. Look at that. Sanji is the follow-up here. Blew up Kyle TZ to smithereens.
Burst damage to magic damage. How do you exchange trades 1-0, and Echo just keeps on going, and there goes the gold. 3K advancing.
My goodness, these movements coming out from Echo is just fantastic. And Bren Esports, they try their best to address the pressure being dealt by Echo. But again, the mechanics alone is a huge problem. You also have to worry about the burst damage coming out from either Sanji or Carl TZ whenever it has full stacks on the crystallized energy.
Yeah, I love that we're dwelling out here on most Echo's plan on CC setups. Team fights, the Orcas can get really strong. But Bren Esports right now, they can rely on pickoff, they can rely on peel. What's the open window for them to properly strike? Because as of now, they still don't have that objectives onto their hands, specifically this turtle.
Yeah, honestly, always I'm not seeing it right now because the easiest kill they can probably get is with the Lunox. Everyone else is just so slippery, man.
Yeah, the answer is, the question is, when will they strike? Because the longer this as it gets, Echo just keeps on getting these objectives for themselves for free.
Yeah, this is the third easy turtle Carl TZ has in this game.
Yeah.
No contest.
I mean, you ask, okay, there you go.
There it
Carl
is.
TZ, it has to be the Paquito, and it has to be on the gold lane. But there's already an answer back from
My God.
Echo. Again, just constant pressure from this team. And Bren Esports, you pray to God that Kyle TZ gets pumped up with his timing on the Paquito. But right now, Echo!
Marco, Super
Sanford, he's playing around with fire here. He's going to be able to trade off his life at least. It's a 1-for-1 on that bottom side, but that was a lot.
Went a little deep there for
Way
Sanford.
too deep.
But he gets Super Marco gets one. That was a trade of 1-to-1. But the items right now is completely showing that Echo is quite building the damage, the control, and also defensive items against Bren Esports. Possible mid-game mayhem.
Yeah. But the thing is, even though you're scaling up with Bren Esports, although this is the biggest power spike they will get with the Paquito in the mid-game, he will get stronger. But on the other hand, you also have Benny Cutie ramping up on the Lunox, which would net kills for Echo whenever they decide to go for a potential clash.
Whoa, they're wrapping around.
Echo is not done. They're going at it right away, even under the turret. Yaoi just pushing off Flap TZ all the way to his home. And right now, it's still ongoing. Look at that. Even though they are kind of low on HP, the crowd control is not going to be present, which means Bren might have the opening here. Small one here. Appraiser's Wrath not going to be able to take out Flap TZ, but Benecutie is here to maybe pick up someone if they don't back off. Looks like for now, Bren will play it safe.
Speaking of playing it safe, Bren Esports still holding dear to this first-tier tower that they don't want to open for the jungle camp of Carl TZ to take, because there's a lot of ways that they can actually fight back. But now, if they keep on waiting, how will they answer with damage? Flap TZ spots one.
Ooh. Oh, there it is. Look at that. I think that's exactly what they should do. Just go ahead and try to kill Sanji. We know it's a very difficult hero to kill, that Kadita, but you have to try, right, at this point.
Yeah, but the Lord, though, Echo, Carl TZ, he has his eyes set on the objectives, while the other players on the side of Echo just confuses Bren. Whatever they want to do, we are here in front of you, while Carl TZ secures the first major objective of this game.
Yeah, straight. 9 minutes straight.
No contest.
No contest. Talk about map coverage, talk about pickoffs. Bren is on the mercy of peel and pickoff. But the response on how Echo is seeing this in the macro scale, nobody left behind. Up against Bren. Is the items enough for them to handle Echo's damage, CC, whatever you call it?
I mean, yes, Bren Esports could scale, but look at the items going on the side of Echo. Carl TZ already has the Radiant armor completed up against Super Marco. So the Neon is already negated towards the scaling. And one thing is for certain, I think Fredrin will be able to get his hands on the Athena shield just to be able to make sure that he sustains also the Fettered Air Strike coming out from Few.
And there goes the Tier 1 turret of Bren Esports opening the camp.
It's a huge
Kyle
diff,
TZ.
man.
Yeah.
At this point, Benecutie has the Holy Crystal locked in, so watch out for a big play for sure that's going to come out. I'm pretty sure he's just going to fly straight to the faces of Bren the moment he sees an opening.
Yeah. The Benedidi.
The Benedidi.
Correct.
Or
Correct.
the Benny Cutie.
Oh, still works.
Still works. Look at Echo. We got a 5-man rotate here. They could try to go for a pickoff, but Bren right now playing under that tower. Sanji on the side looking for a huge breath of the ocean. Will get knocked up and taken out. That's a shutdown by Flapteezy and a setup by Ogwen. But look at that. Echo, they're still fighting even though they look like they are in a disadvantage. They still come out with a 1-for-1.
The man with the patience, Benecutie, didn't even commit any skill.
He's not showing off, and he will get picked off here. Oh my goodness, that's a kill by Super Marco.
A misplacement right there for the Storm. Benecutie was patiently waiting for a good time to strike, but that was Bren seeing opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, maybe a little too patient that moment.
I mean, Echo, they had a fantastic start on that team fight. Sanford landed a beautiful, like the final blow into Petrify on Bren Esports. The damage wasn't enough, however, because Benecutie was waiting for the perfect timing to go in with the flicker play. But Bren Esports, there you go. We see the confidence. They went straight up into the face of Echo, and they knew that they had the team fight up their bags, and they found Benecutie on the bush.
This is dangerous. They need to have good placements if they want to go up against Bren Esports, because heading to late game, they're really buying time to get these items in. What they did there on how Ogun managed to spot one, the burst artillery damage of few could get deadly if they wait for that long to happen, because they could actually think of an ambush play from the back line, but who could actually do that for Echo?
Imagine being able to play this long without like losing a major inhibitor. That's pretty big for Bren.
Yeah.
Losing every objective except for your inhib.
I mean, for Bren Esports, there is still that fighting chance that they have against Echo if they, if they look for the proper target. But one thing is for certain, Benecutie on that Lunox will be a major threat on the backline access. You were talking about 06.
Yeah, speaking of access, nobody's getting near this Lord. Carl Teasy is covering this by himself, and while that's happening, Xiaowi waiting on the bush, but Flapteasy and Sanford being trapped in two.
Yeah, looks like Bren is happy to take that trade on the bot side, getting at least some gold on their side. Yeah. It will be a bit of a difficult defense, but don't forget, Few is on the Farsa, so there's going to be a lot of clear here.
It is a 12-minute Lord, however, but there is a Farsa indeed, and also a Nathan on their side. And also, Oakwin can set up for a potential flicker play if Echo decides to go for the push. But again, the problem is still the same. If Carl TZ stands on the front line, it's hard to find the Lunox on the back line. You need to be able to gather information for the side of Bren Esports to be able to land beautiful spells and get the right target on the side of Echo.
Oh, I love that you mentioned Vision, but how will they get it?
That was beautiful. Super Marco was the first target. Yaoi had no hesitation whatsoever. And there goes the Lord. There goes the charge. It's not going to be though. Oh my goodness, look at Few. He evaporated to the belly. The belly QT.
That's it.
That should be it, right?
Echo's calling it.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult.
Getting tower locked in.
And there it is. Benecutie with one last darkening. Kaltizi, one more minion to clear. Will they be able to hold? He takes out Sanji.
It's not over. It's not over yet. Kaltizi is holding the line.
Energy eruption there. Kaltizi playing around here with fire near the turret. Ogwen just melts to the damage. Marco! He's going in for the save. He's got some good damage. Kaltizi, he smells blood. Low HP Yaoi. Let's go for it. And that is going to be the rest of Echo just bleeding from that retreat.
Kyle TZ saving the day here for Bren Esports. Wiping out the minion wave, pushing it back, and taking one on the side of Echo, delaying the push. And right now they're fighting with three people on the side of Echo.
Who is the target right now for Bren Esports? They captured Super Marco on the first attempt to clear the last turret in Bren Esports base. Right now, this is the late game damage that we're talking about. They have no setup, but they can counter punish.
I mean, most people would expect that the game would over, but Bren knows that there's no tower damage leader on the side of Echo. That's why they're able to defend that way. They knew that if they can hold out the minion wave, they will be able to get another chance and shot at Echo. Looking at the lineup of Echo right now, the only reliable damage dealer when it comes to tower damage is Sanford. And even himself, he cannot get close to that range, because if he does, he has used up a lot of spells, a lot of dashes, and you are at the mercy of Ogwen, Few, Kyle TZ, and Super Marco. There's a lot of controls that can, mess up with the dashes of, of Sanford.
Yeah. That's the trade-off that you get if you go for a Lunox gold lane, right?
That's Bren Esports completely have a switch from 1 to 5. If somebody attempts to step on the line, they just currently burst out 1 or even 3. But that's the problem. They can do either split push, as you've mentioned, Midnight, because their tower destruction as of this time is getting really strong.
Yeah, for Bren Esports, they need one fight, and for Echo, they need to be able to survive Bren Esports.
Look at this. Finally, Bren Esports are able to get near an objective without Echo just wailing on them. This is actually pretty big, considering that they are now a bit of ahead in terms of control near the bushes.
Yeah, just from 5k goal lead of Echo a few minutes ago, it turned to 2.6. That's comeback slowly being in the hands of the Hive. Bren Esports seeing windows of opportunity, and this could be a Lord dance. This could be a Lord fight. One major push can break down Echo's momentum here.
Echo already used up their concealed play. Yawi is out in the open here. He locks down Ogwen. There's no chance for them to go for the CC, and that means that Carl TZ will take out that Lord quite easy, but the fight is still ongoing here. Lots of damage being dished out by that name. This is the reason why it's a really, really strong pick right now. Carl TZ already using the Appraiser's Rat. Damage might be quite low. BLCK is also in danger here. He uses Brilliance to get out. He gets a kill.
Something is happening.
But I think could be BLCK going down.
Bren's base is open. Bren's base is open.
Look at your base. Oh my goodness, Ogwen. He's working on it. I don't think it's enough.
Sanford. It happened again.
No!
Ladies and gentlemen!
No!
They're back in the Philippines and it happened again!
Oh man, Echo are able to eke out the win despite a team fight loss in that last clash. Beautifully done by the Orcas as usual.
My God, if you're Bren, you know that there's no chance that BLCK will go for the backdoor play. He is on the Lunox, but we did talk about it. The only player on the side of Echo that is capable of doing this was Sanford, and they did just that.
No push from the Storm.
No. He basically passed down the task. He delegated. He's a good leader. He's a good leader.
Yeah, they know, guys, we have a team. They know they have eyes on Benny. Benny's going to do the push. They're going to split push. No. Somebody has to do it differently.
And imagine the sequence. He survived 2 players on the side of Bren Esports, killed 1 on the way, and then survived 1 HP. And it was like, nah, I'm not gonna recall. There's a minion wave on the bottom lane.
And I just wanted to point one thing. Sanji and Sanford dove while the Feather Airstrike has been used, right? It was just amount of HP that the Benedetta could live. Yeah. And he dodged the last hit.
They played around it really well, I have to say. Picture perfect. Always watch your map.
Watch your map and watch your back. That is Echo still doing the same identity that they can have. But right now, even me, I need to catch my breath on that one. Let's throw it over to our analyst and break down things a bit on what just happened and how Echo bounced back up against Bren Esports.
Well, guys, first of all, take your breath, breathe in, and breathe out. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name is Midnight, and we are going to be breaking down the details of what happened on game number 1 between Echo and Bren Esports. It was a fantastic match. Echo had full control of the early game, problem was, mid-game spike was really beneficial to Bren Esports. They had the Paquito, they had the Farsa, and they had the Nathan. And one thing is for certain, Echo will not be able to do what they're used to doing because they don't have that natural tower damage taker on their side. Their composition is meant to fight into the lineup of Bren Esports. Come the late game, it was a problem for Echo when Bren Esports tried to contest the Lord. But the main the main thing that Echo did was split. They split the presence of their lineup. They had a different agenda in mind, and Bren Esports, they what they wanted was to fight Echo, but they didn't see Sanford getting that sweet path to victory on their base and getting game number 1 victory. Overall, they did fantastic on the players on the side of Bren and Echo, but it was an overwhelming victory here for the Orcas as they just completely stomped on the early game and once again executed another backdoor play up against Bren Esports. Super Marco, however, did scale up to what Bren needed him to be. He had a lot of gold on his arsenal, 789 GPM on the Nathan, but the main concern is that he was not able to fight on the early game. That's why you can see that the team fight participation is quite lacking. Echo did maximize on that window where they're able to fight into Bren Esports. Come the late game, it was the guy you're seeing right now in front of your screen, Sanford, on the Benedetta, outplaying a lot of players on the side of Bren and even the entirety of the Hive, making a wonderful, wonderful call on that base push on that bottom lane, surviving 1 HP, and he was able to get away from Bren Esports, not get attention, any form of attention, because he was able to just walk away completely scot-free, sitting at 1 HP, and he finished the game up against Bren. Now we're seeing the MVP highlights of this game. He did a lot of great things on the laning stage. He was able to, whip the X-Planer of Bren away from his own lane. Flapteezy was not having a fantastic time laning up against Sanford, and also he was doing a lot of great things when it comes to objectives. He was guarding Carteezy whenever Carteezy is trying to secure either the Turtle or the Lord, was getting a lot of important vision, and also he was getting a lot of important kills. Even with this Nathan, with a lot of mobility on the passive and the ultimate, he was able to get a kill on Super Marco and land a lot of electrofinal blows and petrifies onto the faces of Bren Esports. But again, come the mid game, it's a problem now for Echo to close out this this game against Bren because they don't have that tower taker on their lineup. They don't have the likes of the Brody, the Beatrix, and even the Claude. They only have Sanford, but Sanford is meant to disrupt the backlines of Bren Esports. And after that, Echo change up the way they fight. They change up the dynamics of their lineup. Is they didn't focus on trying to outplay and outlast Bren Esports in a team fight. They decided to go for their signature backdoor play style with Sanford securing that base on that bottom lane. Ogwin, he did try his best to stop the inevitable, but Sanford, with that final last item, Malefic Core and probably Windtalker, was able to secure the victory here for Echo on game number 1. Now we will see the things that Echo did well here, did right here in game number 1. He is the Kiss to Victory checklist by Infinix. Now, let Ogwin set for Bren Esports. It kind of happened, for Bren Esports, but not the entirety of the game. But Sansan Duo was orchestrating a lot of immaculate outplays up against Bren Esports. Sanji with Carteezy and Sanford by himself, he was able to outplay Bren Esports a lot in this game, and that is why they were able to capitalize on the early game that they had and translated that and converted into a game 1 victory. It was an amazing game, gentlemen. I cannot stress it enough. I kept on, stuttering during my segment, but it was just, it was a simple call, But the vision, the sight of these players, seeing that play alone is just crazy.
We were talking about the Benny DD, their Benny Cutie play.
The Benny
that
Cutie.
happened as long that Sanford lived in 1 point HP. He was close to death. Whoever had the mindset to go ahead and push, you have 3 minions behind you. And on the keys to victory checklist, Sanford says, "Okay,
orchestrated,
orchestrated. You got me."
Yep. I've been pondering for a long time, guys.
What is that?
What is the reason why Echo has been able to do this over and over again all throughout the season? I think even past season, and I think the only way that you can do this, that you can pull off a stunt like that, is if you have 4 people who are fighting as if they were 5 people.
Yeah.
That's why the enemy doesn't feel like there's someone missing.
Yeah.
Because it feels like a 5v5, right? That's why they can pull off those stunts and someone can go missing because Echo just plays so well as a 4-man unit.
I like that point. Cartesian and Benikudi survives that last Lord fight, and Bren Esports had to commit a lot of resources. And we saw Benikudi buy winner truncheon, sell items, get immortality in 2 seconds. Like, what the hell? He was able to do a lot. He was able to take out one hero, sell an item, get winner truncheon, use the winner truncheon, sell that, buy immortality, while Sanford was just walking towards that bottom lane.
And all of that took time from the enemy to react. They're waiting for Benny. They're using up a lot of time, and they lost focus.
Not just react, they were baited. Benikudi didn't have immortality present in his item book.
Yeah.
There was no way that they were expecting he would get it on last minute. And talking about consistency, even contingency in all parts on that game. They were really close. Again, they were really close to beating Echo.
Maybe you just have 5 players that just wants to end the game. That's why they keep on seeing the base. Okay, it's free. Hey, somebody get to that base.
And it's the impressive part is that they're able to do it consistently over and over again all throughout these matchups.
It's not even a joke right now. It's not even a joke today.
No.
It's not a fluke. It's something that Echo does like every second, every second match or so.
It's their own identity being proven and proven for matches, and we're just totally amazed. This laugh and even how we reacted is something that we are totally amazed from time to time, because if Bren Esports didn't have an idea, they could either change a different route, because we were talking about early on in the early game what could penetrate the back lines of Bren Esports, and they answered the question. They don't care about the back line. They only care about the back door. Right?
That's a good one. I like that. I like that. And that's true. I mean, not all games, right? Not obviously.
Specifically.
You can't always win by backdoor and not
yeah.
have the enemy expect that. But they're able to do it in the right moments. They're able to pull out that trick in the moments that they know that the enemy is a little bit tunnel vision. They're focused on the fight, the big objective, the big Lord. So it takes also a lot high skill, a lot of skill to pull that off. And knowing when to do it, the decision making.
Definitely. Yeah, but you know what's crazy? Teams already expect this from Echo, and they're still able to do it. Like, every coach out there, whenever you're up against Echo, be mindful of the base. The map. The map. Look at the map. Every 3 seconds, it's a rule.
Yeah.
But they're still able to do it.
Yeah, I can hear even Womi on the caster just check your recall. Right?
Check your recall.
Yeah, check your recall, right? Because
now it's check your map.
Yeah, check your map, because
check the map. Check the
this
map.
happened last time in Bren Esports and back in Season 10.
Oh man, I remember Coach Ducky tweeting, why is our base so soft?
See?
Yeah, I remember
in
that.
Season 10.
Season 10, yeah.
So history keeps repeating, and now we're heading into game number 2. Coach TikTok and Coach Trevor really have their hands onto this game. Let's see how will Bren Esports respond. Will it be the draft this time, or will it be something new?
All right, in the draft, I think they have to address that. Just having a single guy doing all the CC seems to be very detrimental to them.
Yeah. Also, you need to be able to, supplement the presence of the Paquito, because the thing about their lineup was that majority of their heroes were just waiting for somebody to do something. And Paquito, he doesn't want to play like that. Although he's the guy who runs crazy aggressive against enemy heroes, you want to be able to supplement that with your composition. You want to be able to supply more damage, more control for the Paquito to become just the monster on the mid game. So for Bren Esports, if you go for that route, if you give Kyle TZ heroes that would, go crazy in the mid game, just go all crazy in the mid game.
I mean, I get your point, right? If you're making a burst lineup, just do burst. Just don't hesitate to burst someone.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's your comp.
Yeah, full-on straight confidence. I love it. Those values need to show. But for the side of Echo, they're still respecting the Fanny here. The Fanny that can be in the hands of Kyle Teasy, and also respect on the Kadita. But right now, Bren Esports is first pick.
Especially right now, they really have to respect it, knowing or seeing last game. Echo has seen that Bren, look at these guys. If we give them burst heroes, they can do it. They can do it really well.
Oh, yeah.
They can play those heroes very well. So let's still not give them the fanny, and let's still keep in mind the stuff that happened last game. And that's exactly what Bren did. They kept in mind that this Frederick has been giving us a hard time. Let's ban it out. Finally, by the way, right?
Respect bans for Bren Esports.
Echo. It's tempting to get the promise. Oh, they get the Kaja.
And the Valentina.
That's an interesting choice instead of the promise.
What is this telling us?
Especially up against the glue. I think you're you're gearing up for the Grok coming out from Bren Esports. A lot of things, a lot of amazing stuff for the Valentina to steal. Even the glue with the split. It's an amazing interaction with the Valentina because she deals so much more damage compared to the glue. Oh, they still go for the Edith.
Keeping up with it.
I wonder if you still go for the Nathan. Okay, they still go for it.
Okay, same
Now,
formula.
I think Carl TZ might consider going for an assassin here.
Ooh.
Either that or you go for the Paquito.
Paquito's
Looks
Carl
good.
TZ, yes. Could be a good way in bursting down Edith and also Nathan.
But guys, what about the goal?
The tank damage goal.
Sorry.
The goal, man.
Never mind. Okay, let's get Sanford Zero first.
Right. Thank you for reminding us, Rockhard.
You go for either Lapu Lapu or you go for Benedetta once again. Just to make sure that Carl TZ gets that tank jungler. Oh! Early
Someone's
Harith.
back.
Early Harith pick coming up from Benecuti. I like it. It's good against Glue. It's good against Nathan. Not really great in terms of team fighting, because you play in these area wherein Bren Esports also wants to play. Like if you land the Zaman Force, Edith will just walk over you, stun you for like a total of 3 seconds.
Yep.
The glue will walk alongside the Zaman Force. He'll be able to get a stack on you, and Nathan will just put a lot of whatever you want to call it, the balls. Goes out of the
frisbees of damage.
Yeah.
I love that you're pointing out that possible AoE setups, because how Echo is responding here, they're taking out the Faramis, so they want this team fight composition that they're building won't be a problem if there's a mistake that Bren Esports can actually do against them.
Yeah, they're basically removing the contingencies that Bren can do against the Harith, which is, I think Minai already mentioned, if there's a Zaman Force, just don't fight in the Zaman Force.
Not in the zone.
Or you want to fight into the Zaman Force, but 5 heroes want to fight there.
Yeah, you need 5 people, right?
Yeah,
So
not in the zone.
I think Atlas is something that both teams should consider. Because even if, again, we saw the Edith earlier, you don't even know if it's an Edith roam right now. Because the thing is, the Nathan could go to the jungle role, so Edith could still go to gold lane.
Yeah.
But I don't think Echo is worried about more of the the roams. But right now they're limiting the assassins that Kyle TZ could play, which means that he could pick up the assassin himself.
I'm feeling you, Midnight. You're feeling something about the assassin pick.
I'm feeling it. I'm gonna lose it if Carl TZ plays Kaja jungle. I'm gonna lose it.
Kaja jungle.
It's a new season after all. Yeah, we could expect it for a Kaja jungle to happen since it's being first pick. But
There
Barrett's
it is.
being banned. Focus on Carl TZ. So they're expecting that this Kaja could be in either XP lane.
Yeah. Either that or they just sheerly respect the amount of Bharat's games that Karthi has.
There it
has
is!
played. There you go.
You called it, Midnight.
My
There
boy!
goes the assassin jungle.
We felt it. You
My
felt
boy!
it first, Midnight. And it's not going to be a Kaja jungle now.
Oh, yes.
And
we have a match,
straight up
ladies and
fight.
gents.
It's a rematch. Talk about game number 2.
My boy, Carl.
Assassination Nation.
I want to say there is a weird dynamic between Harith and Ling. Both of them want purple buff. Although, these days the Harith don't even care about the purple buffs. But you still want to, give him that possibility, especially in the late game. Selena of you!
Back in the roots.
What a throwback.
Yeah.
Huge throwback. Carl TZ back on the assassin, and Few back on the Selena. What year is it? I think I'm lost. I think this is we're in a different time zone here or something.
Still, Coach B is saying that, okay, nothing works against Echo. Let's pick these heroes that are not in the meta. Ooh, Sanford on the Yuzong. This is scary stuff, especially for Bren Esports. Again, the petrified threat is there.
This is something that they're expecting from Echo. Another approach for Bren Esports, but the only thing here is changed is the Selena. The Selena that could actually give them vision, because that was the first problem in game number 1. They were lacking vision, they were lacking the traps, they were lacking the counter engage. On how Yawi rotates aggressively, they need an answer to that.
All right. So in this lineup, I think Bren has a better chance to at least survive the team fights, right? That's the very least. On the other hand, though, they will have to buy a lot of time for this Nathan. Because now, they really focus their firepower. Their lineup is just screaming, "We have a Nathan."
Yeah.
What are you gonna do about it?
My main concern for Echo is that it's a Ling that most likely will face 4 heroes in his purple buff.
Wait.
But my next concern for Bren Esports is that, again, this is not an all-in lineup.
No.
Yeah, it is not. It is not, absolutely.
It's only the Paquito, Selena, and, the Edith.
Yeah.
But you have to land these spells. Wherein on the side of Echo, you just have to land the Divine Judgment and the Petrified Sanford. That's it. You're setting up for Call It Easy.
So you're talking about execution, right?
Yes.
How easy it is going to be to execute.
Yeah, execution, team fighting capability is present in the side of Echo, while in Bren, singular targets could actually mean business for the Hive to bounce back.
So
right now, they want to give vision for Kyle TZ and Space up against Carl TZ's Ling.
They're going to have to work on their crowd control layering here in this game if they want to really get those kills early on. But if they don't, they can always just fall back and just protect the Nathan, which is, of course, that's what Echo kind of already expects.
Yeah. The Selena, though, provides the vision necessary for Yawi, because the thing about the lineup of Echo right now is that the threat of the Divine Judgment will always be there. Ogwin, forced to flicker out.
All right, flicker out just to be safe. That is a huge threat being removed here from Bren Esports. The big shatter and the flicker combo is usually what a strong player, a strong Edith player uses, and now that's gone for 3 minutes.
Look at that, the MPL all-timer. Phew! While that is happening, that's Kyle Tease again, the first blood up against Benny Cutie.
There you go. And we're talking about Few. Look at that.
He
goes for the arrow straight to the face of Yawi. No hesitation whatsoever.
That's Few we've come to know and love. The Selena of Bren Esports has always been a nightmare for a lot of the top teams, and Echo is not safe even with that fate.
Question is, they're now supplying the problems on game number 1. They have vision, they have pickoffs. This is the early game spite of Bren Esports. Meanwhile, Echo needs to get his hands on a lot of things. Even this first objective taken by Carl Teasy.
Yeah, Carl Teasy's just flexing here at this point. First, in game 1, you weren't able to contest. Game 2, go ahead and try. I'll still have something for you.
Sanford killed the Paquito, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, that was...
I don't know how that happened, but it's Sanford, so I don't doubt it.
It's a difficult feat. Yep.
But it's Sanford.
But it's Sanford.
Still the same one. They have answer for vision. Now they're prying and preying on Carl Teasy's purple buffs. Now being dependent, Bren is trying to open this opportunities to rotate freely as Yawi being trapped here against Ogwen. This is a great game for Bren Esports. Slowly, but getting surely on the answers.
Almost lost that, Little Wanderer to Ogwen and Few. Bottom lane, though, Benny Cutie being supported by Yawi. This is really, really important for Echo to secure the lead for Benny Cutie, just to make sure that he gets out of the laning stage safe and unharmed, especially with Bren Esports constantly rotating towards the gold lane.
Oh.
A little bit of an opening here. Of course, they know that Zaman Force was used, and now Bren Esports are trying to see if they can get a pick off here on the bot side. Few seems to be rotating there as we speak. But Yawi scouts him out quite easily.
Now rotation is so present on Bren Esports. Yawi here is aiding the space and vision for Carl Teasy. The space right now is so crucial that the traps of Few that can set up can make Bren Esports respond quickly. Because if we think of the mindset or even the team fighting capability, it can initiate just right now.
Yawi just flew straight into Ogwen, but looks like Echo don't care. Still gets a kill off. Wow.
Let me just say, both of them had the right idea. Like, Ogwen, he knew that Takaja would walk in, but Yawi was like, yeah, you know I'm walking in, so I'll just walk in straight, use my dash, and use my ultimate on you. Whoever I find on the bush will get taken down, and Echo was just much more prepared than Bren.
That's Yawi's checklist.
Yeah, Echo just knows that they got that firepower, and they trust each other because of that call.
Yeah, speaking of trusting each other, look at Flapteezy here. Trying to hold up Sanford.
Ah, man, the Glue is a little bit of a tanky hero, but at this point, he looks like he's going to be in trouble here with Sanford just flying off straight to his face. Some of that shot essence going back there to Sanford, and that's going to be another turtle contested and denied here. Yawi caught in the middle of everything, might be in trouble here. Sanji is close. He's got some damage, but Yawi is going to be forced to flicker out. They want to go for round 2, though. Sanford's here. He wants some of that blood. He's full HP.
Yeah, with that peel, they're forcing off resources, they're forcing off damages onto one another. You've seen how Yawi wanted to get that pull, but Ogun just reversed things perfectly with his onward.
But this is time bought by Echo. Remember, they have the scaling lineup as well. Although Bren does scale up with the Nathan, but it is a Ling and Harith, 2 problem heroes on the late game, and Bren Esports, they haven't done anything to damage the economy of Echo.
Yeah, Echo is actually pretty close in terms of gold. Less than 1K. The fight's going on, and Kyle Teasy takes the Lord. Finally here in this fight, Carl Teasy will be taken out as well. Good damage coming in from Ogwen here in this Edith. But Echo, they still got some in the tank. So they're going to be choosing to back off instead unless Kyle Teasy punches with a combo here.
Oh!
Forces the flight from Sanford and could be few in trouble here. So 1-for-1. Fights going on here. Yawi in the suppress here. Kyle Teasy will get taken out. Good confidence here coming in from the XP laner of Echo.
Look at that. What's happening for Bren Esports and Echo? While everything's just going on, Super Marcus keeps on pushing down bottom. Talking about cross-map trades and objectives, but Echo is not stopping down.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they won the economic battle, but may I just say, Sanford, he dodged the stun coming out from Edith, and also it was able to take out 2 heroes on the side of Bren Esports. It felt like Bren Esports was baiting out the ultimate of Sanford, but Sanford was like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Exactly.
It's for you. That's how they calculate that pick-off right away.
That was basically a Sanford flex there in that last one.
See? See how
beautifully done.
Making things work. It's the counter punish because how even the goal is, even the score. 4-4. Yawi's being targeted by 3, and Vision is the name of the rotation of Bren Esports right now.
That's a scary setup, you know. Edith and Selena. Oh, nice tank there by Sanji. He was trying to catch the arrow so that it won't land on Carl Teasy. Very, very cool stuff coming out from Echo. Again, the mechanics and the mindset is there. But still, Bren Esports, they're now holding 200 gold, but I would say it's not enough. They need to take more.
Yeah.
They need to be able to punish Benny Cutie farming freely on the Harriet. Even though Supermarket has been doing the same, you know, Echo, if they want to fight, they have the burst damage, and they also have the toolkit to engage into Bren Esports.
Yeah.
Not just Benny Cutie, by the way. In any game that there's a Ling, if the Ling is free farming, if he's always getting the purple buff, they're at a little bit of an advantage, right?
Yawi.
Advantage.
Yawi, great earth shadow there. Benny Cutie forces the rest of Bren to back off, but look at this. The beautiful dive here from Echo. Calm, collected, good damage in.
Wow.
Flying off and being dodged by the Tempest of Blades.
Like, who would imagine? Bren Esports thought Ling had no purple buff, they wouldn't fight. But this is Carl Teasy we're talking about now. Benny Cutie.
He wants to go it. He wants blood. Calculated hits straight into the captain. And that's going to be Yawi with the flourish. Beautifully done there.
And Echo says it's payback time, and this is Lord coming into us. 1.2k gold lead, and this is their way of throwing it back.
Sheer mechanics, sheer confidence by Echo. Carl Teasy had no purple buff, but no problem. They wanted to fight. Sanford was already on his way with the Black Dragon form, and Yawi was just baiting out Bren Esports, and it was a wonderful Petrify by Sanford, followed up by the Tempest of Blades. It was a wombo combo by Echo.
Talking about activating Echo location, Echo system, whatever Echo calls it, Echo Orchestra. It's working, and Sanford has his hands on the Oracle. Talk about regen now. can actually soak up damage against Bren Esports.
Yeah, they're definitely looking like they are orchestrating a hugely beautiful melody here with a Lord pushing up on top side. Kyle TZ is pretty far away as well.
Still pushing it through. Echo up against Bren Esports. Do they have a late game answer here? Midnight, is the Hive still fighting it?
I mean, Super Marco is really, really farmed, but Ogwen, though, Divine Judgment is there.
That could be trouble here. Tempest of Blades by Carl TZ under the turret.
Petrify!
Very confident.
Goodness!
Look at Sanford just going nuts on the back line of Bren Esports.
Sanford, you mad monster. How do you set up that perfectly?
And where do you get your confidence to dive in on the 5 people under the turret? What is this guy?
Echo, I mean, whatever you want to call it, I will just say it's just confidence from Sanford saying that, hey, I'm not going to run. I see 4 heroes. I petrify 4. I take out 2. It's a good trade.
That's good enough for me. Take me out any time of the day as long as I do my job. And I buy enough time for Benny and Carl.
Being signed from Next Play was back in the day from now World Championships, now fighting Bren Esports, talking about how this player grew from time. If you've witnessed this.
Yawi.
Oh,
with the
look
arrow.
at that. Bit of a trouble here. This time around, Bren Esports just not
Sanji.
showing up yet.
Sanji's playing Selena too.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you can swap out. He also has Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah,
I forgot to mention that.
They have so much potential right now to take on Bren Esports, but they're making sure that there's no loopholes.
Gotta keep your eyes open.
Well, speaking of keeping their eyes open, there's still 2 tier turrets left, 2 and 3 for Bren Esports. They would need this Lord for the push, because in team fighting capability, Flap TZ and even Ogwen can actually soak up damage from Echo coming in from BennyQT, or even for Sanji.
Yeah. Echo has to worry about the the damage output coming out from Super Marco, especially that they don't have Radiant Armor builders here, but Yawi with the flicker!
Oh, Yawi goes straight into the face of Super Marco, bypasses every other member of Bren Esports. I think they got the target they wanted. That should be an easy Lord right there.
We were just talking about objectives. Oh no, I'm gonna flicker in and use my ultimate right away.
Eyes on the prize.
Yawi was like, what do you mean worry about the Nathan? He has to worry about me.
Yeah, he completely says,
That's
what?
Exactly.
There's a Nathan? Are you sure? And they just keep going in with
there
confidence.
When he used the flicker, oh, there is!
See, this is Echo confidence. Echo highlights not stopping onto the Express. They have a Lord. They're going for the push. And just how Echo manages to deal with macro and micro gameplay, how will Bren Esports bounce back?
I mean, it's hard for Bren to bounce back, especially when Yawi kept doing things like that. He flickered inside a bush. He had no vision, whatsoever.
No idea.
Yeah, this time around, it's Bren who's trying to do that. They try to go for Yawi, and they're able to take him out. But look at this, the dragon is still active. He's still flying. He's looking for his targets, and that's going to be Sanford quite low still. Flap TZ is doing a pretty good job keeping a good front line here. But the damage is nowhere to be found from Bren.
Oh my, Sanford. He regenerated a lot of HP, especially with the Oracle. Sustained a lot of damage from Bren Esports. And Carl TZ dodged a lot of stuff with the Tempest Blades.
They have a lot of things onto their plate. If you're Bren Esports and you're a big fan of the Hive, the time is now to bounce back. But how can they do this?
That's 2 tanks in front for Bren. Kyle TZ on the back foot. He takes care of the dragon, but Flap will be taken out as well. 1 inhib down. Super Marco, he's going up on the front. He's doing the damage. He flickers in, but he is going to be suppressed and taken out by the Yawi special.
TP showing out on the recall spawn. Yawi with the confidence, and Echo is going full on lead. And BennyQT asks the Oracle, how do you deal with such sustain and such damage right now against Bren Esports? How will you hold this through?
There's just no way that Bren can get any kills without Few hitting those arrows. But even if he does, he's still flying out. He's still flying in, gets taken out in the end by the captain.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate for Carl TZ. And when he used the Tempest of Blades, he landed onto the arrow. But Bren Esports, they now are able to mount a defense against Echo. Super Marco was dealing a lot of damage output. Unfortunately, Yawi was always there to, just put a lid onto this guy with a divine judgment and flicker plays. But right now, it's a full reset. Bren Esports, they need to group around Super Marco. They need to be able to protect this Nathan against Echo.
Protect the marksman at all costs. If Bren Esports wants to have a bounce back or a chance to go up against the defense of Echo, they have melting power into the turret. Look at how Sanford dodges that beautifully.
Man. Super Marco flickered into that last team fight, by the way. I'm not sure if that was the right call, but he almost got a few kills under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be a double kill, but Yawi was like, hey, you
He's
flickered?
too good.
You flickered? Okay, I'll flicker.
Me too.
Me too.
I got flickered too.
Oh, there's the Nathan.
Oh, there's a Nathan?
That's what you were talking about.
Eyes on the prize.
Yeah, that's how their instincts work. Instincts completely with Echo present. Man, they still need to respect Fusilina though. His points and his arrows and traps are really on to the last point of use. Look at it, he feels everything right on the setup.
Yep.
Yeah, don't forget though, the Selena, it diminishes in the late game, so eyes should be also on the damage.
This is such a
Able
fast
to
Lord.
dish out. Yawi tried to go for Flap. Carl Teasy will secure that Lord though. And Flap Teasy's jumping in, he could go down.
Whoa.
But there goes the free man Earth Shatter. There's no follow-up yet, but it arrives just in time to take out Sanji.
Such a nice engage by Ogwen. Ooh, Carl Teasy almost hit by the arrow. But I want to point out, Flap Teasy was able to dodge the Petrify of Sanford. And Echo, they wanted to commit, but it wasn't the right fight, and Bren Esports found the right angle with Ogwen landing that stun onto 4 heroes on the side of Echo. But unfortunately, they were only able to take out Sanji because they didn't have the Pakira there to burst down the remaining heroes of Echo.
Yeah, it's going to be Bren Esports. It's up to them to keep Super Marco alive. Flap Teasy is taking a lot of that damage. He goes back and flickers out. Here comes Sanford. He's flying in. Where's the target?
Yowie!
Who is going to be it? That's Super Marco going down. And that's going to be Lord taken out as well. And that is another reset.
That laser focus divine judgment play on the Nathan. There was a lot of heroes on the front line that he could have lassoed, but he opted to go for the guy that is the win condition of Bren Esports. He kept seeing him. He kept using the divine judgment on him, and now Echo is in front of the base of Bren.
Eyes on target. Yawi knows who to get here for Bren Esports. That's a pull from Flap Teasy. Is Echo pushing into the base rock hard?
Oh, Carl Teasy is actually low. They don't have minions to go straight to the face. Few gets taken out though. The huge skirmish advantage here for Echo is being very, very apparent. Flap Teasy goes down.
What is this juggle from Echo?
That could be it. Super Marco, will he be enough?
They're not stopping.
He's going. He's got the wind of nature. He used it already. He clears the minions. But he is super low, and the base is the key to victory as Echo goes for another 2-0.
The winning streak continues. The world champs is still on momentum. Echo with a dominating performance of a 2-0 up against Bren Esports. How do you stop this? As of now, you can't.
I mean, even if the Hive cannot do anything in front of the Orcas, they deserve to be loud and proud.
Echo's got beautiful flow right now. I have to say, they can lose out on some of these clashes, but what keeps them in the game? Yawi's laser focus on the target, on the win conditions.
Dude, it was work of a god. Work of gods, I might say.
Yeah.
Because the last fight, the way they juggled through Bren Esports, there were 4 heroes on their side that were low on HP, but nobody died, and they managed to close it out against Bren Esports.
It was still a tight match, regardless if we call it 2-0 dominating scores or whatever. It was still one challenge that they needed to actually overcome, because the wave clear of Bren Esports onto the mid to late game was even becoming a harder challenge that even Echo has eyes on. And if Yawi missed that target, it could mean something for Bren Esports to fight back.
Yeah, and they just keep hitting their mark. Yawi I feel like he was just tasked to do just one thing, and he did it well. He did it so well, and the rest of the team, obviously Sanford picking up the slack. If you can't tank, if you can't be the main tank, I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
And they're able to work around it.
Again, this is Echo fulfilling all their own personal responsibilities, and this is why it's already a new era. It's the ecosystem. The fundamental gameplay, the objective, laser-focused strategy. This is how you win games, and this is how Echo plays their game.
They're on a streak, man.
They're on a win streak right now,
Hot
guys.
winning
It's
streak.
their second 2-0 in 2 days.
Straight
up. I have to say, if that's not World Championship form in the strongest region of MLBB in the world, I don't know what is, because it takes a lot to do that.
I mean, you only have PH to look at, so.
Well, I guess.
This is Filipino excellence right on your screens. And as we show and keep on showing everybody the Philippine meta or the changing meta, the capability of these players keeps on growing, keeps on giving us great gameplays and shows. And this is one thing that these teams need to look out for. If Bren Esports had a chance of really close getting up against the world champions, they can either iron it on the days to come.
It was not like a total sweep, right? There were moments where Bren, even in game 1, they could have taken it. They could have actually done something to pull through the very strong offense of Echo, but it's just so difficult. Echo is just so consistent in taking a rest, then going for another fight over and over again. They really have built this ecosystem that we keep talking about.
The way I see it, they're just more committed. They're really, sold to the idea of the way we win this is we play without any hesitation whatsoever, and we stick to our roles, we stick to our jobs, and that's what they do. That's why they're at this level, and that's why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Teams to look up to, even on the Philippines and even onto the whole world. That was Echo. Strength, confidence, and consistency. Let's throw it over to Matt with the winning team. That's Echo for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Another sweep para sa Echo. Give him a round of applause. Congratulations! Pero i-point out natin yung magandang ginawa ni Sanford nung game number 1. Intense yung laban na yon. Actually, may point na parang, oh no, baka matatalo yung Echo. Pero when that moment happened, Carl TZ and Benny Cutie bought time, pumunta ka sa bottom lane at nag-split push ka. Tuwang-tuwa ka doon. Kwento mo sa amin yung nangyari doon at call mo ba yon? Sariling desisyon yon?
Oo, call ko po yan. Parang sumali po sa akin si Benny. Tapos parang naisip ko po na, parang sinabi po na sarili ko na pagpauwiin. Pero dati po kasi ako po yung gumagawa ng hindi nagpapauwi ng kalaban. Tapos ngayon ako na yung nag-i-split push.
Ngayon, nag-switch kayo. Nag-switch kayo ng roles and decision. How proud are you na you were able to pull it off just like Benny?
Masaya po.
Well, masaya. Ano naman, gusto kong tanungin because syempre, all eyes are on you. Hindi lang dahil world champs kayo, pero 2 straight days in a row na sweep niyo yung kalaban. Former world champions din. So, talagang tutok yung mga koponensa nyo. For sure, you are the team to beat. How do you feel about that? Does that put a lot of pressure?
Wala naman po. Medyo sanay na rin po. Tapos lagi po sinasabi ng coach, parang back to zero kami ngayon. Di kami nag-champion ganun.
Back to zero. That's a good mentality. Pero may goal ba tayo na, for example, you want to get like a 90% win rate sa season 11? May goal ba ng gano'n?
Basta upper bracket po.
Basta upper bracket. All right. And speaking of, minention natin yung World Championship. Finally na-announce na pinili ng Echo ang Cho skin. So a lot of people are very happy about that. Tatanungin ko, Yawi, ikaw, kung meron kang, syempre wala pa, hindi pa ginagawa yung skin, di ba? Pero kung meron kang vision, sa imagination mo kung paano mo nakikita yung skin, i-describe mo how it would look in your eyes.
Naka-varsity jacket, tas may orca po.
Varsity jacket. Ang ganda nga ng jacket nyo. On sale now, guys. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And we're really happy for you to announce that Cho ang pinili nyo na skin para sa M4. Go ahead. Take your walk for sure. The crowd is excited for you to walk beside them. They have their own drums, making things a lot more exciting. At baka yan din ang dagdag ka ba para sa kanilang mga kalaban. And we're waiting to see how the Cho skin looks like. Para payahimayin ang laban na naganap. Balikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Casters, pasok.
The drums are getting louder and prouder. Thank you so much, Mara. And those are not 5 Echo fans as we're seeing. It was a growing fan base, and now that is Echo completing everything with a sweep as of day 2. Man.
I think that's true. It is part of the. We were casting. I could really feel it.
How are we feeling all of these excitement right here on our desk and even on our screens? Right now, this game gives so much statement to all teams present in MPL Philippines, because there's a lot of teams that are yet to show and compete, but now there's a lot of things that we need to look out for, especially now. Midnight, you take it away.
Thank you so much, OS6. It was a blessing to witness that type of game come out from Echo and Bren Esports on game number 2. Actually, an astounding series altogether, but game 2 really proved that Echo was the better team today, the better world champion of this series. It was a fantastic, matchup between these two teams. Even though Bren Esports played the same way on game number 1, this time around they had a better chance. But I would say Echo had a more convincing end game plan over Bren Esports. The way I see it is that Bren Esports, they had more answers up against Echo, because right now they don't have any Radiant Armors builders on their side. Maybe aside from Yawi, but Yawi is meant to assassinate the gold laner of Bren Esports. Not assassinate by himself, but pick off the gold laner for Echo, just to make sure that they are fighting without the main damage dealer on the side of Bren, so that Echo has more damage output when it comes to team fights. But the majority of this game was just Echo trying to control the resources of Bren Esports. We saw a lot of things that, persevered in this game, but what stood out was Carteezy and Benny Cutie just farming it out. Whenever they try to contest for objectives, they want to fight, but if they fail, they go back to farming. They don't force things, they don't force stuffs, and that's why Carteezy is sitting at the top of the GPM chart, 762 GPM on the Ling. This is meant to close the disparity or the weird, the awkward dynamics of the Ling and Hadit, to make sure that Benny Cutie has a fantastic game, and fantastic game he did have on the Hadit. 518 on the KDA, dealing so much damage in this game, especially up against the tanky heroes of Bren Esports. Nobody could withstand the damage leader of Echo, especially when Yawi is, just using the Divine Judgment. Nobody lasts for 2 seconds, and he also focused on taking down these objectives for Echo, which yielded more resource control for Echo and ended up being the ingredients for the victory here on game number 2. More resources, more gold, more XP means more farm. Even though Super Marco was sitting at the top of the net worth by mid-8, the thing is, there were 2 monsters on the side of Echo brewing up the late game spike for the Orcas, and that was Benny Cutie and Carteezy. And after, farming for a bit, they were able to get some small skirmish victories and convert that into team fight victories and objective victories, and then translated into tower objectives, which netted a huge amount of gold for Echo, which in turn amplifies the spike of Ling and the Harriet. So it's kind of an exponential thing wherein Echo just abuses the fact that Bren Esports did not fight and had no capabilities to fight in the mid game, and that was the only thing that held Echo back. Even though Super Marco again was having a lot of even though he had a lot of resources for the side of Bren Esports, one Divine Judgment from Yawi shuts down completely the win condition for Bren Esports. There was a lot of things that that gone on in this game. There was a lot of outplays that Echo pulled off, especially up against Echo, but it was Benny Cutie that proved to be the main objective taker here for Echo. It was a fantastic series altogether for these two teams. They did check some boxes on the keys to victory, but it was Echo that held on and pulled through the series and game number 2.
Completely setting the bar. World champions, consistent, confident, moments of you can look up to once the days continue in MPL Philippines. Thank you so much, Bren, for that amazing analysis, because now we're looking for 2 matches today.
Yeah,
we're not yet done. We have
Enjoy.
2 more matches to look forward, but now it's been an honor serving you. My name is OSX. I'm with Midnight and Rocket. We'll be back after a short break.
Day in.
Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Day in, pay out.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Against ONIC Philippines for our next scheduled match. Sino ang makakakuha ng unang tagumpay sa kanilang kampanya ngayong Season 11? Let's find out. Casters, pasok!
Perseverance is key for continuous growth and creating path to success. These two teams are hungry and ready for that MPL title, but they're for their first matchup of their season. Who will get a head start? Will it be ONIC? Will it be Omega? We'll find out this afternoon. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Reptar, and yes, it's us, the true We Bear Bros. Good afternoon to you boys. How are you doing?
Francis, I'd hate to be the bearer of bad news, but these two teams suffered a first-round exit in the playoffs of our last season. Now, they have another chance at going for a first impression. I'm excited to see the new Smart Omega. I'm excited to see the new ONIC.
Yeah, honestly, I'm the type of person to believe that if you have a chip on your shoulder, when you're an esports athlete, you perform better. So I am looking forward to seeing these two teams and see the fruition of their preparation during the offseason.
Preparation and all of their wants for this season is up on the table. As we've mentioned, there's a lot of plays that we're looking after, and also we're looking forward to see, because the first impression really makes a difference even on this first day. We have waiting and we are looking for informations. Where's Jack New? He wasn't on the roster. Now there's so much shoes to fill, and Kekadut and Miko looks like it's Baloy and Chaknu's shoes that they need to actually prove that they're worth with that title.
Oh. You mentioned so many key players, and again, it's that same absence that makes me so interested in this matchup.
Yeah. And right now, both of these teams have a lot of things in store for us today. And don't forget to register your STEM and get free 3 gigabytes of data. Okay, so both two teams right now have storied roamers who took them to greater heights. But one thing is missing is that MPL Championship title. Yeah. The long overdue, especially with Omega.
Oh yeah, that's very true. And these two roamers here, Kekadut and Miko. We've seen more of Miko in Season 10. Kekadut, not that much, but he does have history here in MPL Philippines. But if I were them, I want to get the comparisons out of my head as soon as possible. Set your own legacy.
Shake it off. And how you make that? You make that today with that first impression. Look at the career timeline of Kekadut of ONIC Philippines. Season 7 Signal Ultra, and also we've witnessed everything back in Season 10, the end of an era, the new beginning of ONIC Philippines.
Between Miko and Kekadut, I'd like to think Kekadut has larger shoes to fill. Yeah, say what you will about Chaknu not being there, and basically 90% of the barangay saying, where's Chaknu, where's Chaknu? But it's a more internal struggle when you're Kekadut.
Yeah, and for Kekadut here, that's why I said he really just has to take it out of his head. The ONIC PH team trusted you with the role that they gave you for MPL Philippines Season 11. So that means you are someone who needs to believe in your own ability, and I'm pretty sure because of his storied past, he's ready.
Abilities, preparedness, two of these two teams have something in common, and it's something that they need to fill, especially on their roles. Miko and Kekadut right now. Sona has something to share with us with the first guest or the second guest of the match. Sona, what do you have for us right now?
Live na live dito mismo sa Shooting Gallery Studios. Kasama ko dito ngayon ang roamer ng Smart Omega. Walang iba kundi si Miko. Miko, kamusta?
Ayos lang po.
Ayos lang. And so far, again, this is going to be the matchup between Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines. But first things first. Miko, alam namin na nagkaroon ka na ng coaching experience before kasama ang inyong female team. But this time around, ikaw ang isa sa mga main man ng Smart Omega, isa sa mga main man ng barangay. So, paano ba nakatulong yung coaching experience mo sa paghahanda ninyo para sa Season 11?
Yung binibigay na draft ng coaches, di ba, yung coaches sa drafting lang. Kami po sa in-game, mas na-execute namin yung binibigay ng coaches sa amin. Mas mapapadali namin.
Yep, and speaking of coaching staff, di ba, Etomax is actually the newest member of your coaching staff ngayon. So, bilang coach ka rin before, nagkaroon ka ng experience before, how is Etomax actually doing as a coach and helping you guys?
Best coach. Sobrang galing. Sobrang laki po ng tinutulong niya sa team kasi siya po yung parang captain, best coach. Ganun po yung nangyari sa kanya.
And I'm sure a lot of the Omega fans, ang barangay, na-miss si Etomax na maglaro. But again, I'm sure na paghahandaan niya rin ang mga magiging strategies ng team. But last but not the least, nabanggit natin kanina si Etomax. This time, you're gonna be filling in for the shoes of one of the best roamers in the Philippines. Na ngayon, ay hindi muna nating makikita maglalaro. Si Chakno yun. And so far, this is a huge responsibility for you na kailangan mo talagang pagdaanan. Pero ano ang masasabi mo kay Chakno na sigurado kayo nanonood din and your message to the rest of the Omega fans?
Thank you kay Bunak dahil lumakas ako dahil sa kanya. Tapos, sa lahat ng si Chakno, hindi ko kayo bibiguin.
Hindi nila kayo bibiguin. One shot Omega. Miko, ladies and gentlemen, Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines about to happen. Casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sona. That is translation of experience. Miko from coach, now turn to player. Edomax from player turn to captain. Talking about the responsibilities, but I am not feeling any pressure at all.
In the absence of Naiso, I'd like to translate what he said directly to Chaknu. He said, for the fans of Bunak, I will not let you down. And Bunak is a term of endearment between the members of Omega, and that's what they call Chaknu. Wherever he is, we miss you, but I have all eyes on Miko right now.
Yeah, Miko really showed off in MPL Philippines Season 10 when he got the opportunity to play in the lineups of Smart Omega. He had key highlight plays, one as a Cho, one as a Ruby. If you don't know what I'm talking about, a quick search online and immediately that's going to show up. That's how iconic it was for Miko.
How iconic may we see this season, but I think these two players are ready. Let's call on ONIC and Smart Omega on stage.
Last season's rookie squad is back, making their Season 11 debut. To show their full potential and hit their stride, it's just a matter of time. Sonics, show some love for ONIC Philippines! With new and familiar faces on board, the Kings of Sea continue their long odyssey for the MPL Championship. This is their one shot to make a first impression this season. Barangay Magingay for Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Pakbet and Coach Bluffsy. Expect reinvention and creativity in this bout.
Talking about first impression, that's ONIC Philippines with new jerseys and matching watches. But the lineup right here is something new and something different. Kekadut is up for this one.
Oh my goodness, this lineup, no Chef Rapidude here, but I'm sure Kekadut is ready. But Super Friends, one of the rookie mid laners that really popped off last season. Ryota, now the longest tenured member of ONIC PH. Sensui and Nets, with their fair share of highlight plays in MPL Philippines Season 10, look to repeat and maybe even outplay their version of themselves from the past, looking to be so much better this season.
Yeah, if we're talking about time, we need to have properly creating a version of ourselves for you to be better and beating your own self. But now for Omega, you have Kelra, Ryzen Rangers, Tome, and Miko. If I were to recall that impression, they were leaving a space for Chak Mamba right on stage.
Yep, that's exactly what they did. And it baffles me that for the past, 5 to 10 minutes, we haven't even mentioned Stome.
Yeah.
Stome, previously of Bren Esports, is now a member of the Barangay.
Yeah,
Woo!
and he also has big shoes to fill. If Miko has to fill in the Chak Mamba shoes, Stome has to fill in the shoes of their captain turned coach, E2Max. But during the times we've seen Stome, this kid is someone to watch out for, and I'm sure going to Season 11, he knows the expectations on his shoulders.
Expectations, all of the impressions. Now let's throw it over to our analyst for our keys to victory for this match.
Infinix keys to victory para sa ONIC Unleash the Beast in Kekadut. Alam natin napaka-importante ngayon ng initiation at isa ang ONIC sa nag-produce ng napakadaming magagaling na roamers. So with this alone, very team fight centric at in terms of team fights, importante ang magiging role ni Kekadut dito sa ating laban. Binanggit kanina that for Kekadut, nagkaroon siya ng mga opportunities para ilabas ang kanyang lakas. But this time around, as being the main 5 or starting lineup para sa ONIC, this is a time para mas ilabas pa at mas itaas ang kanyang lakas at itatag ang kanyang pangalan sa larangan ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Para naman dito sa Smart Omega, play methodical and around Miko and Stome. Again, Miko and Stome, matunog na sa ating mga pangalan, but this time around, ang kanila magiging kakampi ay hindi na bago sa kanila, pero ngayon ay kasama nila sa team. So, it's more of them kung paano nila activate ang isa't isa and at the same time kung paano nila gagamitin ang kanilang natutunan sa ibang mga teams para maging effective at mas malakas ang Smart Omega dito sa ating laban. Now, para sa ating dalawang teams, we have to focus on Ryota and even Rensha's Peaks and even the Micros. Ang importante ngayon ng XP lane, malaking bagay ang kanilang magiging rotation. So malaking bagay din ang ating keys to victory dito sa ating laban. Again, hatid sa inyo na Infinix, ito ang ating kailangan gawin. Ibalik na muna natin.
Thank you so much, Chantel. Something tells me that these two teams had an identity and also preparedness that they wanted to translate. Methodical, unleash the beast. Something could happen here that they actually have an idea on what could happen onto the draft.
Something that really catches me is that last point there. Renzio versus Ryota. The showstopper versus the newly minted member of the national team competing in the SEA Games later on. So again, there's a lot that's going to happen from the XP lane. Watch out for that.
Oh, I love that you mentioned XP lane, Renmar.
Yeah, the XP lane mashups continuing the trend from MPL Philippines Season 10, the last half of tournaments from 2022 into M4 and the early tournaments of 2023. XP lane picks are the X factors of games. They could be potential game changers in the pictures of the draft and the pictures of the in-game execution.
Thank you for bringing that out, Ranmar. If I were to see what's happening on ONIC Philippines' mind right now, they're respecting the picks of Ryzen and also the 1-1. Well, we all know how Ryzen performs well with that Fanny, and you don't want to get their hands on there. This is a full respect for ONIC Philippines up against the Barangay. But again, we have the Roamer and the XP lane match, or possibly jungler picks that Super Fins or even Kekadut can get.
Yep, and you're seeing here on the stage Coach Etumax. I'm so excited and I'm so curious how that's going to change the dynamics of Omega, because I think Miko said it best, from being the best captain to being the best coach. He understands, he empathizes with his squad.
Yeah, and we've always known that about Etumax. He's someone who's always had a tremendous mind for the game. So making the transition into being a coach wasn't difficult at all for the former Kapitan of the Barangay. Kaduta was the last ban here for ONIC. Seems like it's a signal for them that they're going to be picking something along the lines of an Even or a Farsa later on, or a team that is heavy in dive. Speaking of dive, Smart Omega, with the glue open, they pick it up right away for Renjo. And for Renjo, is a player that a lot of pro players say he's not one of the top mechanical players, but my goodness, Renjo's in-game mentality, his brains for the game, and to translate that into in-game movements is world class. That's the strength that Renjo brings to the table when you play against him.
Not just that, his instincts. You can't buy that. You can't teach that. And this man has it in spades.
It's skill, and that's why he's called sometimes Renjo for a reason, to show it all out. But now Kekadut and probably this Fredrin and Eve, as you've mentioned, could be the priority pick, because if Omega seals the glue first, probably a secure way for their marksman to freely move.
Francis, you said the right word, secure. This is a very fundamental approach to the meta. You pick two of the best heroes in the roles that they're needed in. That's the Fredrin in the jungle, and then the Eve in mid. This is the work of Coach Bluffsy, an MPL champion himself, and a good friend of ours, Coach Lyric.
Of course.
Coach Lyric as well.
Finally, he reveals himself, even his face.
Yeah, for the longest time. Oh, man. Coach Lyric did not say hi to me before the ONIC PH announcement, just when we thought I could meet him for the first time. And then I find out he became the coach. I'm never going to forget that. Smart Omega, they pick up the Moskov. Of course, we know the strength of that pick. Up against an Eve early to mid game. Smart Omega might take it a little bit easier on the objective contentions. That's why they pick up something like a Hayabusa, an assassin hero that can just throw out one of the shadows, teleport to it, try to quickly retry away, and then leave the match. And now with a Hayabusa and a glue, of course, even a Moskov, how well it can get close if played right, they go ahead and pick up the Brody ONIC PH for a really safe marksman pick. So this lineup of ONIC is going to be front heavy, trying to make a lot of space for their Eve and their Brody. I'm going to look at Smart Omega's Roamer and mid picks here as going for more control, because if they get more control heroes, that means they have more chances of stopping the damage that an Eve can dish out. You can't interrupt and stop the Starfield real-world manipulation, but what you can do is stop the Eve from bringing down the damage momentarily.
Yeah, that gives an impact, especially on team fights. And now we're seeing the banning phase of the Lilia. Probably for the mindset of ONIC is they're trying to escape the fact that they could have a way to take out the resources of their ultimates, drain out their capability of bouncing back. And this ban, specific ban of Smart Omega Hilda, is something who's targeted by, what, ONIC Philippines?
Yeah, but also it's a fundamental answer again. You're rocking a Hayabusa. You don't want that Hilda living in your jungle, taking all your buffs.
Yeah, the nightmare.
It's a nightmare, that is.
Man, 2 days in the MPL, and I have learned so much about what OSX dreams about at night, or has nightmares about.
We know him so well now.
A lot of MLBB heroes scare you.
A lot, and that's what I do before I go to sleep. I play, and
that's why.
That's what happens. The last thing I remember is losing.
Is that why when you're awake you don't play anymore?
Yeah.
And you're stuck at Legend?
Yeah. Sometimes that's the problem. So that's why I call you guys when I'm on the lounge.
Sorry, I put on blast, bro.
All right, going back to the draft here, though. Farza and Lilia, they're just taking away the best mid lane options right now for Smart Omega. You take away the contention of the Artillery Mage. And of course, again, as I mentioned, since the ONIC lineup will want to be front heavy to buy space for their backliners, a Lilia can be devastating to lineups like that.
Yeah, and the Lapu ban of Smart Omega. The XP lane that you've mentioned earlier is their one that they're trying to have a problem, or could be a problem in mid-game.
Yep, the Lolita and the Ruby are still out there. Again, you're looking for solid frontliners. Roamers is still out there for both ONIC and Omega this time around. We haven't seen that show in a while.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Oh, I like this.
XP lane Therizla.
Yep, nowhere else. Not going anywhere else.
Yep. If
the
this
perfect
goes,
role, perfect lane.
If this goes anywhere else, I will be quite surprised. It is an amazing XP laner with how fast it can clear, and paired up with an even a Fredrin with great control abilities that empowers the Therizla actually to be able to land one of the most difficult ultimates to land with so many mobility heroes in the pro scene meta, the penalty zone.
Oh yeah, you need to have the perfect one shot.
Can I just say, this is genius. Both teams have not picked up a roamer yet, and neither can get an Atlas, and it's okay. But that opens up the Diggy for the other. And this is extra good for ONIC, because they have that last pickup. They can say, this is the Diggy. If you go Atlas, Miko, make my day.
That looks really good, and I feel like that's
amazing.
what Smart Omega's thinking about. Miko has shown a Diggy in the past, though, but it won't be. There's the Ruby. There is the Savior. So a good amount of control there. And the Diggy is the Natalia. So we're talking about filling in the shoes of the past members of your team. I'm waiting for the shuffle around of the roles. Channeling his inner Baloyski, Kekadut will be playing the Rome Natalia. That is, in the history of MPL-PH, a championship-winning Rome Natalia in the hands of Baloyski.
Not just in the Philippines, even in the world stage. People respected Baloyski using this hero. Now it's passed on to ONIC Philippines, Kekadut.
Homie got a win last night against ONIC Indo. He got a one game over them last night. So yeah, good luck, Baloyski over there, Ging Slate.
Yeah, that's one thing. Now on our predictions, it's only me and Leo who voted for our predictions by Smart, and that's ONIC. The rest is Smart Omega for this first match.
Yeah, Smart Omega. Let's see how well Miko and Stome can play with the longer tenured veterans of Smart OMG. But we have seen in the past, Miko, I feel like won't have a problem meshing with his team. It's Stome right now that I'm looking at here with a Savior pick as, other than the XP laners, another potential X Factor here for Omega.
X Factor, this is the first impression that we're about to see. This is ONIC and Smart Omega, two teams hungry for an MPL title. Who will get a good head start for the first regular season that they can experience?
This is a vertical start for both of our junglers, and Sui on the purple, and Ryzen going for the orange, and they'll both be making a beeline towards the Litho Wanderer. But I'm seeing a clear advantage for Sensui. I mean, a Fredrin is so hard to beat early to mid.
Yeah, I feel that. And also, the presence of this Natalia against Smart Omega's lineup could get really scary, especially if you don't have vision.
Yeah, when you think about it, Ryota, though, in a difficult position up top against Renjo.
Oh, 1v1, the glue! Is that a clear advantage? Let's see, forcing out a flicker from Ryota.
That's going to be great for the first turtle fight of the game. No flicker to worry about coming in from the XP laner of ONIC if you're Omega.
There you have it. Early game advantage onto ONIC, but we're feeling some resources depleting in the side of ONIC as well. So in terms of rotation, ONIC had a better coverage, but now on you guys watching on the screen, scan the code to redeem your prize while watching us right now on the English stream. Going back to the game, this is one way to pull out for Omega if they can have an advantage against this Natalia.
Oh, setting up for Sensui, catches Renzio, uses that Retribution to slow him down, pushing him back underneath that tier 1 up top.
That's going to be enough time, though, for the Retribution to come back when that turtle spawns. Doesn't look like Omega will want to contest that because they're going to be looking at the bottom lane onto Kelra.
Down bottom, Kelra gets a few beads on Nets, and they go ahead. No ult yet on this Brody. Kekadut gonna go down. Ryzen draws first blood. Kelra couldn't finish the job onto Nets, but a win nonetheless for Omega.
Great start there for Omega and Ryzen. Great call. They're going to be trading this turtle unless Omega can actually buy enough time, but no, Ryzen's still staying there. But the reset has been forced by Renjo and Miko. It looks like the Hayabusa of Omega will have enough time to get there and contest it.
Yeah, but see, it seems like Smart Omega right now is complete borderline on his first objective. Who might get it first?
Ryota very low. The turtle at a third of its health. The grab on to Ryota, but it's no dice. Still going over to ONIC, and now Renzo very low. ONIC gets their first kill as well, so the Hedgehogs are back on the board.
Yeah, it really feels like Omega overstayed their welcome there. They knew Ryzen wouldn't be fully contesting it. They just wanted to buy enough time, but then by the time it was already down 40% health, they could have backed. But you saw there, Stome actually threw out that Dawning Light. So it seemed like Omega had the idea of potentially using the Dawning Light as the steal tool for the turtle, but it just didn't work out for them.
Oh, wait.
Look at the damage.
Check it out. Yeah, again, we were saying nowhere on the map is safe for either team. Again, with the way that Omega and ONIC have been playing for the past 3 minutes, trades aren't as simple as they are in other matchups. This is amazing.
Yeah, and as we continue to decipher what's happening for Smart Omega, it's an invisible threat that they can actually look forward to. Where the hell will Kekadut will come from, or where will Super Prince or even Sensui come to an advantage they could actually aid a lane?
Interesting item pick up here for Renjo on the glue, already building that Dreadnought armor, so he'll be able to reduce the physical damage of ONIC just a little bit when they fight him.
Speaking of fighting, Omega is not going to risk early game advantage that they know, that they feel ONIC has control over macro play. But one thing that they know is they could either seal one peel or one pickoff, but at a cost.
Yeah, this is an interesting positioning here by Ryota, now roaming out of the XP lane, knowing how fast he can clear it over Renjo. So now his map presence is way above that Renjo has right now because he's a glue.
ONIC is deep. Real world manipulation set in by Super Prince, pushing back the Barangay deep behind Tier 2 as Ryzen secures his orange buff, and Nets and Sensui just barreling away at that bottom lane, Tier 1.
Okay, that's the push advantage. Brody almost half HP on the first tier turret. ONIC seems that they want to have a push. Surely they're eating so much time for the items for them to get a go in this turtle, or the second turtle of this game.
Yeah, I can't think right now if this is going to be a big fight, a big contest, or Omega are going to be playing it safe and just doing what the Hayabusa type steal that we know, just throw in a shadow, teleport to it, and then retribution it away, because this ONIC lineup, the game is way too close for Omega to fight them well.
Beautiful pull though by Renzo, the showstopper, setting it up for Ryzen, and they're going to go in. Sensui still takes it. Extra shields for ONIC, and they don't want to force the issue. Ryzen uses that shadow, just playing with fire, and now down bottom, Kelra survives, but just barely. Dawning Light to make sure no further damage is done to Omega. Clear push down bottom by Kekadot.
We talk about slow and methodical. It's actually ONIC playing that game right now around their roamer and mid duo. But really, it is Kekadut, and the vision that he's providing that is great for ONIC. The Filipino Savage Killer on your screen right now holds the most savage in MPL history, tied with 2.
Man, Kello came a long way in achieving that title.
As much as I love myself some Dwayne Grant Pilas, I don't think the Savage is going to be showing himself in this game very soon. Like, wait, did he? No, he didn't. All right. Never mind. He's done that before. He's stolen a purple buff with the old.
Yeah.
But, as I was saying, with the way the game looks like now, 5 minutes in, it's a while until that Moskov on Kelra is going to be online. It's going to be a while till he starts hurting.
Yeah, it's the late game that Omega would actually answer against ONIC. Now they have early game advantage from early to mid. They can actually have a pull or a push, but onto the turret!
Lethal intent. They go in deep, but the punish by Ryzen, not to be trifled with. Sensui couldn't do much. He was so focused on sealing away the orange, so I'd say that was worth it. Now Renzo stopping any further advantage from ONIC. Now Renzo very low. Ooh, those glulings saving it, but just barely. Just barely.
Just an inch. Just an inch of health left
Can't
there.
stop the showstopper.
No. Just how you calculate and sustain that damage. He knows he needs to get away for that circumferential attack of the ultimate of the Brody.
That's a Dreadnought armor doing work.
Yeah, that I'm pretty sure Renjo's super glad now that he built that early on. And we have to talk about Super Prince at this moment because Eve, Farsa, those high poke damage mages were his bread and butter in MPL Philippines Season 10. Now in his first game in Season 11, this Eve so far, not a lot of kills in this game, but you're seeing how Omega are respecting the positioning against that Eve. It's just in that moment, Stone was caught out just 3 boxes in the star field of the Eve, and that was more than enough time for Super Friends to finish the job.
I think that really would be scary onto the mid game, because if AoE is concerned, there's Punish, ultimate from Ryota, we have ultimate from Nets. This could tell Omega that you need to tighten up your defenses, especially Renjo could have a good pickup on isolating the damage dealers of ONIC, who's now on a almost 2k goal advantage.
And that's what makes this game all the more something to watch out for, even as we hit the 12, 15-minute mark, 16-minute mark. We can expect Kelra and Stone to be online as well. That Savior and that Moskov. So again, global presence from Omega. That's what they're lacking now. But when the cooldowns do go down, then yeah. Quick take though by ONIC. They've been owning these major objectives so far. 7 minutes in.
Yep, taking it without a problem as expected. So far, Ryzen, he does have the 2 kills, but ONIC are playing well enough that they are somewhat minimizing the potential effect of a Hayabusa early on.
Yeah, that would be really scary if they unleash that. As keys to victory is concerned, it's all about the first impression, but now they're switching up lanes. Terizla is now down bottom. Ryota is looking for a push up against the second turret of Omega.
Yeah, there was a slight moment there. Oh, wait, hold that thought, though, Renjo. But with Ryzen nearby, it seems like ONIC, they should be safe. There was a small moment where it was actually Ryota in the lead in terms of map presence. But there was one thing that Renjo did, which was cut 1 minion wave, which balanced it a little bit. So it's a bit surprising as to how Ryota was able to come back from that small deficit, actually. So great play by Ryota to balance it out.
Oh, feathered airstrike used early, and now Super Friends with the tippy tip of the RWM takes down the showstopper. Second death on the glue here. 9 minutes in. Now even the purple is in trouble. Make that Miko going down first. But Ryzen does get his buff. Let's see if they can capitalize. There goes the Oogie shadow kill. They're trading damage around. No one's going to go down from ONIC, but Omega will stop the carnage. They are going to lose a turret up top, though. Still not a good look. 3K head, ONIC PH.
Yeah, slow and methodical around Miko and Stone was the key to victory for Omega. At some point, they're going to have to up the pace, but we've seen Omega try it. It's just that ONIC have gotten into position just in time before Omega.
Yeah, positioning, global presence, it needs to be online. Could be the Barangay or Omega are looking for or buying in some space right now for Renzi or even Ryzen, because he can't even steal something from ONIC, knowing that Kekadut's press could be all over the map.
And that's what's interesting about the way Kekadut has been playing. About 10 minutes in, right? Just rough estimate. He spent maybe a total of 1 minute in the opponent's jungle. He really isn't as invasive as a Natalia could be. He's more of a, border control. Like, he's making sure that Omega don't cross the border, don't cross the threshold of this river. As now the Lord, very low. ONIC making quick work of it. No contest at all. One Hail Mary, though. Omega was hoping. Stone misses the dawning light.
Oh, if that landed, would have been one of the best plays of the earlier part of our season, but it just didn't. So Omega traded it out with a tower. The most that they could get in this situation. Now Omega will be playing defensive. The middle tower is what Omega will look to hold, but ONIC are dead set into taking that down right away.
Yeah, they're hungry for this first tier turret of Omega. They want to open the jungle camp right now, but they're still holding it through. As border protection goes, we're not seeing any Ryzen engagement onto the side of or even the backlines of ONIC.
Is it just me or deja vu? Yesterday we had a Hayabusa with the same problem. He was doing okay, was farming all right, but just couldn't get the kills.
Yeah, that's the problem for a lot of Hayabusa plays. When a team knows how to go up against it, it will have a hard time being a presence in the mid-game when teams start jumbling up together, rotating in the map together. Almost a 2,000 gold lead, though, over the marksman of ONIC.
Oh, he tried to juke him through. Maximum range, quad shadow, and Uki shadow kill to try and survive, but in the middle of 5 members of ONIC, not in my house, says Super Friends, and that's a kill onto Ryzen.
We were just talking about it. We were just talking about it.
Man, maximum range, minimum wage. Not being able to find the bank there for the Hayabusa.
Now this calls for a push for ONIC Philippines being trapped in the Mystic Field. That's a flicker being used by Nets. But that's the problem now. Defenses, Miko needs to get in the front line. Renjo and Miko could be the key here for ONIC strong damage.
Yeah, but the fact that the lead is at this point right now for ONIC, we saw Miko just built a Radiant Armor to temper the damage coming out of the Eve, but most of the damage coming on the side of ONIC is actually physical. Maybe that's why Renjo built that Dreadnought Armor early on. Maybe it's an anti-cuirass already at this point because they knew they might end up in this situation. So they have the defensive items to buy just a little bit of time, but it's still a very small window for Omega to turn things around in team fights because ONIC are playing such a tight formation. Again, respecting what the Hayabusa of Ryzen can do.
Yeah. Coordination, information is all in check for ONIC Philippines right now. They could actually push, they could actually make things or appeal someone out from Omega, but looking onto these items, it's always now onto the marksman has the highest goal, completing almost 5 items present.
Dear Lord, about 2K ahead.
That hurts.
Nets is 2K ahead of Kelra. So I was just about to say, right, even if Omega is down here, you can say that Kelra can buy it back for them, but when and how?
Yeah, it's also interesting how Super Friends built this Eve. Instead of opting for damage, he went for the Warrior Boots and then also at the same time built a Brute Force Breastplate. That's why the damage of the Hayabusa and the other physical damage dealers of Omega is being minimized and why it feels like it's so dang hard to take this Eve down.
Yeah, it's damage deflection that ONIC is holding. Now they really want to let Omega be and take the bait while they're taking this first Lord.
No, it's a second Lord, Francis.
Second Lord, rather.
And it's luminous. So wherever it goes, it's going to break into a turret. So I'm seeing possibly, if ONIC does this well, one inhibitor. One inhibitor is going to go. And Omega, they really need to ramp it up. I'm not sure where and whoa! I was just about to say, what was Ryzen doing there?
Another one bites the dust.
Another one being too deep for Omega. If that was for Vision, that wasn't worth it.
Yeah, not worth it at all. Although it looks like Ryzen will be able to return in time, but you just gave ONIC a little bit more gold. Not the fault of Ryzen, it just seems like it was more horrible timing. That the universe said, okay, let's put some ONIC members here as well at the same time as Ryzen.
Now it looks like ONIC wants to give it a push against Smart Omega, who could actually make a pull or could make a setup. I'm looking for something here, either Miko and Renjo, but how can he even get across Ryota or even Nets?
Oh, look at Ryota.
Oh, real world manipulation set in by Super Friends, and a pull by Miko, but Ryota gets out of there. A split already set in by Renzo. Gets a grab on the Prince, donning light. Nets gets a push in. That's 2 inhibitors broken down. Renzo being brought to La La Land. Good night, showstopper. Sensui gets the kill. Now it's a 4v5. Oh, they're not done. Oh, Kelra! Ryota taken down. Kelra very low. Kekidot gets a kill. It in. Miko falls, and it was all that. Omega down to 2 members. Real world manipulation. Storm trapped in the bottom into the end of the RWM, and that's it. ONIC takes game 1.
That's first impression against Barangay Omega. The ONIC Philippines says hi, completely securing that first game.
The Omega lineup was taking a time bomb. But here ONIC, and you say, what time is it? It's not going to be Omega timers. It's going to be our time, and we take game number 1. Great respect by ONIC to end the game before Omega can really pop off with a Savior and with a Moskov.
Unless you took it all the way to maybe 2022.
Exactly.
That's maybe where it might matter. But since the early game, ONIC was time was on ONIC's side. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, and we felt something that how that counter pull and the Mystic Field connects on the last moments of that game.
Yeah.
We felt Kelra, they needed so much time to make that damage work. How do you get across the board or even the defense of ONIC if that's how strong they were, not letting them through nets?
Yeah, and again, the play of the Natalia, as we mentioned, it was more like border patrol there. It was one of the more defensive Natalia games that I've seen, but it worked so well for ONIC.
Yeah.
Because he ended up just acting like a sweeper and a stopper for what Omega wanted to do in the situations where it looked like Omega would be able to find a counterplay. The Natalia would just show up. Once you saw that exclamation point on your head, you're like, ooh, let's take it easy. And then suddenly the damage came in from Kekadut.
That Natalia, picked up last by ONIC. Again, they were both setting up for the Atlas Diggy situation, or they did this. Again, they pulled this out of nowhere, and you mentioned Sweeper, you mentioned Damager, but also Split Pusher. Amazing!
Yeah,
So many things he did.
A complete checklist, but now Redmar, paint us a picture of what happened in game number 1 with ONIC Philippines.
Well, a lot of things went right here for ONIC. Knowing that the Omega lineup, again, if they're not careful, can either scale quickly because they have a Hayabusa, or at some point in the late game, if it gets extended and Omega gets to defend well, then ONIC will be in a lot of trouble. We started to see that near the end of the game. One crucial pull by Miko and 2 crucial catches with the Mystic Field coming in from what I mentioned earlier as the potential X-Factor Stone on the Savior. Omega was able to get a couple of kills there. We even saw Kelro finally get a kill. But ONIC were just ready to respond. Fantastic itemization is where I want to begin with here. The fact that Super Prince built more defensive. This is an Eve with a Guardian's helmet. Something we rarely see. Knowing that ONIC already had the damage they needed in terms of physical. And since Omega, the deficit was so high that even though they built defensive items, ONIC's damage output was still a problem for them. Super Friend said, I know I'm going to be a target, and I know how important I am to our lineup, so I'm going to build a Brute Force Breastplate and a Guardian Helmet. Great itemization there by ONIC. It's something you don't see every day, but in this situation, it was the perfect call for Super Friends. ONIC got the first 2 turtles of the game. The Natalia presence tempered the Omega aggro that they wanted to do with a Hayabusa, because, again, when you play with a Hayabusa, and even though your lineup is more mid to late game, if the Hayabusa gets to snowball and has a great early game, that speeds up the progress of your mid laner and your marksman catching up with the gold. But Sensui and Super Friends were a deadly crowd control duo throughout this game. It seemed like they played with one mind. If Kekadut was providing a lot of information, a lot of vision for the members of ONIC PH, stopping what Omega wanted to do at exactly the right time, Super Friends and Sensui were roaming together and catching targets off guard together. The MVP of the game, though, will end up being the Brody Nets, being able to stay alive at the right time. They knew that in the ONIC PH lineup, Nets' scaling would be important as well, so he played an incredibly safe game. Stayed alive as much as possible, held on, trusting his teammates in Super Friends and Sui, and of course Kekadut with taking control of the game, that by the time it was Brody's time to shine, Nets was near untouchable because of great positioning as well. That's why he's the MVP of the game. Your team already set things up for you perfectly. Your job now as a gold laner is to just get the job done. Stay alive, deal the damage, a la Super Marco of Bren Esports. Something that he did incredibly well in MPL Philippines Season 10, and why he was touted as the team of the season marksman last season. Nets this time around, looks like he's going to be gunning for that title early on with a great fundamental play. But as we look back to the highlights, though, it wasn't all gloom and doom for Omega early on. They were trading it incredibly well, but the fact that they could barely contest the turtles was one of their biggest problems. The fact that ONIC PH started to roam together as 5 early on with a great rotation from Ryota before 4 minutes with fast clears. Suddenly, Omega found themselves on the back foot, wherein one little moment, one little adjustment meant that the members of ONIC can just freely go into the jungle of Omega without that much of a problem, without that much contention. Near the end, though, we saw there, again, the deadly combo with the Mystic Field, the damage coming in from the Hayabusa and the Moskov as well, could have been deadly. But at that point, we saw it a little bit too late, and it was ONIC's time to end the game and win game number 1. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more that we can talk about here. Gentlemen, Leo, OSX, what else did you see in this game here that maybe I failed to mention?
Yeah, ONIC, clearly it was their game. It's safety net, back at it again. For how they wanted the Brody to be safe most of the time, but for Omega, they were lagging that action. You were lagging something that we could initiate. And
yes,
Miko was totally trapped that if I risk my life right now, they won't have an insurance later on.
It seemed like timing was one key thing that ONIC just had in spades. The one thing that Omega had was that XP lane. They were winning the XP lane. It was clear that Ryota wasn't having walk in the park against Renzio's glue. But that aside, there was no way for Omega to actually leverage that advantage. Yeah. And the fact that, again, you mentioned Miko, you mentioned his Ruby, that had zero interaction with the Natalia. And that's what made the game of our MVP, Nets, all the more simpler. It's easier because Kekedot can point out where trouble could be. And it's a I know where you are. I know you know, but what am I? You know, it's like, all right, so you're nowhere. Nets just do you. Was he deathless? I'm pretty sure he was deathless.
Yeah, see, it really felt like one of those games where the marksman was just untouchable.
That's how it was.
Correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, Kelra was also deathless up until the very last moment.
Yeah.
So in that situation, if no gold laners are dying, your XP laner's doing okay, and mid is winning, then you win, and that's what happened to ONIC.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the draft here because remember, Omega took away the Hilda. They didn't want that invading presence to give the Hayabusa a difficult time.
Yeah.
It's just that somehow they ended up giving up the Natalia. They took the Ruby for themselves, but if you're Omega, you'd want to take that away. Because, man, the Ruby pickup with an Eve with a lineup that ONIC showed up here would have been deadly. It's just that they ended up giving a bigger evil in that Natalia. They took away the Hilda, but they let go of the Natalia that ended up going onto the hands of ONIC.
And that's just ONIC completely dictating the pace up against Smart Omega. Now onto our screen, live in Shooting Gallery Makati B, the next game face with the power of Smart. So we have our first winner. Those are the smiles. So once it's in your face or in front of the camera, put a game face on and get that redeemable code brought to you by Smart.
Hashtag powered by Smart.
That's how you do it. Just smile, just how we did yesterday. Just put it on the screen. Once point to you, you get your treat, you win.
So that was our winner, the young lady with the big smile.
Yeah, right there in the front row.
Yep.
And they were showing up their signs early on already.
Yeah.
Like, these fans are ruthless. They want those prizes.
Yep. Make sure you use the hashtag.
Even me. Yeah.
You want it?
Yeah.
All right. Make sure you use the hashtag. All right. If you show anything but the indicated hashtag, you don't win. So that's the rule. Just follow the rules.
Yeah. I feel like we have to get another sample again of the game-winning smile that could potentially
one
get
more
caught by
time?
the camera.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
It just comes out.
There.
That smile, and you get the hashtag right on your hand. Yeah, you win.
I'm giving the prizes out. Like, I don't want to take it for me, but if I had the hashtag out, best believe. Yeah.
That's how you do it, folks. That's how you do it. And how we go back to that game. In what part did Smart Omega lack for? Do they lack something really get to tagging? Because the problem was heading into mid to late game, and the problem is also they didn't have major objectives on their hands.
Yeah. Right. Can I say it's not the lack of peel. It's not even the lack of initiation. It's more their box isn't as stable as what ONIC was bringing. ONIC had the strongest box of them all that was secured by the first two picks, the Fredrin and the Eve. You have those two, most fights will be up to you. And from there, I don't think Omega adjusted the right way. I don't think they thought about how we can dictate our own box. They just committed to the whole, let's just deal damage from here.
Yeah, again, I want to go back to that second turtle of the game that was a big question mark to me as to why Omega contested it so aggressively. Or I believe it was the first turtle of the game because, again, in that scenario, the Hayabusa Ryzen was still in the bottom lane clearing out his orange buff. But then suddenly Omega said, okay, let's put in two members here. Let's make Renjo try to contest it. But then that ended up giving a kill and furthering the lead of ONIC early on. And yes, again, I know they were attempting to steal it with the ultimate of the Savior, but that's such a risky play to try and pull off.
Yeah, they were lacking the items. They were lacking, not lacking the peel, as you've mentioned.
No.
It was just time that they needed, and heading into game number 2, they could actually fix this in this drafting phase.
Not to say I could do a better job than our beloved coaches. It's just hindsight is 2020, right? Like you're able to see things as they happen and from a bigger scale. So maybe they could use what they learned here. It's like, all right, we can't play around ONIC this way. We can't commit like this, and we have to cover our bases. That's what I'm guessing Omega can do to take us to game 3.
Yeah. They're going to have to watch out for the Natalia. And again, that Ruby pickup was great because I feel like Omega sort of expected that the Natalia was coming. because you also saw how the Natalia of Kekadut was playing in that last game. Very cautious, because he knew if he gets caught with one little don't run Wolf King spin by that Ruby, he's probably going to go down really quickly. So that's why he ended up becoming the sweeper type of role for ONIC. So Omega, they knew what was coming, they knew what was expected, but ONIC just in the game at the end of the day played it so much better, stopping Omega from doing what they needed to do.
Well, they changed the route this time around for Smart Omega, but onto the first pick, it's ONIC that they can use up against the marksman picks of Kelra. But on the first game, they didn't have a problem at all, but on this first band, it's Vanny and the Faramis, probably towards leaning the jungler and possibly a tank pick. So it's still a safety part for ONIC.
Yeah, still a respect pick there, actually. I'm actually quite surprised that we're still seeing Fanny bans. I mean, I understand that the hands of pro players much stronger because the adjustments to her and how you can interrupt movement, I really felt like would warrant Fanny be opened a little bit more. But maybe it's just how much ONIC PH respects Ryzen on that Fanny.
It's more of the macro. It's not for me. It's less the micro. Yes, she was nerfed, but it's more of what this team and what these players can do with that hero, with that kind of kit. That is less scaling reliant than a Ling, but just as mobile.
Yeah, maybe that's why ONIC PH, we saw them, they prioritize picks such as like the even Fredrin. Seems like ONIC for this series want to keep things simple. Let's just win the objective fights. Let's win the turtles. Which of course when you show up a lineup like that doesn't have a lot of side lane mobility as much and you want to focus on the objective team fights, that leaves you open for split pushes.
Well, they're trying to solve the problems one by one. The Eve is being banned out by ONIC. It's the mid lane that could be a problem on this game number 2. So will Smart Omega ban out, or will they let Carry open? They're not letting Blue open, although they didn't have, well, a strong time up in the XP lane, but they're trying to even the odds.
So many open here though. Carry, Fredrin, and Kaja still available.
Edith, Paquito.
Edith, even first pick Paquito, but I'd want Paquito to come in later into the game because of how surprising it can be and how it can change the picture of a draft. It's more of those picks that make you go, oh, whoa, we have to adjust. So they play it safely, they pick up a Fredrin instead. Again, it showed up really well in game number 1. Don't change what's not broken.
Almost single-handedly because of how our world champions Echo used Fredrin. This hero is, again, the best in its role. He is the definition of an anchor in the jungle. Like, no one can touch you if you play the Fredrin right. You rotate into the right places in the right time. And, again, that's what ONIC is doing here.
Yeah. Tarzan, call him as you may. But being the king of the jungle, it's just Fredrin. The perfect ingredient, how Coach Lyric is smiling. And looks like Smart Omega is going back with one of the signature picks of the Mamba, the Grok, and the Valentina.
And I like this pickup because now it makes ONIC PH think twice about picking up the Farsa. So right now, Smart Omega, when you have a high utility hero such as Valentina and then have the Grok as well, I'm sorry, that is an incredibly heartwarming and wholesome picture. That's such a cute child.
Start young. She's adorable.
She's adorable. Smart Omega, they're going to be, again, anchoring their game around Kelra and giving space for him to really shine in this game.
Oh, yeah. Well, the marksman in this matchup really pays a lot if they get their hands on their comfort heroes. Who will it be? I hear a Claude. It's one of the signature picks of Nets.
And it looks like ONIC Philippines will cry you a river. They don't care, all right? Valentina, we're going to play our game. They're still going to pick up the Farsa.
Yeah, in chess terms, this is called rejecting the gambit. So ONIC PH said, okay, you see you're trying to take the Farsa away from us or stop us. We're just going to pick it up and then pair it with a hero that could have been a problem. Because actually in the back of my head, I was thinking Omega could pick up a Claude as well, just to hammer in the point even more. Don't pick an artillery mage or a slow mage that wants to really stay in the back line, can't get into the thick of things. So ONIC said, nah, we're going to see how well we can do with this. So they're going to want to pair it up with a high crowd control roamer. Smart Omega, they take the Hayabusa, and they would want to take away those high control roamers here that can pair really well with a Fredrin and with a Farsa.
With this pick, Ryzen picks up the Hayabusa again, and with Miko has his hands on Grok. Will this solve the backline problem early on? That even there's no way of crossing the borderline, as you call it, in the side of ONIC Philippines.
And now going into the second phase, we see Miko very vocal with his coaches Pakbet and Etomax. All the while, just clear night and day. Here at ONIC, Coach Blasi and Coach Lyric's like, yeah, all right, that's the next pick. Yeah. That's the next man.
Following steps. 1, 2, 3. And that specific ban on the Natalia, it's not as aggressive as Game 1, how the Natalia is expected to perform. It's just the presence of the Natalia around the map that bothers your head.
Speaking of presence, though, in this game, I want to see Smart Omega try to consider flexing that Grok into the XP lane and then pick up something like a Matilda, actually. Just someone that can really bother this Farsa even more. You pick up the Matilda, you up the tempo, you provide a little bit of sustainability to your team with the shields, but then at the same time, just one easy login with the Kaka, that circling eagle of the Matilda, onto that Farsa. That Farsa would want to get out of the team fight immediately.
Yeah. An answer for problems. If Smart Omega goes to that route on their possibly last ban, it's a lapu-lapu. The XP lane is still being secured by the Barangay up against ONIC. Now this opens up one more factor. The Terizla or even the Esmeralda could be open or could be picked.
Esmeralda might be a little bit too early to show that if they go ahead pick that up now. Maybe it's more of like a last pick type at this point.
Yeah,
Edith, though, is still open.
The Esmeralda answers the lapu-lapu these days, and with the lapu out, I don't think Esmeralda's going to be dancing her way in the game too. But again, I am with you fellas, saying that we might not even be seeing XP laners just yet. Or there might be one already for Omega. So I'd like to see that Grok. I'd like to see it in the hands of Renzio.
Yeah, it's a nice swerve and something that'll really catch ONIC PH off guard. Brody is the ban for ONIC. So again, this is going to be a poke plus dive comp here by ONIC PH. What are the marksmen available for the Filipino Savage? I would want to see them pick up a little bit more wave clear. Yes, it might be difficult to play the Beatrix with the Farsa around, but we have seen Harith gold lane show up again. Lunox in the gold lane may be something that Kelra already has history playing. If they're not going to be going down the physical route, they can most definitely play a mage gold laner. Oh!
We forgot about that.
She was still open.
Yeah, Carry.
I'm not used to Carry being open for this long.
In the second banning, in the second phase, yeah.
Still there.
I was thinking about saying and answering to you about Irithel, but no, I forgot about Carry.
Yep, and once known just for shredding tanks, now Carry just shreds everybody.
Yep.
That's how strong she is.
No escape.
We were so surprised that she's been open here. The answer, though, from ONIC PH, going to be... All right, in this case, I don't know who goes into the XP lane.
Yeah, that's very...
I'd say
it's a great swerve.
I'd say it's still the Fredrin in the jungle.
Yeah, and it's good, though, because whatever Smart Omega picks in the XP lane, they can just swap it out. Whoever will be a better matchup for the XP laner of Omega, it'll either just be the Fredrin or it'll either just be the Martis. They can just choose between which one they'll pick.
Yeah, they're keeping their cards hidden still against Smart Omega. This opens up the last option to counter this confusion. Who would it be?
Yeah, I mentioned a potential Matilda earlier, but maybe not now because that's such a high sustain lineup, a very chunky lineup by Onyx. Smart Omega would want to match that with another tanky presence.
It's Jawhead.
Okay, how about
interesting?
We just throw back. Just put the Jawhead in the roam and then give Renzio the Grok. That looks to be the case.
Okay. So the approach right now for Omega is, wow, they really have their bases covered in terms of if they want to play aggressive, they have the damage of their core roam 3 of the Valentina, Hayabusa, and the Jawhead together if things go well. And then that empowers Kelra. It looks a little bit more well-rounded right now for Omega this time around. And this could work out if ONIC aren't careful. If they're not careful, Omega could potentially snowball like crazy. Oh, Omega, great drafting.
Yeah, this could actually work for game number 2 up against the lineup of ONIC that they're not sure who's going to go for this role in this lane, secure everything up.
What I like about Omega's draft, especially as they closed it up with the Jawhead, is most fights they pick, they choose when and how it happens.
Yeah.
So this is lethal. I'm looking forward to a snowball.
See if they get it.
Let's see who's going to take game number 2. Will it be ONIC? Will Omega bouncing back? But Keller gets his hands on the carry. Let's not get it scary.
Look at that speed. Both teams understand that they need to go fast. So given the vertical jungling, starting purple and orange respectively, they both get their own amount of leashing.
Yeah, Miko going to be sticking a little bit more closer to Ryzen, trying to really up his speed with clearing, knowing that Sansui has a bit of an edge over that Hayabusa. Kekadu providing a lot of information right now, though, for ONIC, so it should help temper Omega's ability to play aggressively here.
Yeah. Oh, it's a jungle Martis. All right, so it's Ryota just holding it down, hunkering up top lane.
Yup, XP lane Fredrin. We were expecting, for me personally, I would really think it would work more for a jungler, but up against a Grok, yeah, still had a chance.
I prefer that. I think they ended up shifting things around, especially with the presence of a Jawhead. They'd want the control immunity that the Martis has for himself, so he can better secure the objectives.
Yeah, glad that you pointed that out, because they need to also secure the part that early game advantage is in the hands of Omega. Without the presence of Natalia, they can either be aggressive.
Yep. That seems to be their plan here as they post up Ryzen and Miko here in the jungle, approaching the jungle. For ONIC, they know that the purple is going to be timing out soon, but we'll see Turtle first in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, the members of ONIC have to be careful. 2 members of Omega have high and dry on them. One on Hayabusa and one on the Grok. They're going to want to clump up a little bit more here and make sure no one is caught with their pants down individually.
Yeah, first Turtle is up for the game. No setups or whatsoever yet for ONIC. Meanwhile, for Omega,
oh, check it out. It's a 3v2. Now a 4v4. And there's an ejector on to Ryota. He goes down, first blood draw, and Ryzen secures a turtle. That's a clear win for the Barangay.
Opening up the second game, clearly an advantage is now, and ONIC respects the fact that they're lacking that counter punish yet. But so far, it's in the first major objectives, they need to see if it's worth it or not.
Yeah, quite ironic that we mentioned that a Fredrin in the jungle might have a difficult time with the Jawhead and getting caught out. Who got caught out and gave Omega their first blood? Well, it was the Fredrin.
And this is what we were saying, right? Like when Omega says, I want that target, or I want to commit this engagement, they will. So gank till you drop. I'm wondering when it's going to swing, though. Where's ONIC looking for that? Might be here. There's an I'm Offended on the Storm. The ult by Super Friends. Storm dashes out.
Talking about swings and unexpected flashes, ONIC is looking opportunities to delay the up-facing momentum of Omega while visiting camps and even onto the bottom lane. Is Keller the target right now? There's 3 members of ONIC.
Yeah. Oh, it's Miko pushing away 3 members of ONIC. Here comes Storm and Renzio. There's a pull-in and a dash. Here comes Super Prince. No ult though, but it's enough for Singsui to decimate Miko. ONIC on the board now with 1 kill.
Miko said, I want to throw someone. ONIC said, no, you're not. Just all the crowd control abilities changed one after the other. The moment Miko flickered in and tried to press that skill 2 again, he just couldn't get the toss off. Great response there by ONIC to counter.
With the CC, the great amount of CC present in the side of ONIC, they can take down Omega's presence early game in any moment. But the mindset right now is for the push and give an advantage for Nets to build those items.
Dear Lord, 4-man rotation from both teams, but it's ONIC who spent an ult and maybe a few seconds chipping away at that gold shield down bottom, giving them a small lead, about 150.
Let's revisit again skill interactions between Ruby and the Jawhead. Miko knows he's going to go into this with a little bit of a disadvantage because Ruby is one of the heroes that can make Jawhead's life difficult.
Oh, and there's the pull. Kekedot very low. Another one! I'm Offended! And the answer by Ryzen. A shadow kill taking down ONIC's tank. And they are a man down. It's a 4v5 here in the second turtle of the game. Gold laners separated from the engagement. An amazing pull by Omega.
Dangerous positioning just committed right there. Openings right now for Omega.
Oh,
is
that's
ONIC Philippines risking this?
They're not going to try to contest. Ryzen secures it. Shields abound. ONIC knows not to pick this fight.
Great play there by Omega, and that's one of the X factors that we're going to watch out for here. Again, Stone this time on a Valentina. 2 ultimates she can go for. Either the I'm Offended ultimate of Ruby or the Feathered Airstrike of the Farsa.
Oh, that was so close.
Very close indeed.
You were saying?
I actually already got to say it just in time.
All right, perfect. So, with that being said, you're not just looking at the timing of the roamers, right? The initiations. You're also looking if Stone gets the right ult at the right time.
Yeah. Right now, Stone has a feathered airstrike.
That's the right ult.
That's the right ult. One of the correct ults. So now ONIC will know that the ultimate of the Farsa is in the hands of Valentina, so they're going to be watching for that a little bit more. And they know now that they have two heroes to watch out for in terms of setup, the Jawhead and the Grok.
Oh, Miko. With the conceal play, puts him in this interesting bush.
They're trapping
Goes
three.
for one. Injector on the Kekedot. They ram through him, trampling through the roamer of ONIC. Down he goes. Keldra very low. Oh, and the flicker misses that last blast. The salvo from the feathered airstrike. The Savage lives. ONIC now ahead 1,000 gold. They want to get one more. Sensui survives.
This opens up portals for ONIC to not take yet. The escape of Keller being in the ultimate clearly is getting more advantage. If you're a carry heading into mid-game, you're slowly being happy up against a Claude.
Now Omega, though, even though they were able to get the kill there onto Kekadude's Ruby, pretty sure they were really gunning it for Nets and wanting to take him down. But with Nets being able to survive, get away just in time, actually he got to balance out the lane equilibrium of the bottom lane a little bit better for ONIC PH. So now the marksmen split and you see them in the top lane.
Well, top lane, they have now changed lanes. Hayabusa or even Ryzen is trying to clear some. But now it's Omega playing the macro game. We were talking about it earlier, the control, but Miko here's all conceal.
With a conceal into the back line. Nets very low. Injector, and that's enough to take down ONIC's gold laner. Omega pushes top lane as well, barreling forward, 2K ahead. But, as we say, Sensui just goes quickly, taking this last turtle of the game. I'd say that's a trade. It's not a good trade, but it's what you can get.
Yeah, if you're in a Claude heading into mid to late game, you don't want to have that death surround you. But the cross-map objective, well, it's for team economy, but into damage in smart Omega's hands, that could be really, really scary.
Yeah, gentlemen, this is actually one of the tendencies of Smart Omega where they're willing to give up the last turtle of the game to get a kill onto the enemy gold laner if they weren't able to take them down just yet, just to further the lead of Kelra a little bit more. It's a level advantage, and I believe if we look at items, maybe it's around a 500 to maybe even 1,000 gold lead for Kelra right now.
ONIC is feeling something here against Omega. 2.3k gold lead. If you are a Ruby, you want to get the perfect hook. I'm offended right onto a Jawhead or even a Valentina. It's the backline that they need to penetrate. That's a flicker out.
They forced it out of Miko, but it was a good call to do that.
Stone with an I'm offended of his own, and there's Kekedot doing the OG. Nets with the blazing duet. Keldra very low. Ryzen disincentivizing a further engagement. Close call. ONIC has firepower of their own, but not quite yet. Not while they're down 3K.
They did not commit that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, good call there by ONIC to do that, because if they did that, they knew Ryzen was just there right in the corner. Omega would have been more down to continue that fight, knowing that the members of ONIC PH, two of them were low and had to go back. So ONIC, they just showed their presence to stop that sequence by Omega.
Oh, speaking of, now they get one, but there's not enough damage. Again, they're currently outgunned. So they now know that, all right, let's not force it, because they couldn't kill Renzio.
3 ultimates on timers for the side of ONIC.
Oh, injector onto Ryota. Kelra was waiting in the bushes. Down goes the XP laner. And now, Omega can just rotate even more. Lord coming in 10 seconds.
Talking about map coverage and presence. Getting deadlier by the minute. Omega could actually make this Lord and take it for themselves for a great push. Tier 1 turret of ONIC is about to go, but they would not... if they won't want to risk this fight up against Omega.
Oh, an ejector by Miko as they decimate Kekedot. And Ryzen playing with all shadows, pulling Lord even further away from ONIC. Out of their grasp, it's a 4v5. Omega knows this is theirs. They're going to score this first Lord, all the while keeping all of their turrets. The map is theirs.
That was fantastic target acquisition by Miko. Miko knew that if he threw Sensui instead, high chance he would have been able to escape. So they said, let's do the next best thing. Let's take away their roamer. Because with Kekadude down, Ryota, man, it's going to be difficult for ONIC to get close to that Lord, and that provided all of the time and space for Omega to take the Lord without a problem.
Yeah, we were talking about the CZ early on in the game. It's Sensui could actually add a way of getting control for the setups of Omega, but if they would rely on Kekadut, that could be a one-shot defense, or even a setup that could mean harm.
So at least the good news for ONIC is they have a great high ground defense. They have a Farsa. They can punish with the I'm offended on Kekidot. But where does that leave Omega? I think they're going to start pushing the advantage, and they're going to start finding out who's brave enough to walk out of their base. Because so far, with a 6K gold lead on Omega, ONIC's not leaving their base, not anytime soon.
Yeah, right now it's a 1,000 gold lead for the marksman of Omega. The carry over the Claude. And now Omega trying to find a play there in the mid lane. ONIC really glad that they weren't able to get that.
Oh, last year, 3 turrets of ONIC is remaining for the defense of their base. No orange buff for even Sensui. They're not letting the hedgehogs out.
Nope.
Because there's no way you would risk 2 members to get a perfect set.
Now, even the purple.
Yeah, they're baiting them in.
They're just going to serve it up to Ryzen like, that's yours, bro. Take it.
Oh, no. It's not looking good for ONIC. How would you even get an advantage now using the conceal? Will they get one? No. They're just feeling everything that somebody could actually be in a bush. But that if damage is concerned, Nets has the wind of nature.
Great pickup.
I hope it buys time.
Yeah, and time now is what ONIC needs. Because again, that trade was incredibly favorable for Omega, giving up that 3rd turtle to get that first kill onto Nets. Really bought them a lot of time right now. Checking out the items again, and there is an anti-Cuirass on the hands of Sensui. It's going to be up to him to somewhat lower the physical damage getting dealt out by Omega. But again, carry deals true damage. The Valentina is still something to worry about, and there's still Oni and Athena. Shield on Sensui.
Miko looking for one. Instead, he's the one who gets pulled in. Ejector onto Ryota. Ryota survives using a flicker, and that's a man down for Omega. A pick-off for ONIC, but they're not quite out of the woods yet.
Not yet.
They're going to need to do that maybe 2-3 more times, and with even more casualties on the side of Omega to actually get the edge over the Barangay. With a 6K gold lead, 12 minutes and 25 seconds in and counting. The Lord spawns in 4 seconds. ONIC has a man advantage, but Miko will be back in time. And whose time will it be to get the 2nd Lord of the game?
They need to manage and clear the waves properly. There's 3 turrets. All of the turrets, rather, are present in the side of Omega. They have defenses to worry about to be taken down on the side of Barangay and to take out even Kelra or Ryzen.
Yeah, an Omega loss in this team fight will be devastating for them. Because if Omega loses this next team fight, ONIC will be able to get a lot back on the map, on the gold, on the items, and on the control of this game.
It's a quick snapback. The rubber band effect. Let's see. Look at this. Sensui walks into a bush full of 3. There's a concealed play by Miko. Here comes the rest of ONIC PH. A feather airstrike coming in from Super Prince. And into the back line. Renzio goes down. So it's Ryota for Renzio. XP laners are the current casualty of this engagement. And that leaves the Lord still standing. And Kelra, Nets, the key players of both teams at the current point of the game, 13 minutes in, still alive, the Lord reset.
Crucial entry there by Nets. Blazing duet onto the back of Omega. Stopped Omega from responding to helping out Miko because again, Miko's attempt to throw a member of ONIC was stopped by all the crowd control of ONIC PH.
Oh no, they're just going for the beeline on the Lord. Let's see. Oh, Sensui secures it. And there's a knock up on the Lord. And Omega knows better than to force it. ONIC scores a major objective.
And also burned out Flicker out of Stone. You can't copy one ultimate to get it for safety on the next one. Now this is good news for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, with Omega so reliant on Miko being able to get a toss and get a pick-off to initiate a team fight, him being not able to get that first one and even ONIC being able to land the kill dealt a massive blow to Omega. Although, again, Hayabusa, Ryzen was such a massive threat to what ONIC wanted to do and get that Lord, but just Sensui was able to hold on and Retribution the Lord away just in time to ensure that ONIC will be able to find a way to claw back into this game.
Now, speaking of clawing back, they need to burn down defenses now. Showing off stickers. ONIC Philippines wants a push. Straight onto the mid lane.
Oh, they want to push. They're going to get a push. Their minions have been enhanced by this Luminous Lord. And it's going to barrel on through bottom lane. They've already pushed in all the way through mid and bottom. Top lane staying safe since Ryzen cleaned up house. But that being said, ONIC's back on the board. We have a ball game.
Yeah. the rubber band that you've mentioned with the snapback. ONIC Philippines, if they continue this discipline and holding this line, heading into the ultra late game, they would have a chance for against Smart Omega.
Yeah, one thing Omega should be looking at here that they can breathe a little bit. They still have a bit of a small lead. Miko with a toss.
There's an ejector into Ryota. Feather airstrike. He obliges. Miko very low, forcing out a flicker. And there's a pull by Kekidot. Nets goes down, but so does Stone. 2 for 1 so far. Sensui gets the kill. Mind you, it was Nets who fell for ONIC, so it's not looking good in terms of firepower. ONIC are outgunned. Omega forcing the issue. There's a winner truncheon. A freeze by Super Freeze, but Renzo's gonna get his man. And now it's just Ryota and Sensui left. Sensui, the only lone member of ONIC still alive.
I was talking about it, that gold advantage they had right before that team fight happened. Ryzen picked up a Blade of Despair. Kelra got to pick up his Wind of Nature. Crucial item pickups by Omega. They might get the win here.
Oh, they're knocking on the base.
It's not enough, Sensui. We can't do it. Omega take us to game 3.
The first tiebreaker of the season. Smart Omega quickly bounces back. Talking about that carry back on Keller's hands.
Talk about classic Omega dramatic fashion. The first team that will force a game number 3 in MPL Philippines Season 11. In this series so far, time is a common theme between these two. And Omega just found the right time and the right call to secure the win, even with their backs against the wall.
There was a play, I think, that we failed to mention, and it only made sense just now, when Miko sacrificed himself for a flicker. He forced a flicker out of ONIC, and for what, 20 seconds? He was playing with pull yourself together. He was going to be fine, and I think the fact that Miko was so gung-ho and just unabashed, he was just willing to throw his body at ONIC PH to force us into Game 3, and that worked out.
Yeah, that conceal call, and everybody thought on ONIC Philippines he was just buying out because of the peel. It gave so much angle for Keller to dish out so much damage.
Yeah, it's like you forced a flinch. It's like Miko just showed up to the members of ONIC, like, boo! And then the members of ONIC just stepped back a little bit, but then Omega said, oh yeah, it's our time now.
Yeah.
They flinched.
Yeah, see? And we were talking about how ONIC Philippines could bounce back. You said do it 3 or more times getting the Lord, they need time. But if you're a carry in the hands of Kellera, that's just deadly.
Yeah. They were playing on different
game.
clocks. They were playing on different clocks.
Yeah.
And Omega knew that their clock was running faster. For ONIC, as sure and as inevitable as it was just so hard to pull off from that position.
Well, now in the first tiebreaker of the season, that's Barangay bouncing back up against ONIC Philippines. Now, Renmar, break us down what happened in game number 2.
Oh, OSX Leo, I'd love to break you guys down with what happened in game number 2. It was about time, as we were talking about here. And let's reverse time a little bit and go back to early game with what happened. Again, the Jawhead is a great surprise and roam pick, although it is a bit of a gamble because you're up against a Ruby and a Martis and even a Fredrin and even a Forza. So much control abilities that can stop you from initiating and throwing the members that the Jawhead would want to throw. But Miko said, you know what, I feel like this could work out. As long as we get into the shrubs before them, as long as I get into position first, and if you're a Jawhead with the extra movement speed you get a little bit, well, yeah, you're going to be getting into the shrubs more often than not. Although we did see the times where Jawhead, Miko, would get caught out even though he's the one who initiated because of great adjustments and fast hands by ONIC. The moment Miko would show up and flicker, ONIC would respond with crowd control right away. Their crowd control abilities are easy to pull off. Just one quick press of a button, especially for a Fredin and especially for a Ruby. Again, I want to go back to what ONIC drafted into here. I love their switch factor adjustment, having the Fredin and a Martis available just to switch out depending what the roamer pick for Omega will be. Now, the first 2 turtles of the game went to Omega. So, knowing that, Omega said, we're willing to give up the third. And again, we have to call back here for a signature Omega play. Willing to give up the 3rd turtle of the game to further the lead of their marksman, to push a side lane along with that, and if they haven't done it yet, give the opposing gold laner its first death. That's exactly what happened around 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And because of that, Omega started to ride that momentum because Kelra already got that small lead, and that early kill onto Nets delayed him from getting the items he would want. But in the moments where Omega wanted to initiate, of course, ONIC responded, not just onto Miko, but they also responded well to Renjo. But Renjo was one of the X factors of this game. We talked about Stome, especially with his ability to steal ultimates, but Renjo landing in a great wild charge to stop the momentum of ONIC from responding after being able to take down Miko after a failed initiation gave room for the MVP of the game, Kelra, on this carry. A perfect game. We have to revisit again the moment after the push of ONIC right before the game ended. Omega, when they respawned, when they got back on the map, picked up a Blade of Despair for a Hayabusa and a crucial Wind of Nature for the carry. With that locked in, Omega with a great confident play. They knew that most likely that the members of ONIC will position themselves close to the orange buff area, so they go ahead and went there, went together as a team. Miko flickered forward, tried to get the toss off, got interrupted a little bit, but got responded with a Renjo wild charge onto 2. The reason why the Wind of Nature was so important is because after the swing back by ONIC PH, that Claude was a problem for Omega. But as we look through the highlights of the game, you'd be seeing here the early game start of Omega and the slow rise of Omega to come back. The Lords, though, would go into the hands of ONIC, hence why they were able to turn the game around with that Luminous Lord. Great shutdowns by the members of ONIC. Omega, Renjo landed the wild charge there, but the Farsa was a problem, and here's the play. Renjo, bang! You saw it right there on your screen. The wild charge onto 2 and the stun gave the space for Kelra. Great sidestep by Kelra to avoid the damage of ONIC. Ryzen using the shadow kill just in time. Renjo chasing the Farsa, smacking her with a wall. And that just led to Omega running rough shot all over ONIC PH and getting the victory to force our first game number 3 of the season. A roller coaster of emotions for this game. So, gentlemen, what are you feeling right now? Is it excitement? Is it a little bit of tension in the air? What do you smell? What do you feel in your bones?
I feel, well, so excited for game number 3 because into the first 16 minutes, Ryzen just got his first kill.
Oh, that was his first kill 16 minutes in?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
interesting.
in that setup that Miko did gave an advantage for damage, carries or Kelra space and angle, completely going mad and kill everybody down.
Yeah. It was like that feeling of, again, like how you put it, Leo, take me, just not my teammates from Miko. The sacrificial play worked out.
Yeah.
I just noticed that Ryzen played the same way he usually does. Again, the way I've described Ryzen's gameplay since he debuted in MPL Philippines Season 8 is it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. And his Hayabusa is a very different kind of Hayabusa.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't play like your usual star jungler assassin player with
Jackson.
Yeah, with like 8 fingers per hand kind of player. You know, he's just like, I'll be here if you need me. I'll clean up house. But as it is, it's what he thinks of and what he prioritizes that allows Kelra to become an MVP like this.
Yeah, I want to bring up here in the barangay is a very important community unit here in the Philippines. So I feel like the role that Ryzen plays here, he's sort of like, he's the all-around cleaner of the barangay. He's the one going to the sewers, cleaning up the streets. But if he didn't do it, the barangay would be, well, just disheveled. So I like how you put that, that how Ryzen plays is just like he's the cleaner for the barangay.
Passively, defensively, it's all teamwork for barangay to make it all work into the late game. I don't know, man. Take out the carry, ban it out. It's still scary for me and for everybody there.
Scary.
How can you even forgot about that in the second phase of the draft? What?
Yeah.
See, so
I have a feeling there was like a bit of air of, hey guys, the carry's open.
Yeah.
Haunting maybe.
Keller, would you want to pick it?
Yeah, sure, coach. Bang.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it came in right before they had to lock in the Jawhead.
Yeah.
So they could have gone super passive, or they could have also gone the way that they did now, which is super aggressive. So going into Game 3, if I were the barangay, I would say, let's do that again.
Yeah. It could go
I
really
ain't
well.
stopping.
Yeah, and based on the banning pattern of ONIC, I feel like they let that carry through. Because what they decided to ban was the Brody. And we all know Brody's one of those marksmen that Claws don't want to go up against, because that momentary stun with the corrosive strike that a Brody can dish out can just stop a Claude in its tracks and leave him open just for a moment to receive so much damage that he'll be forced to BMI on out of there, not being able to maximize the damage of a Blazing Duet, or the members of Omega can just sidestep it.
Now, is it just me, or are a majority of the Rubies so far in MPL Philippines Season 11 relatively lukewarm? I remember one good Ruby in the hands of Brusco from Next Play Evos.
Yesterday.
But that aside, it seems like Rubies are more of a, I hate to say it, but more of a liability because of how hard it is to land the perfect I'm offended, and how as a Ruby, you have to be all in. Not much like a Jawhead, how you're all in into one target, but if you miss all of your CCs as a Ruby, you're just left there like, all right, how?
Yeah, what now?
I could agree with you with that. I agree with you with that because with the game right now that we're seeing from day 1 to 2, it's all about building momentum and time and items and damage. And if you want to go all in, you need to have pure confidence and pure intention to make it all work. Because if the whole team is relying on you and it's gone, you lose it.
Francis, that's exactly what it is. Ruby is a momentum breaker, right?
Yeah.
Because of how she breaks the formation and threatens with a hook, with a pull. Yeah. But where does that leave you if you don't get to do that? What if you don't get to break the opponent's momentum? Now what?
So now we have to watch out for Rubies here. So are we going to get red hot Rubies, or does it ring so much, the lukewarm Ruby, as Leo put in?
Well,
it's going to be the temperature of Rubies we're going to have to watch out for throughout the season.
I'm looking for a different option if Ruby's just only the one left on the table.
Man,
was Atlas banned?
No,
it wasn't.
Franco was also left out there.
Yeah.
So again, it's
open.
Hindsight is 2020. You could say, oh, the Franco would have been better there. The Atlas would have been better there.
No.
But again, as the draft unfolds, that's only really where the teams make the decision.
Yeah.
And it's up to them. So now for ONIC and Omega, we're down to sudden death. It's a best of one.
Yeah, and I feel like picking up the Ruby was also one of the lesser of all evils type of option, because you're going up against a Valentino. Would you really want to give the Fatal Links to Omega? Would you really want to give a Franco Bloody Hunt onto Omega? One of the best suppress abilities we have in the game, one of the 2 suppress abilities we have in the game.
Yep.
No, you wouldn't want to do that. So I feel like they were put in the position where they had to pick the Ruby in that scenario.
Well, opening all the options, I'm waiting for game number 3 to unfold. Because if we are concerned about how they want to make all the decisions correctly, well, ONIC would have a chance if they go first pick or second pick or unleash some signature picks that we're not seeing yet onto this game. Paquita was open, Edith was open. Well, now, without waiting further ado, let's head on to game number 3's draft. Now, let's see how ONIC Philippines properly corrects the mistake, and now their second pick.
They can do it much better from the red side. So far, at least in this series, right? Red side wins. So it's that last pick. I think the last pick really does so much for these coaches, for these teams, and you're able to repair certain things or answer or change course even because of that last pick.
Yeah, and now who are they going to ban? Teams are really going to be taking their time thinking about how to draft this. And I like the approach that Omega went for in game number 2. In terms of principle, with how they drafted in game number 1, it was just some slight adjustments, really, in terms of what the heroes can provide. So good shake-up there by Omega. But now they decide to still ban out the Faramis. They do not want to give that to Super Friends, one of the most iconic Faramis players last season. So respect bans all throughout. Fanny still taken away by ONIC.
Glad that you mentioned that, because if we look back on history, an experience from the sophomore players heading out to season 11, they might use it back because these two is known for, well, deeper history on their comfort picks that could really work in times like this.
Yeah, that's true. One of the more common keys to victory we gave to Omega, not only in MPL Philippines Season 10, but also from Season 8 and 9, was that they have to go ahead and pick their comfort picks. Pick what picks their heroes that they usually like to play with and usually shine with. If I'm Omega right now in this scenario, and I'm sure we've said it so many times across the years, it's game number 3. Just go ahead and pick your comforts.
Yeah. Well, waiting for the bans here. Will they ban out the carry or will they take the carry first pick? Glue could be open. Meta picks or buffed up heroes are open. Yeah, Glue is out. That's XP lane. That was one big problem from game number 1. They don't want it to happen. As Leo said, the red side now could have an advantage in winning this game because of the bans and picks. Now, what's the last option for ONIC?
What's curious is it looked like Omega was setting up the Glue first pick with the Faramis ban, but they banned it out themselves. So now I'm wondering if they're going to go first pick carry or first pick Fred themselves. I think Ryzen would make a great Fredrin.
Yeah.
What else is left open?
Fred.
Farsight Eve. Oh, Lord, Farsight Eve.
Yeah, those two burst.
Kaja
heroes.
even. So many.
Fredrin jungle. I still go for Fredrin jungle.
Yeah, one of the best out there.
There's
so
Eve.
with Eve taking it away,
let's see.
Where are they going to go? This opens up the board
Carries.
for Omega.
Oh, yeah.
They can first pick Carry. They can first
Fred.
pick Fred. They can first pick Kaja.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just now going to be a matter of options for Omega. But with all of the open heroes that we picked, that we mentioned, ONIC can take 2 of them in the next picks.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's a Fred. It's a Fred. But this opens. They're trading up the carry for ONIC.
They will.
Carry Farsa seems too much. I'd say one or the other and something else.
Yeah, okay. Valentina, a little bit more utility.
Okay. So if you were ONIC, they could probably take the marksman open.
Yeah.
You take the carry.
Oh, looks like they're hovering over their junglers.
Whoa.
Hey.
They might be thinking about the Karina. There's so many options here available.
Okay.
Yeah. Carry is still, Karina rather, still a good pick.
Are they letting it loose?
Yeah. And if you pick up a Karina, you turn off. Nope. There it is. There's the Kaja.
Okay.
Great pickups there by ONIC.
Pickups and pickoffs. Kaja.
Yeah. And honestly, they ban out the Eve. And that just really opened the field available here for ONIC to pick up the Valentina and the Kaja. So they don't have to worry so much about that backliner. However, the Farsa is available for Omega. If they want, they can, again, Farsa plus the Fredrin and then go for another high control roamer.
Oh, yeah.
Could be a very annoying combo to deal with if you're ONIC.
What if Swerve? What if Omega find a way to play Lilia? And then you leave the Valentina just wondering, like, all right, I don't want no black shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's very possible as well.
Very high uptime Lilia.
Leave them no chance and option for a ultimate to be taken.
No.
And they're going with the Cottage and the Ruby.
Yeah.
They need CC. I get it.
Yeah, they need the crowd control. And with the Valentina and the Kaja wanting to get closer to their targets, this is the best picks that you can go for. The signature momentum breakers of our game today.
Oh, both of them, yeah.
Yeah, the Ruby and Kadita combo. Great for lineups that are going up against strong dive comps. Because they will really break the momentum in team fights and engagements.
So now, if you are ONIC, you would need something to hold or soak up damage. You have magic. You could have potential, attack damage.
Yeah.
But it's Claude going back in the hands of Nets. It worked in game number 1.
Yep.
We'll use it again.
Did pretty well. But going into game 3, I'm expecting them to ban out the Brody. Ban out the Brody or the carry, maybe both.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Because that will be scary for Smart Omega if they get their hands on that Brody.
Yeah, again, it's that scenario where with the Brody looks like a better ban, but would you really want to give up the carry? But if you give up the carry, what if they end up picking up a Karina? And usually that's a tendency that we see to sort of balance out the potential snowball coming up with the Kadita burst coming in. Of course, Fredrin also has his burst. Once he unleashed the Appraiser's Wrath, if he gets enough damage received, well then, Karina is usually what you'd want to pick for it. They ban away the Melissa. Which makes sense, honestly, because of their counter does have a history of playing Melissa, and then at the same time, because of how much dive there is for the side of Smart Omega, Melissa would have paired up really well with just these 3 heroes alone on the side of Smart.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, because Melissa could be a problem if they're really building around this Claude.
And this just... I'm disappointed we don't get to see that new skin featuring Nobara Kukisagi from the hit anime Jujutsu Kaisen. It debuted just today.
All right, it's out already.
Oh, man.
We've seen Xavier picked.
No, we didn't see the skin.
He didn't use it. It
that's
wasn't.
sad.
Xavier is Satoru Gojo.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah, I was excited to even witness that in this
It's not impossible, though. Rather, it's still also... I don't hold my tongue. It actually is. Never mind. Both teams have their roamers and their mid laners.
Still possible. Okay. Last ban. It's still the XP lane target here. It's the Lapu Lapu targeting Renzio.
Yeah, and the reason why we still constantly keep seeing Lapu Lapu bans right now is...
He's that good.
He's that good, and ONIC PH are really putting a lot of importance into Renjo's presence in the map.
Yeah.
Lapu Lapu, as we all know, one of the fastest wave clearers, one of the fastest to roam around the map. They want to minimize that. But right now, looking at the lineup of Omega, they can honestly go ahead and pick up that XP lane Grok again. It would pair up really well with a Ruby, Fredrin, and the Kadeta together.
Yep.
Or maybe even swerve and surprise and pick up an Edith. Or maybe even an XP lane Paquito. I wouldn't mind. There's so
it's
much
open.
dive on the side of Omega that ONIC will have to choose which one they're going to crowd control and stop. And you can't stop all of them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Thurizla, XP lane ban now opens up more possibilities. Open on the table, Grok.
Oh, good steal. Good call there by ONIC to take that.
Good
That's
block.
The hedgehog.
Good
Yeah.
block.
Also, yeah, and the Capitan on screen.
Oh, our captain.
Yeah. See? So you have the Grok. This answers up Onyx problems, and also the lineup of Smart Omega is building. Carry is open, Atlas is open. Well, for sure, this could be. We have a roamer now for Smart Omega.
Yeah.
We're dwelling on the marksman.
with
The only marksman pick.
I'm with the carrier or the Brody. They're both open. They're okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, actually. They have a lot of... I wonder if they swerve and go for like a mage in the gold lane, but usually when you see a lineup like this, you'd want to match it with a marksman with physical damage, but I don't know, Harith might actually be okay, but it's going to be really risky. That's just the case.
Are they hoping
Paquito
that they
still up.
that it won't be picked?
Yeah, no, it's still Brody playing it safe.
Brody.
Brody and a Hayabusa, so it's going to be an XP lane, Fredrin.
And you're up, and Claude is up against a Brody. If you even escape BMI, via VMI rather, there's so much heroes in Smart Omega that can chase you down.
And there's the Karina.
We were eventually going to see it. They hovered it early on, but I think it was at that point that Coach Bluff and Coach Lyric were like, not that hot of a hero. We don't need to pick it this early. And that's good. That's good practice.
Yeah, and it's how you reveal your cards slowly at the end of the draft. Now we're complete. It's game number 3. Who's who is going to win this tiebreaker match?
Kaka.
Yeah, seeing...
I do have to disagree with you a bit there, Leo. I feel like Karina's actually a really hot hero. Deals a lot of damage. Can spike up surprisingly. Not as hot as before, but still really hot in terms of the utility in game.
Well, you're right. I guess we did see Karina do well yesterday.
Yeah.
So that being said, I hope that it's played the right way. I hope we don't see Midnight just walk in here all
out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Damage? Magic in the jungle?
Yeah.
No! Give me my Demon Slayers, please.
But we've seen one perform in a faster, clear jungle scenario.
Okay,
so
we won't see Midnight rushing on over to the stream here. That's a Demon Slayer on that Karina.
Okay.
Since
Fair
we and
enough.
Midnight, friends.
You're not getting any direct messages from now on. Now it's game number 3. Who's going to take this early game? Now Sensui and also Ryzen must work. Oh, there's you go. Their hot hero. All more a faster clear for this Karina for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, and again, tanky build Karina can still deal a fearsome amount of damage. Of course, mage build Karina, we know her to be that absolute burst dealer, but that jungle Karina also still has it.
Yep.
More reliable.
Yep.
And this is ONIC bursting down Miko at half health. Stone quelling all further engages. And this is annoying, man. That revamp on Kaja that they put in him about a few months ago, It's so good. He's so sustainable.
Yeah, the paralyze.
Yeah, the new paralyzed state that I believe is exclusive to Kaja as of this moment.
Yeah, talking about the guy with feathers. Perfect for the roam roll. And if this would delay things a bit for Kelra's advantage, because this Brody could be a good counter for the heroes of ONIC, regardless how they escape. Because one thing that they're lacking here is setups. Because Ryota, well, Kekidut, they either can pick one, get a knock-up or something to confuse their momentum. But the side of Omega, they have answers for everything.
Yeah, the Divine Judgment is going to be really crucial for ONIC of who are they going to use the flicker and the pool on. There's so many targets though on the side of Omega that the Kekidut will really just have to choose, and ONIC have to be ready to respond right away because you can't waste the pull with just -1 in terms of crowd control. You're going to need to delete them off the map.
Oh, look at this. Sensui and Ryota with the pull. Here comes 4 members of Omega. Storm with the oddity, threatening a stun, threatening a knockup. Renzio at a third of his health. 4v4 here. This is pandemonium in the first turtle. Renzio is the one who secures it with an Appraiser's Wrath, and Omega's just happy to be here. Quad Shadow and Shadow kill by Ryzen. He disengages. Omega takes the first major objective.
Yeah, now that's something ONIC has to consider. Technically, Omega has 2 retributions on their side. Think of it just like a lethal counter of the bomber. That Appraiser's Wrath can really help Omega secure turtles and objectives, just like what we saw there.
Wow. Looks like they're upping the pace up against Onyx Karina's jungler. Now, yeah, you will get Super Prince and Kekidut busy.
Yeah.
Instead of rotating.
Karina.
Yeah, Karina. You know, adding
gotta
an action
think.
and flavor, yeah.
Yeah. Looking at the items right now. No full build just yet. It's going to be a question right now to Kelra as to what is he going to prioritize. Is he going to go straight for the Malefic Roar or the BOD?
It looks like the BOD, man. That's 2 Legion swords. And of course, he wants to pick up the pace. He gets his own boots, while it's the opposite for Nets. Nets understands that, all right, as long as I have the steel leg plates, I don't need to run. I can actually, bait out these duels.
Yeah, by the way, Ryota picked up rapid boots to roam around the map better.
Oh, Miko on the pull with Sensui. In check, here comes Kekidut, looking for a Divine Judgment. Storm with the breath, he pulls back.
Yeah, Super Friends got the ultimate of Storm. So Ryota with rapid boots. If you're up against a Brody, you would need that Dominance Eyes with you. Rush in anytime soon. Renzio is preying on Ryota while on the recall. Being stopped right.
Wow!
Oh.
He put the shadow, and that stopped the recall.
What? The fake. The fakes and the jukes coming from Ryzen right now. Ryota literally has his back against multiple walls because he's spinning around.
He's trapped
there.
between.
The bot lane.
Oh, Kelra not gonna survive a 4-man engage. Storm and Miko too late to the party, and Miko not in any place to confirm anything. Again, momentum breaker. This hero is. I was gonna say he was trapped between a Grok and a hard place.
Yeah,
I'm here till Sunday.
Yeah, Ryota being a standee display up in the turret gave so much way to deplete the presence of a growing Brody in the hands of Kelra.
Yeah, because of Omega, 2 members of Omega just standing there going, hey, we're here. ONIC said, all right, we'll get your gold laner.
Okay.
And that was the last we saw of Kelra until he respawned. Now he's going to go back into the lane. A pull-in by Miko. Ryota popped in. Storm with the burst. And Sensui focusing onto Renzio, but the damage output of this Fredrin, another Appraiser's Wrath taken down Sensui as Omega turns to the turtle.
How do you evade that ultimate coming from Renzio? Another turtle being freely taken by Barangay.
Yeah, this might open up the XP lane top side if they're going to push it or if they'll be able to break it down. No more energy shields on the turrets. And now ONIC, so much crowd control that they have to deal with. Earlier it was them with a lot of crowd control up against a Jawhead. Now with a Ruby, a Fredrin, and a Kadita together, that's just so much that will really break their tempo again.
Kelra has a stun too.
Kelra has a stun too.
Yeah.
Really difficult situation right now for ONIC. But again, if they get the right pick off and the right initiation around that Kaja, then it's going to be incredibly punishing. But Omega have the right tools to actually counter a full-on dive onto one if ONIC decide to pull for it. That even though ONIC gets a pick-off, Omega have enough heroes to turn it around.
Yeah, all eyes on Kekidut right now. If you're ONIC Philippines, those divine judgments could be very crucial.
Oh,
there's a call.
Concealed play here by Kekedot. In comes Insui as well. Stone gonna be the
press.
target. And there's a pull. Divine Judgments. Insui confirms a kill. A few beads set in by Kelra. Here comes Ryzen from the north. They take that tier 1 down bottom. Shadow kill. Unable to take down Kekedot. And a blazing duet by Ness, putting Miko and Kelra at half health. Omega retreat.
That's what we're talking about. A pull onto the pool. Make sure that ONIC gets him in full. Stone gets taken out. And if we're talking about tempo breakers, yes, you can definitely use the ultimate of the Kaja even while that Kadita can fully use the animation of her ultimate. You have a moment, as long as, you know, she does that super flashy dive. That was a flicker by Renjo. That's
Okay.
It was more for safety.
I think that's where you said boo.
Yeah, that's the boo we're talking about. Boo.
From a Chad.
Oh, the boo right there.
The knock-up on the Kekedot. He's not going to survive that. Too much damage between him, Miko, and Stone. You were saying.
Now they get one back there. So now, let's see if Kekedut can get another great pull. But that's another great CC chain by coming in from Omega.
Well, they just keep on trading lives and skills. Will they take this last turtle?
That's a blazing duet by Nets. A pull in by Miko. Another knock-up. Say goodbye to Sensui. Kelra gets a kill. And that's a shadow kill by Ryzen. Turtle's going to get reset. Nets! Oh! His life flashed back. Right then and there, he's going to go home. And it's looking very, very fragile for ONIC. Not a good look for them to steal this turtle. Omega's 1,000 ahead. Lord here.
You're risking it.
Health. Renzio taken down though. Could this be the rubber band? They have no retribution here, by the way. There's a pull on a Stone. Down. Nobody goes. They're still here. Kelra helps confirm the kill. For a second there, I could have sworn someone was going to go down, but Omega takes the third turtle of the game.
Wow, great contest by ONIC. They weren't able to get the job done completely, but it's a good sign that ONIC isn't just freely giving away objectives, even though they're behind. We saw there Stone was actually about to get off that ultimate yet again, but just before he was able to complete the animation with Kadita diving down underwater, a perfect pull coming in from Super Prince. But great tenacity by Omega to commit to the act of securing that turtle.
Yeah, just how Kelra uses that ultimate to clear that wave. Now ONIC is looking and prying for a space here to pick off one, while the first tier turret is up. Ned's going to break this down. Well, now it's still ONIC looking for opportunities and windows on how to get one. It seems like we just keep on trading. There's
that's a flicker. Ult coming in from Ryota. And now the pull onto Renzio. He's going to survive, but only for so long as Ryota takes him down again. It's a 3-for-1 so far as Ryota traded out. And the blazing duet at the back line. Kelra versus Nets. Nets versus Kelra. And Kelra's going to get away. And Kekedot's going to help confirm the kill. 3-for-4. Bodies everywhere. Miko the only survivor from Omega. And Nets stands tall, pushing mid lane.
Nothing but Nets as he survives the onslaught alongside Super Prince. A great initiation there by Ryota. So much damage dealt out by the Appraiser's Wrath, and you saw Kelra getting those marks off for a great torn apart memory. But Nets with the blazing duet and being able to freely hit onto Kelra. And again, thanks to Kekadu's presence, committing to the act, securing the kill onto the gold laner of Omega, even though he had to trade his own life for it.
Yeah, instant replay brought to you by Infinix. Capturing the best moment. That's the boo from Ryota. Changes everything.
That was his boo.
Yeah.
Renzio's boo actually was weird.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
He scared himself.
Yeah, but Ryota's boo though, that was good.
Yeah, it was really good. Trapping everybody in that short space. Nets rejoicing and using that blazing duet perfectly. Now, those are the things that Omega needs to look out for. The surprise attacks, the peel-offs, because in a setup of a team fighting capability, they're really, really strong with Stone onto their side.
Oh, I feel like ONIC might be thinking that the members of Omega will be coming from the bot lane, or the bottom portion of the map, because Kekadu is positioning alongside Nets and the orange buff. Oh, Ryzen could be in danger here. That's 3 members of ONIC. That's information. Members of Omega are sandwiched though.
Stone very low. That's a knockup. He pops Ryota. It's a 4 versus 5 situation. Sensui very low as well. Put the beat on by Kelra. Not going to survive. 3v5 this time around. Here comes Nets with a blazing duet. And Kelra pops his own wind of nature. Kekedot falls. Kelra taken down by Super Prince. Currently a 3v4. And that's a double kill for the cleaner. And Nets is not here to save Super Prince. A triple kill for Dean Sumagi. He is in the building, and this Lord is short for the world.
The cleaner cleans up house. There are invaders in the barangay. Ryzen says, it's my time to shine. Free Lord for Omega.
Talking about my turn, putting on all chat right there. It's Ryzen clearly securing this Lord.
If I'm not mistaken, you type my turn when you're losing and then you suddenly win.
Yeah.
But Omega so far has been winning.
Yeah.
But anyways.
No, you add one thing there. My turn still.
Yeah, it was the Ryzen from game number 2, Hayabusa.
Oh, right.
Now Omega with the Lord marching on there. Looks like he's been doing a lot of leg day, even though he's literally made out of water. ONIC, let's see how well they can defend this. Again, all the control abilities that these two teams can dish out have been X factors in the team fights that we've been seeing. ONIC, even though they got picked off early, it looks like they could have won that team fight, but Omega was just able to pop off their key items, especially as we mentioned, the Wind of Nature on Kelra kept him up long enough to deal the damage for Omega.
Yep, not just that. I mean, the quality of the CC from Omega is just stellar. It's outclassing ONIC. In this case, they were outgunned and outstunned. So now look at this. Oh!
Another one.
Conceal.
Oh, conceal.
They collapse.
They got one.
On the Storm, and they get the pull. So that's one man down coming in from Omega. So it's a 4v5 across the board. Bottom lane. Net's going to try to clean up house. Can he take it down? All right, Inhibitor's going to be fine.
The Sonics went fishing
Pressure
and found themselves a Stone.
Pressure is building. Is Kekedo's going to catch one? No, not yet.
3 out of 5.
Sure, thank you. Athena Shield already there for Kelra. So the burst damage being dealt out by the Valentina and the Karina is a problem right now.
Oh.
So defensive items on the board for Omega.
Something tells me for ONIC to actually dig themselves out of this 4,000 gold deficit, they have to go for pickoffs, not big team fights.
Yeah.
That's where they're better. That's where they're actually winning. Because again, they picked off Storm that way. But if they go 5v5, oh lord, don't get me started.
Yeah,
Renzio and Miko are going to have a field day.
Yeah, it looks like Omega just do so well in extended team fights.
The problem?
You both said it. Yeah, it's right. Yeah.
You set us up for it. Thank
I'm
you.
reading your mind.
Yeah, and if that pickoffs and peels work, Keller would have a hard time connecting that, even his passive, onto everybody. Because if they would commit for a full team fight with the damage and items right now with Karina and that Valentina, it could mean business.
Oh, there's tension in the air as these two
I'm feeling
teams
it.
just positioned around the mid lane.
This
Feels
is
like we've seen this. We saw this yesterday. Who's going to pull the trigger first?
Yeah.
Who's going to show up first? Oh, there's Renjo. They know.
It's a 5v3 in the river because Storm and Ryzen are in the bottom lane. But ONIC doesn't know that. So the question is, who's going to pull the first boo?
No, they're not pulling it.
Yeah, they know that it's not worth it. At this point in the game, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's dangerous because there's Storm and there's Ryzen from down bottom that they could completely sandwich ONIC Philippines and burst them down.
Yeah.
So vision is not really working right now for ONIC. If they keep contesting this,
I sense a split type potential coming out.
Oh,
I'm feeling it.
It's the marksman of ONIC.
Like an
forced
air
to
conditioner?
defend. Oh no, but the vision was shown
Yeah.
there.
Activated.
So Omega need to retreat.
Nice.
Fall back.
Use of the Magic Sentry.
ONIC, their position right now. Shades of Echo and how they position around RQ Hoshi in M4. There it is!
And there's a pull on 2-1. Plus a CC. Kelra very low. Gets a stun out.
Oh, he's
Gets the
alive,
barrier.
he's
The
alive.
Filipino Savage survives.
But the Lord.
But the Lord. And of course, so many resources sent in. ONIC with the heist. They steal this Luminous Lord from underneath Omega's nose.
That's the peel. That's the peel we're talking about. Boo.
That's the boo.
That's a map-wide boo.
Yeah.
All across. Great positioning by ONIC. That concealed play. They didn't cash out Kelra, but they got what they needed to get, which was the Lord. That opened it up.
They
committing to
pull
this.
in Kekedot. No immortality on this Kaja. Real world, rather, tear up our memory enough, but they take the Renzo actually. Look at the damage coming in from this tank build Karina. And now, orange buff up. Look at Ryzen though. Look at the cleaner. looking for a split.
Yeah.
This is dangerous for Omega's base down bottom.
If this happens correctly for the side of Smart Omega, I'm back to season 8 where they're doing heists.
The burst, and look at Nets going into the back line.
Oh,
Not
no,
shy
that's
at all with a blazing duet. It's a 2v5 defense. ONIC Philippines is going to take game 3 and the series.
Not today. ONIC Philippines says no. Our time is game number 3. Completely balancing the equation that Smart Omega can take from the ultra late game.
A great, fundamental, well-principled, and beautifully executed game series by these two teams. Of course, we can't see everyone win it all. ONIC walks out today, the victors. Great show of sportsmanship by these two teams. ONIC PH gets one over Omega.
Yo, in that last moment
hug.
wherein Kelra got ganked, I would have had fun too even if I was the Brody, right?
Yeah.
Because he got away with it, but it resulted in a Lord take. And I think that's fair play. I think like, oh, yo, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Nice. NT, bro.
Yeah, no matter how tough the competition is right now, that's how they interact after the game. Completely, purely sportsmanship, and that's how ONIC Philippines wants to make an impression.
I love it. I love the barangay. But today, the ONIC fam stands tall. Sonics be proud.
And also have their new jerseys.
Beautiful New Jersey's
See?
jacket.
Yeah.
Nice
and
get up. ONIC PH. That was such a massive chess match of the game. The past 2 games especially, with how much crowd control needed to be watched out for and balanced. It was just a back and forth of like, okay, who's initiating first? Who's going to use a key ability first? Tiny, you're going to use it? That was the story of the entire game.
Which makes this game 3 all the more interesting is because throughout the duration of that game, right, the single game, game 3, Omega had ONIC trumped when it came to CC, right? Most team fights, Omega would win, just bar none. But ONIC PH had an ace in the hole. They had the gambit. They had the, all right, let's fake a gank onto Kelra and steal Luminous Lord. They wouldn't see it coming. And they got it right. They did it.
Yeah.
Remember, ONIC Philippines back in Season 8, it's always check your recall, check the map, check the bigger scale. Yeah. They're splitting, someone is cooking. Those things are you need to look out for. Especially up against Omega, they have perfect calculation on what either they can do for last resorts.
Yeah, we learned a great lesson today. Sometimes you just gotta hole up and let them cook.
Just let them cook.
Just let them cook, and they got it. Even though they don't have the chef around with them anymore, they're still cooking.
Hey, Chef Rapidot, also known as Dudut, is doing God's work in the MDL.
Yeah.
Y'all better watch that too. It airs during the weekdays in the coming week, but for today, ONIC PH stands tall. I'm here for it.
Yeah, does that make Kekadu the sous chef? Or is he now the head chef? Is he also a chef, or is this something else? Or is this something we'll have to wait and see what Kekadu will be for ONIC?
That story is yet to unfold.
Still unfolding, all right. Still trying to see what's going to happen there. I like it. There's a lot to watch out for.
I love the new menu right now of ONIC Philippines. See? It's beautiful. And how they managed to get a grip on a late game up against Omega, that wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy, yeah.
Early
it's
game.
Never easy. No matter who's playing for Omega, it's never easy.
Yeah, it's a hard-earned victory here for ONIC, and even though they knew the challenges they had to watch out for, they still, again, it's a very gutsy call to make to pull off that play they did to almost pick off Keller, but then eventually win that Lord.
Yeah, with all of their coordination and how they wanted to create the first impression. Well, they have it. Right now, let's throw it over to Mara together with ONIC Philippines on their winning moment.
Thank you, casters. And now kasama ko sa stage ang winning team. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines! You stretched the game to game number 3, pero game number 2, muntik nyo na masweep yung kalaban. But at the end, kayo ang nagwagi. How happy are you dun sa first day performance nyo ngayon? And tell us what happened pagpasok ng game number 3.
Same lang po kasi confident po kami maglaro. Kasi yung ginagawa po namin sa scrim, nagagawa namin dito eh.
At nakikita nakita ko confident ka kasi kinuha mo yung mic at ikaw na ngayon na nagsasalita. Ay, wait, may bago tayo sa ONIC. We have a new coach analyst, si Coach Lyric. So anong nagbago sa ONIC ngayon with your new coach analyst? Paano nagbago yung dynamics, yung mindset, strategy ng team?
Coach,
What changed?
Coach, ano daw binago mo?
Una yung disiplina kasi 'di ba? Alam naman natin na galing sila dati sa mga amateur team yung Anarchy kaya inumpisahan namin sa disiplina sa oras tapos sa oras ng pagising kung gaano ka-importante yung scream dapat at saka kung gaano ka-importante yung RG.
What do you mean na sa pag-oras ng pagising? Anong nagbago? So ngayon mas maaga na sila nagigising?
Hindi, dati kasi ginigising sila eh. Parang ang pangit ng dating na parang nagtatrabaho ka lang pag ginigising ka. Dapat excited kang gumising kasi excited kang mag-ML, excited. Kasi excited kang mag-ML, excited kang maging champion, excited kang patunayan yung sarili mo. Kaya
okay.
Parang ang pangit na ginigising ka, parang pinipilit ka para sa mga goals mo.
So ngayon, mas disiplinado sila. So coach, anong oras na nagigising dati? Anong oras na sila nagigising ngayon?
Dati, alas 11 sila gumigising ngayon, alas 9 na. Minsan yung mga bata, alas 8, naririnig ko, nag-RG na.
Oh, nice! Very well done. Ay, pero you guys worked really hard, lalo na off-season. Actually, Ryota, eto, para sa'yo to. You guys did really well sa C-Ball qualifiers. Top 4 kayo, and you made it sa Philippine team natin na C-Ball. So, paano nagbago to in terms of yung confidence, motivation? Paano nagbago yung kupunan pagkatapos ng experience na yon? Lalo na sa'yo, now that you've made it to the national team, papasok dito sa Season 11.
Siguro yung nadala namin yung combine hanggang ngayon, yung confidence siguro namin. Parang mas tumaas simula nung napasali kami sa combine eh.
So, lalo nang mas tumaas yung confidence mo.
Lalo na sa akin.
Lalo na sa'yo. Congratulations, by the way, on getting especially your first win for the season. Once again, ONIC Philippines. You may now walk off the stage. Good job, Ryota. Go ahead. The team with the new confidence and newfound discipline. Dati, alas 11 lang sila nagigising ngayon, waking up as early as 8 to 9. Makikita natin ang kanilang bagong disiplina and determination ngayong Season 11. At hihimayin natin kung ano nga bang naganap sa laban nito. Casters, pasok!
Time is changing for ONIC Philippines. Just how Coach Lyric reveals himself with a complete face coming from a logo on Leo's podcast.
Demon Shoes. He was once Demon Shoes and now he's a real person. I love it.
Yeah, he was once, he pinched me once on Season 10. Now he's a real human. And now they're making it all work. Let's throw it over through our analysts on how ONIC Philippines got a grip against the Barangay.
You're asking me how they got a grip over the Barangay. Now I'm just trying to get my own grip together here. Thanks for setting me up that way, OSX. Now, again, it was a beautiful story that ONIC and Omega painted in that game number 3, where it all begins with great drafting by these two teams as we revisit it. The first picks across the board, the first 3 picks of both sides, Fredrin, Ruby, Kadita for Omega. ONIC had a Valentina, Kaja, and Claude. Now, the Valentina and Kaja were answered right away by the Ruby and Kadita. Again, with 2 heroes that would really want to get up close, having a lot of crowd control can stop the things that they'd want to do in the map. ONIC, very brave choice to go ahead and pick up the Claude as well, but we saw that eventually Nets weren't able to land the kills, but the damage that he got to deal off with the Blazing Duet really helped set things up for the Karina and even for the Grok, even the Valentina to finish things off there. We also have to talk about here the constant pressure that the Kaja applies to a team fight. I'm not just talking about his ultimate, but I'm talking about his passive wherein he lowers the damage being dealt out by the opposing team, slows them even more as well. It was nerfed in a recent in a patch before the most recent one that we had, but it's still highly effective. And even though Omega got all the turtles of the game, key objectives early on, eventually sometimes you just need that one key pick-off, because it's difficult to team fight against the lineup of Omega. Again, we talked about how they had so much crowd control that a full 5v5 up-in-your-face team fight would be unfavorable for ONIC, so they relied on what they do best. With the Kaja, they did the pickoffs. Early on, we saw a crucial pickoff onto Kelra there into the bottom lane. Renjo would feel it as well, and it seems like it was just a setup for what would eventually happen to Omega in the late game. Although Omega had the control of this game, they team fought really well, they had the damage, but Kakadut even doing plays such as these where he would sacrifice himself, knowing that they needed to take down Kelra. Such a great call by Kakadut at times to be aggressive and to be sacrificial when needed. This is a great turnaround by ONIC PH that even though this started unfavorably for them, they went ahead and tried to contest it even further. And eventually they would have fall here, and it would be Omega getting this Lord, but they did what they could to delay the inevitable, and it led to this. A successful defense into a great pickoff, and another great pickoff as well. Kelra wasn't killed here, but the Lord went into the hands of ONIC, and that was all she wrote. The engagements that the members of Omega wanted to do would eventually get countered by the pulls of Kakadut on that Kaja. Let's look at the keys to victory checklist again. Unleash the beast in Kakadut. We saw that in game number 3. We even saw it in game number 1, although a little bit more reserved. Play methodical around Miko and Stone for Omega. They did that all throughout this series. Focus on Renjo versus Ryota picks and Micro. Again, as to why we saw Lapu Lapu banned multiple times, Terizla picked and then banned as well. So the checklist all ticked correctly by these two teams, but in the end it was the Unleash the Beast Kakadut gentlemen that turned the tide of victory in favor for ONIC.
Completely. Changing times is always now the complete measure. If you're going up against these teams who actually went from season 8, 9, and 10, this is just purely perseverance, rising through, hungry to get that title. We may speak too soon, but this is just one thing that we look after throughout the teams who's showing in Season 11. Once again, it's an honor working with you. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Renmar Santa Cruz. This has been the Wee Bear Bros. We'll be right back.
Season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Back for the final match of the day. TNC Pro Team will go up against MPL Philippines defending champions, Blacklist International. Both teams were unsuccessful in their first match yesterday, but one will bounce back. Sino kaya sa kanila? Let's get the last match started. Casters, pasok.
In this matchup, it's fundamentals versus variety. The Rising Phoenix or the Rising Stars? We'll have to find out who comes out on top. Welcome. This is the English broadcast of MPL Philippines Season 11. I'm Brockhart alongside Leo, and of course, we've got Reptar here. Guys, these are teams who Mara mentioned were unsuccessful yesterday. Who do you think is coming out on top this one time around?
I don't want to call any bets, given that both teams are very close to my heart. But I'm just happy that these are the two teams that have reinvented themselves in Season 11 and are now going to be going up against each other with only one coming out as a victor.
Yeah, gentlemen, I'm going to have to give the Switzerland answer here and say we're going to end up becoming the victors here, the people watching this, because
one way to put it.
I feel like there's going to be another 3-game series with fundamentals and variety on the board. It's going to be an interesting matchup.
So that's interesting, right? Coach Lift representing fundamentals. And of course, Master the Basics more on the variety factor, where we kind of know the Master the Basics has been behind Blacklist since their M3 run. And while TNC, of course, employed 2 rosters in one series for experimentation, just mixing it around here. And of course, we have to feature Mr. Hitman himself. It's Renegade.
Don't play with my emotions. No way. No way. Is he seeing play today? Because if he is, I'm here for it. I was born for this day.
Yep, pro player, artist, content creator, business owner, and now potentially XP laner playing in the second series of the season for Blacklist International. Going through next play as a gold laner, XP laner, roamer. This man is a jack of all trades. But don't get us wrong, he is a master of many things as well.
That is true. And yesterday, he was being sorely missed by our fans. And this time around, it is looking like he is going to be playing here. So that should be interesting. Of course, roots of Renegade trace him all the way back to the proud place Bataan, where we have a lot of homegrown talents, including Kyrie, Edward, and of course, Coach Bonchan himself. And I can tell, man. I can really tell that Bataan is very proud of these players. We'll have to find out, though, what our audience has to say about these teams.
Salamat casters, live and alive over here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. And for the first time, kita nyo na kaagad ang dagsaan ng mga tao between the final series of today. This is going to be between Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. Last time, nakita natin ang nakapanayam natin ay ang mga players. But this time, we're going to be talking to 3 different people, specifically major super fans ng Blacklist International. Please welcome each and every one of them. Tinamatatapikin ko sa isa-isa. Let's give a round of applause to everyone, shall we? Let's go. Ayan. So, kita mo, di ba? Biglang tatlo sila na tumayo. So, please introduce yourselves. Ay, nasa iyo pala yung mic. Okay, simulan mo. Ikaw na to.
Hello, my name is Fern. I currently work for ONIC Philippines, pero dati admin ako ng V-Vice for 2 years.
Right.
Hi, I'm Kat, admin ng BY Spam Group sa Facebook.
And
I'm Raf, admin ng BY Spam.
alright, so these are your three people here. I'm sure na matagal na kayong fans, but speaking of which, gaano na kayo katagal specifically in terms of seasons? Kasi may nakwento ka sa akin kanina eh.
Yeah, fan kami ng BY since ONIC pa lang sila. Sinusupport namin sila nung ONIC pa. Then, nung nag-transition sila sa Blacklist, dire-diretso pa rin yung support namin.
And it does show kasi nandito ka pa rin after all of those seasons.
Actually, nasa Jakarta din kami nung
Sa
M4.
Jakarta din sila. Just imagine, di ba? Props to you guys kasi ibang klase yung nagiging suporta nyo all throughout. Now, this time, let's talk about Kath. Kath,
Yes.
gaano ka ba katagal na, I mean, of course, you're the moderator of the VY's page, but speaking of which, what was the story? Paano ka ba napunta as an admin and what was the support like?
Actually, nag-start talaga yung season 4 eh. Nagla-live sila Venus. Konti pa lang yung viewers nila nun. Tapos lagi ako nagsasend ng stars. Then, doon nag-start na maka-interact pa sila Venus tsaka si Wise.
Alright, Fern, of course, last but not the least, final message para sa Blacklist International.
Good luck sa Blacklist. Galingan nyo. Kayang-kaya nyo yan.
Let's see if they can break the code versus TNC Pro Team. Thank you so much, you guys. And let's see the final series of the night. Casters, the floor is yours.
Always so nice to see our fans coming out here on the live venue so that they can give and show their support here. And I have to say that I can tell that the passion is real here in the stage. I also saw one interesting guest that we have here for Blacklist as well.
Who is it?
I saw the KDA machine just showing up support here.
He's in our midst.
I can't believe that we are seeing that. I love it because I think yesterday Blacklist posted a page dedicating their win or their game to Haji and Oheb, who are of course not on the present roster right now. What do you guys think this entails? How does that affect our players?
I'd like to think that this shows that despite not being an active part of the roster, that the Blacklist family is still intact, regardless of whether or not MV3 is playing or whether on the same team, because Oheb is still here, he's in the MDL, they're still as one. So agents are something to be happy about.
Yeah. So here we are going to see our players.
All aboard the trip of triumph. Today they stand more confident, more creative, and more vibrant than ever. Phoenix Army rise as one with TNC Pro Team. With new allies enlisted, a code is rewritten. The same mission stands to break the code. Agents and all, welcome Blacklist International! and their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Master of the Basics. Foundations versus innovation. Who will prevail?
And there it is. TNC Pro Team playing it off with the lineup that ran the Z-Long for the first time in a long time. Ninja Killer, Saksa, Jago, Cram, Escalera, and Riku.
4 out of 5 from the OG Archangel lineup that run roughshod in the amateur scene in the Philippines.
Yeah, Riku and this gang of TNC squad, they put themselves on the map yesterday. What I'd want to see from them this time around, a little bit sharper execution, a little bit more chemistry being shown off, because yesterday felt like a lot of great individual players trying to make great individual plays. I want to see them work together better as a stronger unit because they are up against Blacklist International.
Yeah, the Blacklist team that really needs to get onto that Ube unit. That's Super Red, Wise, Renegade, Yue, and Oh My Venus.
I can't. It's the Hitman. He's here. Yesterday, Edward was the glue that held together a Blacklist squad. Here today, I mean, we all know what to expect from the Hitman. Explosive engagements, odd angles. I'm wondering how that's going to gel with the Ube strat.
Yeah, and I'm excited to hear about the keys to victory. I wonder if Renegade or the XP laners will be highlighted here.
Yeah, Renegade definitely, possibly a solo key to victory by himself. We'll have to find out, obviously, from our analyst what he thinks are the keys to victory in this matchup.
Thank you so much, casters. Ito ang kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams. Keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Now, for Blacklist International, kailangan nila maging handa sa mga burst picks na manggagaling mula sa TNC. Again, this is fundamental. This is mastering the basics. Kailangan drafting 101 pa lang. Handa na sila sa kung ano mang ibabato sa kanila ni Coach Lift. Lalo pat may variety na pinapakita ang TNC, especially with what we've seen earlier yesterday, na meron silang different compositions. Merong burst composition at meron namang split push. Pero ang pinaka-importante sa lahat dahil nga agahawak nila yung Ube strat ay hindi sila ma-burst agad-agad. Now, for TNC, kailangan naman nila ipakita yung kakaibang mga pocket picks, especially up against Blacklist International. Tinatawag ko to na chaotic variety. And for the longest time, ito yung nag-work sa Blacklist International. Kapag nag-i-introduce ka ng bagong meta or ng bagong strategy, especially with high burst compositions or yung mga weird and awkward split push lineups, yun yung mga nag-work against the code of Blacklist. Now, for both teams, they have to still manage the minion waves. Super important ito kasi ito yung nagdidictate kung sino yung nagko-control ng equilibrium ng mapa and nagtatranslate ito sa mga objectives and tower pushes. Kaya kailangan ingatan to ng TNC at pati rin ng Blacklist International cross-map trades. It's gonna be very important here kasi macro battle to between TNC and Blacklist International. Yan ang ating keys to victory hatid sa atin ng Infinix. Yan ang kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Macro seems to be what Midnight is thinking about these two teams. Obviously, TNC a little bit more explosive, a little bit more scrappy. Yeah. Yesterday, I think you guys were casting that as well.
Yeah, scrappy is a perfect way to call how TNC plays. And actually, with the keys to victory, we saw XP laners were indeed the focus because it feels like with how they were laid out there, with the minion wave management for favorable trades, burst pocket picks for TNC, watching out for similar drafting patterns for Blacklist International, things like that. Those scream as keys to victory surrounding XP laners, but not just that, also surprise picks for junglers and gold laners as well.
Yeah, draft is upon us here in game number 1 between Blacklist and TNC. I have to say, a lot of people still waiting for that Z-Long, obviously a little bit unlikely, unless TNC wants to make that something like their identity.
I want to see it again.
You obviously, a lot of people want to see it again, right? So
the heart says yes, the mind says no.
Yeah, the stats say no, actually.
Yeah.
But you never really know.
Speaking of the stats, I believe in the history of S11 alone, I mean, small sample size, that's the longest game we've had as per duration. Yeah. So if with a Z-Long lineup, you're able to extend the game that much, it's not out of the realm of possibility that it might be a legit strat.
Yeah, it's not surprising. It's in his name, Z-Long. Zilong for long games.
Oh, I see what you did there.
It's right there.
Jokes aside, I
Two out of
do.
five.
A
I'm
lot of
serious.
people were saying, you know what, I can burst marksman in 2 hits.
Yeah.
A lot of Zilong mains were saying that in the chat.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you think is going to be the impact of Renegade here coming into this one? How much of a change-up will that do to Blacklist's strat?
Well, Midnight and I were actually talking about it behind the scenes. Renegade is that type of player akin to the Kilowash of old, wherein he's the type of explainer who can start things on his own, join me, or the moment he sniffs that Blacklist is up to something, an aggressive type of maneuver, he will not hesitate. That's the kind of player Renegade is.
Yeah, a big contrast to what Edward usually does, right?
Yeah.
Where, guys, eyes on me.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this on my own as much as I can and buy you some space. Renegade wants to start the fights himself.
And that's what's so dangerous about Renegade is he almost always comes in from out of the shadows, from a bush that you didn't expect, a bush you didn't check, and from an angle that you would wonder, even after you lost the game, how'd he get there?
Yeah, and the contrast to that in the side of TNC, of course, we got to talk about Cram. There's a reason why last season we talked about Cram time.
Yeah.
And especially in MPL Philippines Season 9 as well. When Cram gets the heroes that can be aggressive and make the plays, Cram time is something Blacklist International needs to watch out for.
Cram time heroes very much so going also into possibilities of a Beatrix, right? I think Carry's still very much on the table here for both of these teams, actually.
Now, the possibility of the gold lane being left open is very much out there. But with this first pick Paramis coming in from Blacks International, courtesy of Master of the Basics and Dexstar, does that close up the possibility of a glue? Because, again, that's one way to interact with the glue. But it looks like the last year with the Benedetta, I like this more. This is pretty solid. But an early Lilia.
Yeah, and this is a
Erlilia.
Lilia that back in
Erlilia.
MPL, Erlilia. It really was an Erlilia.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you for that. Lilia, by the way, earlier in their history, TNC used this hero to
There
great
he is.
success with their Lilia Lolita combo, and there's Haji on your screens. But yeah, Lolita might be an option here for TNC Pro Team. If this Faramis isn't going to be going onto the hands of Oh My Venus, they can take the Lolita away. But it's true, it's tried and tested. Lolita and Lilia together works very well for TNC.
Yeah, obviously Faram is still swappable between Oh My Venus.
And Hue,
cannot really take that route. On the other hand, though, that's not happening. It is happening this time around. It's the Estes.
And with the Estes in your lineup, there's no way it's not going to go into the hands of John Marvilla Luna. There's no way the Queen's not going to play the Estes. So with this, you have Renegade in the XP lane, play in the Lapu-Lapu, expect fights to go for about 90 seconds. God bless my lungs.
Man,
I'm scared.
It's what we call the uube.
Uube.
The ultimate bonding experience.
The uube, the ultimate bonding experience extended.
Yes.
And that's the thing, right? This lineup, they have to stick together. Cult Altar, right? Blessing of the Moon Goddess, Domain of the Moon Goddess, they all have to stick there. It incentivizes you to do that. I wonder what is going to be the answer here for TNC. A lot of, obviously, Atlas is pretty good with those.
Yeah, and actually they already showed their answer right away. Well, one of the answers, Rockhart, that Claude. Claude works really well against Faramis comps because if you get to prematurely activate or deplete the extra health that the other members get from the Faramis Ultimate Cult Altar, that leaves them open for a great Blazing Duet because they'll all be stunned in place. They'll all be sticking together. Blazing Duet is perfect for that.
They're just standing there like, why does it hurt?
Yeah.
Why does it hurt?
Because
Big
there's
questions.
Dexter and Claude just spinning around.
And the Lilia, obviously, throwing up blooms all day.
It
oh,
hurts.
man.
So could this be just the fundamental answer by Coach Lift and Wright here in the draft? Because I see something else coming up. The fact that Lolita nor Atlas have been banned.
That is true.
The rumor for TNC still out there.
And that's the reason why I'm thinking, why would you prioritize a Cho instead of an Atlas ban? Probably, I don't know, they're maybe challenging it, they're confident in it, maybe they practice against it, right?
Yeah.
But I really do think that there is a good incentive to actually ban out the Atlas here in this game.
Yeah. I understand the Cho ban, though, because as we were talking about TNC earlier, they're the type of team that yes, this squad, we haven't seen them really gel 100% as that unit, but individually, as like small groups spread throughout the map, they can pull off plays, and Cho is perfect for that, hence the ban by Blacklist International.
Especially if you're playing with a with a roamer that used to be a mid laner.
Yeah.
The mechanics that Escalera brings to the table is threatening, it's scary. So now they ban out the Akai. Yeah, they're leaving open the Atlas and the...
Oh my goodness.
I'd want to see a Lolita pick up by TNC. Though.
And the Lolita, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to relate to that, who is that player that was a roamer, swapped off, transition in the mid, and was just super successful?
He's over here. He's over
He's
here.
right here behind us. Haji
He knows.
himself.
Yeah,
He knows.
And that's a sign of respect from Blacklist International that they're looking at Escalera and the potential threat he can bring to the table as a roamer and go, you remind us of Haji, we're going to take away some of your heroes that we'll respect. We were talking about high burst picks, hence why they took out the Natalia earlier in the game as well, and even the Kadita. If teams would want to play Haka V, I just realized Blacklist is playing Haka Escalera.
Man, they really are. It's like a challenge by Blacklist, right? I dare you. I dare you to pick that Atlas up.
Oh, Rookie of the Season, Season 9, Escalera. This much respect from our World Champion squad, our Season 10 Champion squad.
Escalera, how well can he escalate things for TNC to win this match or put things favorably for them? Roamers running out. They're really taking their time thinking about it. Atlas was mentioned a lot, but Ruby is still also on the table, and they pick it up.
I think that that secures the roam position. Yeah. So for some reason, TNC opting out of the Atlas, which has proven to be a very powerful pick in the recent times.
Blacklist lost to an Atlas yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Piloted by no other than Yaoi World Champion himself. So options here, friends. Super Red, obviously, Moskov. Close games yesterday. Possible still here in this one.
Fredrin's still out there?
Fredrin's still out there. Brody and Fredrin might be their last two picks. There's the Fredrin as mentioned by Leo. And traditionally, you think Brody when you're up against a Claude. And there's a lot of dive on the side of TNC. They also have a Benedetta to worry about. Seems like the safe pick to go unless they trust the knockback of the Moskov.
You can really win out a lot of those early game trades if you pick up the Brody.
Yeah.
And there it is. And that's what they're opting for. Playing it safer. Also, Brody, one of the tougher marksmen out there.
True.
Right? Yeah.
He can protect himself. And with the case of Super Red, we saw shades of his brilliance yesterday. I'm guessing with the support that Oh My Venus can put on the table, this should be key. Now, Hanzo, recently seen here in the Philippines in the MDL as a roamer, now will be playing as a jungler. I believe this should go into the hands of Sasha Jago.
Yeah,
that is correct.
We saw it played in the MDL. We saw it banned multiple times yesterday.
Twice, yeah.
Blacklist was also one of the teams that banned out the Hanzo.
So they saw this coming somehow.
Maybe,
or they were somehow in the back of their minds they are expecting it. And there you go. What do you guys think of this one? We'll have to find out, as of course we do want your predictions as well later on. Always such a good time to predict here before the match starts. I think it's coming out on top here.
I honestly would have changed my prediction if I knew that V would be playing Estes, because that thing is a thing of beauty.
It really is.
Oh, man. And Estes, oh my, Venus said it a lot during M4. You really want to beat us? Why are you giving us the Estes to get picked up? And Echo yesterday, still continuing the trend of giving away the Estes, they were able to defeat Blacklist. But now TNC seems like they think they have the strategy to beat the signature pick of Blacklist International, Oh My Venus. Let's see if it will work out for them.
Check it out. Yue pressuring Riku, given that this is a very high sustain, high burst mid lane that TNC is rocking. By the way, Oh My Venus wearing the new Galactic Dominator skin.
Oh yeah, I actually want to ask Oh My Venus, what do you think about this? Do you like it better than the old one? It does look sharper. So.
Ooh. Sasha Jago with an easy take there on the Little Wanderer.
He's level 3, by the way, very quickly.
That's how it works. I mean,
one of the perks.
As soon as he saw it, he ate it, basic attack the purple, and Bob's your uncle.
That is just so smooth. We'll have to find out if this is going to impact the lanes a lot. Because if you don't impact the lanes, therein lies the problem. So I think Sasha Jago, he's kind of pressured to act a lot earlier than usual.
And right now, both teams still just playing it normally and traditionally.
We have to really watch out for this Hanzo pickup and how well it's gonna do. I believe the last time we saw a Hanzo in MPL Philippines might have been back Season 7 or Season 8. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, I think people have just been recently rediscovering how good Hanzo is.
Yeah.
And they're able to master how difficult it is to play, especially if you are off form. But Saxajago seems to be very confident. And, yeah.
Close call. I mean, they went in deep up top. It's Cram about to get that same treatment. And he gets away, but only for a second more. First blood drawn by Blacklist International.
Cram going down means Blacklist International will most likely get this turtle without a problem. Unless Saxajago will commit his ultimate to try and take it away. But Blacklist taking it way too fast. Here comes Saxa.
Oh, Renegade drop in, the greatest fighter. Turtle secured, rather, by Wise, but that's not going to help the Hitman live any longer. Cold Alter set in Escalera, very low. Looking for another engage, but Oh My Venus keeps the rest of Blacklist alive.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, they really are incentivized to really just stick together. And that Cult Alter does wonders. It's actually it's slowing down the Hanzo's play here by a very big amount.
Yeah, and you saw there, you actually committing the pull. The Shadow Stampede from the Faramis to delay his entry just a little bit. Saxajago was able to get there in time, just wasn't able to beat Wise in the Retribution battle. However, this is good for TNC because now they know that they can actually contest objectives without having to risk so much for it. That it might help them cross into the mid to the late game where they'll have the damage to face it. Ooh. Escalera misses the flicker hook.
Close call. Close call. But look at this pressure. Look at this presence by TNC. They have to answer Blacklist down bottom. And they catch Ninja Killer. Gets out with a BMI. Super Red almost taken down. The once known Yasuo. And Wise wants to take on Escalera. He's going to find his man. Helped by Yue. Securing the kill. Now it's 3v1. Wise. Here comes the backup. Oh My Venus and Yue. Look at Cram dropping the Electro final blow. Wise very low. There's not enough damage coming in from TNC. Kinjutsu. Pinnacle Ninja set in by Saxajago. He doesn't have the damage quite yet. Blacklist walks away the victor.
This SS just has so much sustain. If you combo it with the Cold Alter, this is the reason why Estes, I think since M4 has been being banned out against Blacklist. Yeah, there.
Not just M4, but for the long history of this version of Blacklist International. And it's interesting that TNC, I wonder if it will get to the point where it will actually be, there's so much damage from the side of TNC that they can actually just withstand all the healing and still continue fighting after all the healing and sustain utilities of Blacklist International are gone.
Yeah.
Because right now, TNC are struggling.
Games like these are why you get permabanned.
Yeah.
As a hero.
Oh, look at this, trending the damage. Oh My Venus! Riku secures the kill after the Pinnacle Ninja by Saxajago was used to help take down the Queen. That's a man advantage for TNC, but they didn't move fast enough. Wise secures their second turtle.
Sharp rotation there by Blacklist International, immediately responding to the threat at hand in the mid lane. TNC still has not secured the turtles. Turtle 3 might be a big one. Usually we see a big team fight, but again, TNC doesn't need to go face Blacklist International head on, and they're playing it relatively safe. Still a very close game, knowing the fact that they can't, or it's difficult for them to win big team fights, but they're going to try one here in mid.
Yeah.
Saksha lets out Numa, Soul Reap the minions away, and they force out a Cult Alter. So I'm guessing this is part one of a long-term plan for TNC in team fights.
Yeah, TNC seems to be very happy to just, bait out these plays. They're not minding the objectives as much. They want to force Blacklist to fight them head on. And basically, they do have a lot of firepower, especially on Demon Numa mode, so I don't blame them.
Yeah, at some point, Ninja Killer will have to sacrifice his gold lane tower because, again, the tendency is, at this point, there will be a dive onto the lane of the gold.
Look at Saksha. He was so close, so close. Oh My Venus just barely saving Yue. So this is just but, a teaser of what might the mid to the late game be for this Hanzo.
As I was saying earlier, Ninja Killer now in TNC going for the bot lane.
Down bottom, Escalera helping put pressure. Here comes Yue. And Oh My Venus supporting their rookie in the gold lane. Super Red pushing back TNC. No engages just yet. Look at Escalera. He's waiting for his ult. No flicker. TNC back off.
I gotta say, this is actually a lot better for Blacklist to have an Estes. It kind of it's like a crutch here for Super Red, considering that
Yes.
Super Red didn't really have the best day yesterday, right? This time around, with as long as Oh My Venus is nearby, right? Like he can play a little bit more risky.
It's a crutch at best, an enabler at worst. So you have two ways to go, and so far, Black is winning. They're up by 500 gold, and they've won all turtles.
Yeah, but again, it's incredibly impressive how TNC has kept it close. Let's see if they can get their first turtle of the game, or will it be a third one for Blacklist?
Huge Ube here.
man.
TNC aren't even going to try. They know they can't. Renegade anchoring down mid as Wise takes the final turtle for Blacklist.
So what's the play here for TNC, right? How do you attack a lineup like this from Blacklist, considering that they're actually pretty good even if they're grouped up?
Yeah, it seems like they're going to be going for the counter punch with how they're playing. They're trying to get their pickoffs, as you see here, with Saxa Jago duking it out with Renegade in the mid lane. And that's just what we'll see. Ninja Killer loses his tower as expected. Renegade, will he lose his life? No.
Oh, Renegade seems like ready to fight back right there. And Wise kind of playing a little bit with fire here alongside US. Seems like very confident.
I just realized when you look at the lineup of TNC, they're not really just like a Faramis or Estes, but they have individual abilities for second chances and team fights, like resets for their own heroes that they can continue fighting.
Redemption.team.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
Is that a trademark now?
So a lot of room for error, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of room of error, exactly. It's a very forgiving lineup on the side of TNC.
And they can keep playing like this over and over again because they got the quad, I guess, right?
Yeah, as this game goes on, we're understanding even more. Like, it really feels like TNC crafted this lineup specifically for the Uube.
Oh, look at this. Riku caught out by the Hitman. And that's mission accomplished. Escalera looking for the punish. Renegade still obliging Saksha, going into the back line, but Super Red will get some healing. The ult pop by Oh My Venus. Escalera goes down. Super Red takes him down. But now, look, top and bottom, getting worked on by Ninja Killer and Cram.
I have to say, are you guys noticing how resilient this lineup is? Not just because of the Estes, right? Renegade himself played that on his own.
Yeah.
And he just did that all with mechanics.
Hitman thinks.
That's what we were talking
Just
about.
Hitman
That's what we were setting up earlier about the Hitman with the things that they were doing. But the counter of TNC was tremendous as well. Their signature, at this point, honestly, double pincer maneuver in the side lanes, opening up the rest of the map, even though they lost double in the mid lane.
I think that's worth it.
Yeah, it is actually worth it, right? It's pretty smart. And TNC also kind of adapting, considering that, you know what, we can't take him on a 5v5 fight, right? Let's try to split up a little bit. Try to see what's going to be the answer.
And that's why it's so close. But wait, here's a pull-in by Escalera, forcing out a called altar from UA. They take down Wise. Sasha gets the kill. Blazing Duet coming in from Ninja Killer, and they're still going. Oh, Lord, Super Red. No more extra chances. Super Red takes down Riku and gets a double. Ninja Killer gets killed himself. Now it's just Sasha here in Escalera. Where's Cram? Watch him. It's Cram time. He's going 2v1. Takes down the Queen. Now it's him versus Yue. And they continue. It's now him versus Super Red and Yue. They're still going. Here comes Hitman. Cram is going to sacrifice himself. Fakes it out. Whoa! Outplaying Super Red. Almost. Not today, says Blacklist rookie, as Super Red wins down bot.
He can barely breathe in that fight. Like, who's going to go down? Is he going to go to the tower? Oh, my goodness. That was a great trade-off. And so far, though, Blacklist seems to have still gotten at least a fair trade in that last engage.
The Lord. Who's going to get this Lord is the first one of the game.
It's pretty close.
Oh, look at this. Renegade in trouble. Gets caught out by Saksha's Numa. As a Pinnacle Ninja put out, but it was all just a distraction. As Wise takes the Lord. Escalera very low, taken down by Super Red.
Saksha
is feeling it. Down goes Saksha as well. It's a double kill for Super Red. He's on fire.
He ran out the timer on the Demon Numa. That's unfortunate.
Spent a little bit too long there. Ended up getting closer to the fight than he would have liked. And just like that, Blacklist in control. You've talked about resilience, Rockhart. Both teams showing a lot of resilience. And despite the Lord being resilient on its own, now Wise holds the most Lord secured kills in MPL-PH's history with 166.
A lot of milestones being broken here in our 11th season, I have to say. Definitely Wise, one of the kings of the jungle. He didn't get that for no reason. He got that nickname. He deserves it.
That's just the Philippine metaphoria. I mean, we are meta breakers, we're innovators, and were record breakers.
Yeah.
So that's wise right here. And he secured 3 turtles and a Lord. And now the map is wide open for Blacklist. TNC looking for an answer. Oh, look at this. A pull-in by Escalera, forcing out a cold altar. Here comes Ninja Killer with a blazing duet. Ninja Killer falls, though. It's Renegade. Super Red with a godlike kill. It's a double. Riku falls as well. And Rise in the back line, taking out Saksha. Yue, the only casualty from Blacklist, taken down by Cram, and now the Hitman going 1v1.
Extendable.
Oh, get over here, young man. Oh,
gotta give you some beating.
He's breaking the base.
Wow.
He's gonna go for it. This is looking disastrous for TNC.
You just gotta give it to the Hitman. He knows how to play. He knows how to get things done. And very, very close.
Is it possible?
Oh, they
defended! The punish, that's 3 down from Blacklist International. Escalera with the miracle pull.
Resilience, Rockhart. Resilience. That's the key word for this game. TNC not giving up on the play. Just when they get wiped out, they got back just in time to take out 3 members of Blacklist, and now they're going to try and take down towers.
Oh, man. I have so many questions for that play, but it was like really, really close, so I can't really blame him for trying. But because of that, TNC looks like they are gonna do some map control of their own.
Oh, they're gonna have to regain control of the map here. They are only down to 2 inhibitors left. Meanwhile, 1 base turret available, or all 3 base turrets available for Blacklist International. As you look at the items right now, comparing the gold laner Super Red, who's had a fantastic game, almost a 2,000 gold lead over the Cloud of TNC. But as we've seen, Ninja Killer's damage is there. It's just the timing right now for TNC of when they engage and when they dish out all their abilities. If they dish it out at the wrong time, Blacklist International might just be able to heal through it yet again and fight against TNC.
So far, the fundamentals of TNC are looking still quite there. Their form is a lot better compared to yesterday, I can say that as much. Although right now, obviously, Blacklist have control.
Forced engage, Renegade already spending his ult. Now Saksha with the Pinnacle Ninja. Numa is out to play. Oh, it gets cancelled out almost immediately. And there's no way they're going to steal this Lord. Blacklist walks away with a major objective. Can TNC force the issue?
Chasing.
There's a pull onto the Queen. Oh, blazing duet by Ninja Killer. Force the BMI back out. Down goes Escalera. Ninja Killer very low. Another bravest fighter by Renegade. Look at the back line. Super Red almost got a few there. Now Cram in trouble. Cram time is over, says Super Red. TNC suffers 2 in that clash.
High risk there for TNC. Can they defend this yet again? Can they show off their resilience? This will be a tough one for them.
Yue with the flicker pull, putting Riku in harm's way. Now Ninja Killer just blasting away Saksha Jaguar as well, using his ult. Gonna be too much for Riku to survive. Super Red's onslaught. Now it's just 2 defenders. Here comes Escalera. Not over quite yet. TNC still breathing.
I really love that Ninja Killer just really kept it in, right? He just casted, he just hit some attacks, and then backed off, waited for the rest of the team. Resilience and patience shown by TNC here.
Oh, there's a pull by Escalera. Ninja Killer very low. Renegade, a 1-man siege. He's going in. Forces a flicker out from several members. Now TNC, the defense of a lifetime, they're still here. They have 1 last inhibitor.
A tough one for TNC. They've held on. But right now, things are close. It could have been worse in terms of the gold lead, but TNC, seems like Blacklist International have completely recalibrated their game to just counter TNC over and over again.
Yeah, I think we found where Blacklist is more comfortable here. This lineup, everyone is just a very clean cog in a machine. And it's working out in so much in their favor, even though sometimes they would slip up a little bit, even though TNC capitalizes sometimes. I mean, Blacklist just knows how to bounce back in those small errors.
Oh, man. Blacklist International, seems like the sustain has not fallen off. It fell off somewhat in the mid-game, and then suddenly it's just full sustain. But also kudos to this young man, Super Red. After a difficult day number 1, with an 11-1-2 scoreline, not just playing around well with his teammates, but he's had individual highlights by himself as well to really show off, and now he's really living up to that super name.
And
He is having a super game.
It is a super game. That was what I was going to say. And it's impressive, even though the team fights get so scrappy, Super Red seems to be always in a place where he is safe. His positioning in this game has been on point.
Yeah, a night and day performance for this young man.
That's awareness. That's just understanding of what your team needs and what you need to do at that time.
This is like night and day from yesterday.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And now, it's a traditional setup for the Lord takes Saksha.
Oh!
Oh!
Saksha, man.
Whoa! The
That's
damage
just-
still following him.
That's just the damage that Blacklist now has earned in the 16-minute mark. This Lord here, the third Lord of the game, it's Luminous but not evolved. So still possibly game ending, but if TNC plays this right, they still could be in this. Now Cram buying time in mid.
Yeah, Cram's trying to get something done. At this point, TNC, they can go for like a pincer-like maneuver with Cram in the back.
They're trying it, but Cram has to be careful. Really needs to time his entry.
Watch
Renegade in
out.
the back.
Lord
He's forced
very
to use
low.
Brave
Renegade
Spider.
as well. He still has that immortality. Look at Lord. Look at Cram, but Wise is going to secure it nonetheless. All 5 members of Blacklist collapsing down on the Cram. And it's Escalera trying to find something there. Gets his immortality pop. Now it's his turn to pop a Super Red. Confirms a double kill. And it's a 3v5 with Lord marching in about 15 seconds from now. And Saksha, though, finds Yue a little too deep.
A little bit too deep indeed. Blacklist International still has the numbers game advantage, but without the Faramis. Oh no, Faramis was able to get back real quickly because of his passive. And now with the Lord, just like that, 5v3. A defense of a lifetime for TNC.
Still kind of walking on the mid. Now it's going to be a question whether or not TNC will have enough clear. Lilia is up. The Claude is up.
Cram
this
in 3.
could be close.
Oh man, Lord, watch out. Riku forced out the black shoes. Ninja Killer early blazing duel. Look at the damage that Super Red puts on the table. Pinnacle Ninja set in. Wise taken down already. Cult Alter helping them sustain and stay long enough to take down the base and take game 1.
And there you go. Blacklist looking like they're starting to find their footing here in day number 2 of MPL Philippines Season 11.
Everything we set up prior to game number 1, you rarely see it, but we saw it all just in that one game alone. The conditions for both teams, the stars to watch out for both teams, their tendencies, their priorities. Blacklist comes out on top. What a great game by these two.
Yeah, these are the games where you kind of can catch a glimpse of the old Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
And definitely a different flavor with Renegade in. This guy is living up to his name, the Hitman.
That Lapu-Lapu performance. At one point, Leo said that he was a one-man army. He was. All the regen and the damage you can dish out. Yes, Lapu-Lapu was nerfed. And again, please, patch notes, read them. Even though it says a hero was nerfed, by how much? This Lapu-Lapu, not by that much. Still an incredibly deadly pick.
It's a stain, right?
That was the whole story.
Yeah.
I mean, not just the Lapu-Lapu. Lapu-Lapu was more of, I'd say, the ice cream on the cake. Sorry, the icing on the cake. The fact that there was a Faramis and an Estes.
Yeah.
Unbelievably, it's almost an unkillable lineup if you think about it, if you position the ultimates correctly. Especially with heroes that have higher regeneration rates.
Yeah, and again, TNC drafted well for this. And on paper, it did make sense. We saw it and felt it in the mid-game. But then Blacklist completely adjusted how they played and their own timings. That every time TNC tried something, it just did not work out for them.
Say what you will about TNC's performance here. They lost the game, yes. But they had a good theory. They had a good working theory. Is this Hanzo is enough to speed up the farm and to isolate members of Blacklist. How do we take it up a notch? How do we turn it up to 11? I think that's what was lacking here because Blacklist came to play, and they played to play and play and play. They want to die.
They want to play all day.
So let's go from there. But again, that's game 1.
That is game 1. It was a lot. It was a pretty long game as well. We'll have to find out what our analysts think here in this game number 1.
Like with a lot of things here in the MPL and MLBB, it begins with the draft. Let's again talk about the first 3 picks of these 2 teams. On the side of Blacklist International, the Faramis, the Estes, and the Lapu-Lapu. That alone already was a sign that this is going to be a lineup with a very difficult front line to take down. That Lapu-Lapu was, as Leo said, a one-man army. Add that with Faramis and Estes, a near unstoppable, immortal one-man army, especially with a Bloodlust Axe and an Oracle on him. My goodness, TNC had a difficult time taking down the front line. However, the response was great as well. The Benedetta, Lilia, and Claude, those are 3 that you think of that can give difficulty to a lineup with an Estes and Faramis together, so they've got that checked. But then, the draft took a different turn come the second phase for TNC. They pick up the Ruby. Of course, great initiation, great tempo stopping, and set up for what would eventually be a Hanzo pick, and of course set up as well for the Lilia and the Claude. The Hanzo pickup, we saw it in theory, on paper, it does work really well. But the question that we posed in the beginning was that when are we going to see the fall off of the healing of Blacklist, because TNC has a lot of damage and great second chance team fighting capability as individual heroes. Question was, the damage, the healing will not fall off on the side of Blacklist. Their damage just kept going up, while TNC's damage, they were dealing it, just kept getting healed through by Blacklist International. The lineup of Blacklist, again, signature, it's all built for Super Red with a super game. A 13-1-2 game on the Brody. He had difficulty yesterday. My goodness! In one game alone, this man showed off his potential star power, and it was a tremendous one at that. Only getting picked off once, and again, it gets to the point where for most marksmen, the job is just clear. It's set up for you, get the job done, and this man got the job done. And it was difficult. It was a difficult game for him. Despite him having so many heroes in the lineup built for him to help him out, and TNC having so much heroes just to single-handedly dive a Brody, multiple times he was able to survive the onslaught of dive and damage coming from the side of the Phoenix Army. Super Red, tremendous performance by this young man and how he held on in key moments where he had to. Because don't get me wrong, if Super Red got taken down multiple times, TNC would have been able to win multiple team fights. Super Red was able to stay alive. And this is one of those moments where we felt the pain that TNC can dish out, and one of the glimpses into what eventually would become a Super Red MVP performance. Back-to-back highlights on great individual plays. And once, again, Blacklist International understood how TNC would like to initiate. They'd use the ultimate of the Hanzo to get the initial poke damage out, and then the rest of TNC would follow. Or they would try to poke Super Red in the backline, then TNC would follow. Once they understood that, and once TNC kept doing that over and over again, Blacklist just healed through it. Great formation. Renegade doing his absolute best to delay the entry of TNC Pro Team. Again, TNC Pro Team right now, I feel like after their 2 series now has a reputation for very unique and versatile picks and strategies. But definitely, Blacklist International responded to it well because TNC, gentlemen, they were playing it well with what they had. It just, eventually they ran into a brick wall they just couldn't break down anymore.
That's true. And I have to say that on the beginning of the draft, I kind of get, when I just saw those replays, I kind of get it why they didn't pick up the Atlas. Because after that initial Fatal Links, if there was a Cult Altar there, you're pretty much a goner if you're an Atlas. If for Ruby, you got some sustained damage, even a little better, right? So overall, I have to say that it was okay. It was pretty good for TNC. If you notice the games that they lose, it's still pretty close.
And when TNC loses, so far, 100% in the 2 series they played, we've seen something happen. And that is a full team swap.
Oh!
We're getting it again!
It's going to be fun, boys!
What other surprises do they have? And this is why TNC is one of the most exciting teams to watch out for. They have yet to get that elusive win. But again, as Rockhart mentioned, the games, they have shown out close games. That is now back-to-back close games for TNC. Their second game yesterday, now their first game today. I wonder if they can continue the trend or maybe even finally get that elusive first win.
It's hard to blame them if they don't stop doing this, because eventually if you try against very high caliber teams, it will probably eventually work.
And that's what they're doing here. Yesterday, they tried it against Next Play EVOS. Again, a team with such a legacy from the amateur scene, even before stepping foot in the MPL. They tried it and they put up a great effort. Today, against our defending champions, against our M3 world champions, and I'm starting to feel like they might actually get it. I mean, if you're going to do that, and maybe, I don't want to jinx it, right? I don't want to say it before it happens, but what if they try it now with King Kong, with Jesus, with, I'm blanking out, with Ben Things,
Goyo.
right? With Goyo. If they try it this time around and then they pull out another, I can't say it. I can't say it.
another surprise pick, a trump card, so many things. And with TNC, they feel like a team that, remember the saying, folks, there is that old saying of you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. They're taking all the shots.
All right. To be fair, I thought you were going to say, you know the saying, let them cook.
Also that, let them cook.
They probably are cooking right now. I think that they're in that mode where they are starting to kind of just become comfortable with the picks that they have. And maybe when that happens, maybe, right, we can finally get the TNC that we've been promised in that beautiful trailer video that they produced.
Again, it's about the journey, right? It is the journey of success. And Coach Lift, Coach Wright, Coach Scholar, you can't suddenly just get there, right? You can't keep asking, are we there yet? Are we there? Are we there yet? It's day 2 of season 11. I think there's plenty of room to grow.
Yeah, again, this is a team trying to bounce back from an incredibly difficult MPL Philippines Season 10 after reaching great heights in MPL Philippines Season 9. That it will take time, as Leo mentioned, and yeah, let them cook, honestly. That's the best thing you can say for TNC. Hold up, let him cook. And again, for the chefs out there, for people who love to cook, right? The best things that are cooked slowly are incredibly delicious. So maybe they're a slow roast, you know?
Yeah, we'll
Slow
probably
roast
have
type of
steak
deal.
later on. That's one of the best examples,
Now I'm
right?
hungry. Here
Now
we
we're
go
hungry.
again in the English stream and food. We always do this.
I mean, it just makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Especially, right, that with TNC, maybe it's chicken.
Oh my God.
Overall, I think at this point, TNC, why are they swapping out so much? That's the question on my mind.
I'd like to think it's part of the dynamic that they've discovered during the offseason as they were assembling this 10-man roster. Again, as much as I know Coach Liff and as much as I love him, in my experience with him, since I last saw him in Season 8, there's a lot he's open to. And if this is one of them, the idea that we can activate the 10-man roster and switch out during series, then so be it. I hope it just finds success sometime soon.
Yeah, you can't help but think of a team that is so open-minded to anything. To open-minded to constantly swapping full 5-man, trying out different lineups and strategies. You can't help but think that at some point it will just all gel together. Right now, TNC is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with them. But it seems like every flavor that you could possibly get is like 8 out of 10, even 10 out of 10. It just isn't like that winning formula for chocolates just yet. They still need that elusive win. But at one point, it will gel together.
And I gotta say, that's what maybe makes TNC games look so fun. I mean, they may not get the wins right now, or they haven't yet, but it's always fun to speculate what are they going to come up with next, right? Like, especially in this one, I want to pivot into that discussion. What are the major changes that you want to see on TNC's draft that maybe can improve game number 2 for them?
All right, so game 1 with the Escalera-led lineup, again, that's where we see the quirkiness. That's where we see them putting ketchup in a brownie. Again, it's that weird ingredient, right? Look at that draft. Look at that draft, right?
That's
so
perfect,
now that we're going into a Ben Things-led lineup, I'd like to see them go back to the fundamentals. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, on paper, this is a lineup like that just need to not be so cautious with taking risks, because that was one of the problems with this lineup yesterday when they played against Next Play EVOS. It seems like they had the lineup that that would reward them if they take risks and played fast,
With
but
that
they didn't.
defensive Matilda.
Yeah, it was a defensive Matilda, whereas Ben thinks of old. He's even shown like great individual aggressive Matilda play. So I'd want to see a more aggressive Ben Things here. And this is why we set this up. We set up the story at the beginning of the series, wherein there's a lot of fundamentals and principles, like old reliables on the side of Blacklist International. Meanwhile, there's so much variety on the side of TNC Pro Team that you're going to need to find a balance if you're TNC here. Balance variety with enough orthodox of what we're used to. Because Blacklist, we know for so long now, is just they stick to what works very well for them. And even though teams can say that, oh, we know what they're going to pick, in game, it's still so hard to go up against it. So earlier you posed the question of what does TNC need to do. I'd want to see them take a page out of Echo's book from yesterday, ban the Estes and ban the Diggy. We didn't see the Diggy here, but just take those two options away, and then there's enough room in the draft to just change things up as it goes.
That's actually perfect, because the moment you don't ban out the Estes and the Diggy in the early game, expect Blacklist to pick that up.
Yep.
Blacklist has
Right away.
proven that pattern, and maybe sometime around, TNC will probably find out, you know what, let's just flip a switch and do what the other teams are doing. Maybe we can get some sort of victory
It's
there.
not worth it. Against Blacklist, it's not worth it.
Right?
Just don't.
It's just so good, and you're right. If you are going to, you're gonna take risk anyway. Don't do it half baked. Let's go all in, right? Either if you're gonna go for a very burst lineup like what we saw Bren do earlier in game number 1 in the first game, just go burst. Just do what you want to do best. You have one crowd control guy, go ahead. We don't care. Just as long as you can get the objectives, you can get those wins on the team fights. I mean, maybe that's one way that TNC can make it back.
Rogard, while we're talking about TNC and you say the words all in, I can't help but see Z-Long.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the Z-Long.
Doesn't have to be Z-Long. Again, it can be another kind of spice, but now used by this other lineup, the Vanguards of TNC. TNC Vanguard, TM.
I like that.
Yeah.
TNC Vanguard.
Yeah, they're the Vanguard. We were talking about it yesterday. It's because they were the first lineup to show up. And then it's like they were the scouting team. Like, okay, this is what you expect from this person, from this part of the map. And then in that game too, they showed up, TNC, with the first lineup that we saw today. So maybe it's like they switched.
Yeah,
this is the Vanguard lineup that we see now, but they're like
Who's the
information
Vanguard now?
absorbers. Who's the Vanguard now? TNC confuses me, but I love it.
And maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe that TNC's trying to confuse the opposition. The teams yesterday, the teams today.
It's like they're like magicians. They make you look at one hand, but the trick's like happening right here.
But so far it's not working. We're the ones who get confused. The teams so far that have faced TNC right now, next play Evos, they got confused maybe a little, but they won anyways. Blacklist have a game over TNC. They're halfway there. So far, the confusion hasn't set in. I wonder if it's going to work here today.
I miss the Benfing picks, right? I think those are the picks that
Franco.
can kind of work against a team like Blacklist.
Lolita.
He plays a really mean Cho.
Oh, man. And maybe Kufra, stuff like that.
Kufra,
Atlas, you can't really take those out. And maybe that's a reason why they swapped it out here. I would love a guy that plays AoE a lot, has very good fundamentals, proven on TikTok, right? And maybe that's something that can work against Blacklist.
Yeah, up against a very fundamental and principled team like Blacklist International, maybe what you need is a fundamental and principled roamer. We've always talked about Ben Things before, like for basketball fans out there, it's like he's like the Tim Duncan. But here in MLBB, it's the Ben Things.
He's got
the Ben Things.
He's got that Euro step Numenon blast.
Yeah, Euro step Numenon blast, exactly. That side step. So many angles with a Numenon blast from. So if they have the room for it, I'd want to see them pick up something like a Lolita.
That would be so much fun. Also, a counter pick. What do you call that? A steal pick from Blacklist as well.
Deny it from the Queen. Here we go. They take out the Diggy already. Good start. Good start.
Oh, these guys. They know what to do. They're taking a page from the games yesterday. Right?
Yeah, the page of Echo. And this is interesting because let's run it back a little bit. Yesterday, we only saw Blacklist draft from the red side. game number 1, Blacklist drafted blue side, so maybe that's why TNC couldn't put the bans like what they used to. But now that it's Blacklist on the red side and TNC on the blue, they're following a relatively similar drafting pattern as Echo showed yesterday. They banned the Diggy, banned the Estes, and now they can just shuffle around the picks here. Yesterday for Echo, it was Diggy, Estes, and for Ramis that they banned out. Let's see if TNC will continue that trend.
Now here's the thing though. Blacklist has been preparing for the longest time for situations where the Estes and the Diggy get banned out. So I would not be surprised by a Lolita. Maybe that's something that they can attack right away. And obviously the Faramis is a huge possibility as well.
Yeah, if the Faramis doesn't get banned here, which most likely they will try to leave open, the Lolita becomes all the more a commodity. All the more, you're going to ask, TNC, is it worth it to first pick the Lolita?
For me, no.
Exactly.
For me,
Like,
no.
good one. Just on a fundamental level, just no.
As much as I love Lolita as a roamer myself, and Ben thinks has a great history with a Lolita, just no.
This is what I miss.
Save it for a little bit later.
This is what I miss in MPL Philippines. The mind games, it's very apparent.
Yeah.
Right? International stages, it's kind of just flat out straightforward.
Yeah.
Here, they really are very, very familiar with each other.
Even a first pick Franco wouldn't have been worth it, right?
That's
But
true.
Blacklist understands. They know that this is the line we're treading. This is where we are now. So what is worth it for Coach Wright and Coach Lift to trade? This is a first pick. This is very hard.
It's happening, folks. It's Coach Lift on the left and Coach Wright
Oh
on the
my
right.
God, you're right.
It's poetic.
It's poetic.
I don't know if maybe they were watching yesterday, but there it is.
Oh, wow.
Someone that we did not gloss over, which
Yeah.
normally does get banned out.
She has been banned out 100% of today's games as far as I'm concerned. So this is worthy. This is a pretty good first pick.
Oh my goodness, look at that. What a beautiful 2-pick here from Blacklist. But
Yeah.
still, I can't get my mind off of this joy, right?
If I'm TNC here, I'd consider taking away the Fredrin or even picking up something like the Barretts early, because right now this is following a relatively similar trend as yesterday. Echo first pick the Joy, Blacklist first pick the Valentina plus the Fredrin, but since the Faramis is open, you'd want to pick up the Faramis. So now they can actually pick up one of the favorite junglers here of Wise,
Yeah.
and then their marksman pick as well if they'd want to. They can go either Fredrin Claude, Barrett's Claude.
If you're taking the Freddy, now is the time to do it.
Yeah. There's the Claude.
Ah. No counter pick today, ladies and gents.
Ooh.
They pick up the Farsa instead.
I mean, that's fine, I think,
Yeah.
but I also don't like it as much because every time you pick a Farsa against an Eve, a Valentina,
Yep.
it just doesn't turn out well for
Yeah.
the team that picks a Farsa.
You just gave the Valentina something to steal.
A
But
beautiful ult.
that's what I was thinking too. What is the exchange rate? What currently is the economy of picking a Lilia against a Valentina, and how different is that from a Farsa? Because that's what I was thinking in my head. It's like, oh, you can throw it back to a Lilia Lolita, be super aggressive in the early, or go this way. Wait for the Lolita to come through, and then you pick the Farsa now.
Now Blacklist International with their third pick. Will they show their gold laner as well so that they don't get trapped in the second phase? And they do. The Brody gets picked up there by Blacklist International.
The Brady.
The
Brady.
Brady. Oh my God. Well, don't fix what ain't broken. That's the Blacklist way is looking like here in game number 2. They have to say they're really putting a risk onto the Fredrin here, but obviously Blacklist Wise has one of the biggest hero pools in the jungle in this whole league and probably in the world. So
Yep.
I'm not too scared about that.
Yep, King Wise has fielded the likes of a Guinevere in the jungle. Hell, this Valentina could go to the jungle.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
And now into the bans. If we're going to be following the trends here, their own pick. Let's see if they'll still continue to hack a Ben things this time. Hack a Ben. Oh, they're actually respecting the Hanzo ban.
Can
Yeah.
also still be Hakaben.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah.
one of the few
yeah.
successful Hanzos in Philippine meta is a Roam Hanzo.
Which is the reason. That's a primary reason why it's being banned out in other leagues anyway.
Yep.
Right? So we did see the jungle, and there it is. There is the Fredrin ban, which maybe will be forcing Wise to go on to heroes like the Barrett.
Yeah. And that's why I feel like now the approach of TNC might just be hack a Wise this time take away his favorite heroes. We mentioned Barracks earlier as a potential pickup, and it's looking good for Blacklist to pick that up.
Oh, yeah. And if you were a Joy, it would suck to face off against the Barats. Like, you do nothing almost.
Oh, that is
It's incredibly
true.
difficult.
Again, we're looking at heroes that will not be like overly dominated by a Joy in the early to the mid game. Because right now, Joy late game is not really like a huge factor, but in the early game and mid game, they can really bully a lot of other heroes.
Yeah, late game Joy now is just like you know you're gonna fall. You know you're gonna go down. But how much of the opponent's health can you take away before you go down yourself? That's the power of the late game Joy. Or not really power, but the trade-off with the late game Joy.
Yep, it's her role. It's
Yeah.
what she does on the map. And now, what the Queen will do is also still up for debate because we don't know exactly where this Valentina's going. Last ban for TNC in the second phase is the Khalid.
Huh.
Collective question marks and gasps.
Yeah.
In this scenario, this is where we typically say they know something we don't.
Yeah, exactly. But it does make a lot of sense, right? I think the TNC thinks the Blacklist lineup is more of a set and forget kind of deal. With a Brody in the back and just everyone in the front just not dying.
Just keep going, just keep going.
Just keep going.
Yeah, but
right.
But now the Lapu is open again.
And the Lapu was pretty good against the Farsa.
Yeah.
NGL, fam.
And the Hitman really loves the Lapu. So.
That's true.
Lapu is still looking good here, but unless they'd want a little bit more peel. But
No cap.
Barrett's is still open, so Barrett's Lapu might be the last two picks here.
There it is.
There's the Lapu. Proven and tested right there in your screens.
The Hitman just hit load game, and he's playing part 2 of game 1.
Huh.
Very similar, right? Very
Yeah,
similar.
it is.
What if they surprise us yet again?
Now, here's the caveat here. Majority of the jungle here of Blacklist is going to be reliant on the Super Red, unless Wise picks up something that has a little bit more oomph. You know what I mean?
I don't know why, but a vibe in me is saying it might actually, there might be a chance that we might see a Rome Mincitar.
Excuse me?
What?
Rome
Mincitar.
Rome Mincitar from Blacklist?
I thought I misheard you.
From Bad Things.
Did you watch
There's
the
the
TikTok?
Kufra.
Okay,
all
better.
right.
That's better.
That's more of the
this is
Ben
okay.
things
This is
here.
okay.
There we go. I prefer this one.
You're
this is what
scaring me here a little bit.
This is what TNC does to me. I think of things I usually don't think about.
Renmar's overthinking it. Oh my goodness. But yeah.
TNCs are in my brain.
There it is. Now the Wise hero obviously is going to be something similar to a Barrett's, but we're not quite out of the woods just yet. Again, the damage output from Blacklist is looking like it's kind of wanting more.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid, especially if you hit the mid-game. Again, like what happened in Game 1 where Super Red started to build his confidence and, of course, his arsenal. But the question is this going to be a jungle Valentina, or will we see again something simpler like the Barats or even the Akai?
Oh, whoa!
It's a Guinevere.
I had to mention it.
You called it.
I had to mention it.
I was actually thinking about the Guinevere, but like I thought they wouldn't think about it because of the presence of the Kufra already.
Yeah, but at some point you overload the Kufra. Where's the bouncing ball? At this point, you're going to wish the bouncing ball was the ult.
Yeah, you're not bouncing all the time, brother.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true.
That's the thing. That's the thing about the Guinevere. Normally, you don't want to pick it up against a Kufra because of bouncing ball. It'll disrupt your combo. But you know what? With enough mastery of a hero, anything is possible.
The last time we saw this Guinevere played was in the MPL Philippines Season 10 playoffs. It has a victory under its belt. We haven't seen it since. How will it perform now on the second day of Season 11?
Yeah, at this point, we're quite happy to just see if TNC can actually eke out a win. Because right now, it's still dry in the win pond here for TNC and Blacklist. Looking like they're finding their form. Let's find out who comes out on top here.
With that Hayabusa pick, something tells me TNC is taking the scenic route to the journey of triumph. It's taken a while because Hayabusa, not so good, his win rate in MPL Philippines Season 11 so far. Yeah. So they have to go fast. Is that right for me to say? Do they have to go fast? Is it a snowball we're expecting from TNC?
They have the tools to do it, and as much as possible, they'd want to do it. again, they're up against a Claude. So, yeah, they're going to have to go and play fast and try to make the most out of their advantage that they could potentially get if the Farsa does well. Again, one of the reasons why Guinevere sounds good in this current patch is because of the adjustments to knockback effects and how stronger it is.
Oh, look at that. Knock up onto the Queen. Oh, my Venus put down to a fifth of her health. Goyo very low as well. Benting's protecting his mid laner with that bouncing ball. Little Wanderer going over to Blacklist International.
Perfectly timed bouncing ball there, protecting Goyo, making sure that he does not get hit at the last minute. But we're seeing a little bit of the reason why this Joy starts to get banned out in the early game. It's just so difficult to deal with in the right hands.
Yeah, as I have to correct myself, I mentioned knockback earlier. I meant to say airborne abilities or the knock-up effects being dealt out. The Guinevere is very happy with that adjustment with the latest patch that we had.
Oh!
Looks like, they really want to get that early game kill there.
And there's a Violet Requiem putting Bentings in harm's way, very low, but he will survive. Bentings lives.
That's what we're talking about. You saw there, Hesu trying to go after Eve, though.
Oh, he's deep. He's deep. Renegade, the hitman, finds him. Pops the vengeance and the flicker from the Lapu Lapu. First blood drawn, Blacklist International.
It's so fun to see the Hitman just having a field day in his first day back here in Season 11. I gotta say, right timings, he's hitting them. He's going to the fights at the moment that he's most needed.
Yeah, so far shining right now for Blacklist International. But we saw there the interaction. Usually at the end of the cast of the Violet Requiem of the Guinevere, we'd have time to get away. But now that there's a momentary stun, you saw that even after the end of the Violet Requiem, Bentings couldn't move.
Yeah, that was big. In these fights where everyone just has so much control of their heroes, small things like that actually are the biggest difference makers in these fights.
And here's what I'm looking at. Interestingly, again, it's one thing to cry over spilled milk, but what was TNC thinking when they went for that Little Wanderer and King Kong was all the way down bottom lane? It looked like they weren't really going for the Little Wanderer, but what then?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, quite a miracle that they didn't lose so much for it, considering what they can dish out, but might be a big play here. Let's see if anyone will pull the trigger.
I guess it just looks weird because they were level 3 at that time.
Yeah.
And everyone Blacklist was level 4. Oh!
Will Wise catch Goyo? Answers no. Also, something interesting to note, Goyo is rocking a Flicker, not a Purify.
That's trouble. That could be trouble later on.
Yeah, and there's a lot of flickers and control on the side of Blacklist International that they're not going to hesitate to utilize their flickers just so that they can stop Goyo and that Farsa. And earlier, Leo, you asked me, does TNC need to play fast? Right now, they can't play fast. Blacklist International isn't giving TNC any opportunity to do so.
They want to, but they can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and at this point, just have to ask, how long can TNC actually hold off against this lineup here that has just so much? I mean, you just have to keep your eyes open 24/7. You miss out once, and that is trouble for you.
Oh, Yue burst in Goyo. Mind you, there's no feathered airstrike on. Bentings catches 3 with that ult, forcing out a Cult Altar. Here comes a bouncing ball, going away. And King Kong, Quad Shadow out. No dice.
Yeah, they still don't have the damage just yet. Goyo's feathered airstrike wasn't up. But good attempt there by Bentings, forcing out some things from Blacklist International, but sadly they weren't able to force out any flickers from the side of Blacklist, and I believe that's what Bentings was trying to do.
Yeah, looking like Renegade and Wise have a lot of confidence in this one with Oh My Venus nearby.
Oh, Hesu, you've been dancing here for the better part of the past minute, deep behind the enemy lines. It looks like once more TNC going to concede this turtle, going over to Blacklist.
Yeah, it's not much of an advantage for Blacklist right now. It's 500, 400 gold. You don't see that on the gold lead, right? You see it on how they actually post up in the team fights, pre-team fights, how forward they are on the map.
Yeah, and Blacklist is doing that also because, man, Goyo's been struggling this game. So many eyes on him. Wise gets a knock-up onto Bentings.
And there's the Violet Requiem, putting the roamer of Blacklist International in a good position to pull. The Queen helps US secure that kill. 2-0 so far, Blacklist in the lead.
And I want to point out here, Bentings actually utilized his ultimate in the hopes that because the members of Blacklist, even though they were on the other side of the wall, the area, the scope of area that the Kufra ultimate covers means that Blacklist would have gotten caught and stunned into the wall if he landed it.
Oh, will the Hitman be the target this time? Yes, but was that worth it? Because down bottom, look at this. Oh, my Venus gets a pull. Innocent blasted down. Goyo with that feathered airstrike, no one home. Blacklist pushing TNC back.
Not sure if that was a fair trade because you do lose out Renegade and next laner, but you're giving so much Super Red down bottom, man.
Super Red again. He might be able to continue his trends of great games. Focus on Oh My Venus, the queen of assists. Ranked second in total assists in MPL-PH history with 2,212. If I'm not mistaken, number one was actually Yelly Hayes from last season.
Yes. He's still right there, but of course, the queen is trailing very, very close by.
I mean, compare it in context. Yelly Hayes has been here since season 1, Hesu. Oh, he's playing with fire here. 4v1. Pops the electrifying beats, and there's a feather airstrike. Renegade in trouble. Survives, but just barely. There's a cult altar.
Wow.
Innocent.
Oh.
Taken down by Super Red. Maximum range.
Renegade has so much trust on his teammates. He's willing to double back just in the hopes of getting that kill.
Blacklist International, just when we thought TNC caught them, and great patience by TNC again. The sustain provided by the Fire Movement. Hesu!
Look at that jump in, but
What?
US still survives. King Kong does secure a turtle, though, for TNC. A small bit of redemption for the Phoenix Army, and Hesu is still deep in. Goyo pops the feathered airstrike, and there's a shadow kill. The Super Red punishes King Kong for going in too deep.
And we're being shown just the reason why the Hayabusa just hasn't been achieving a lot of wins here in MPL so far, especially against teams like Blacklist, who really love to stick together.
Oh, look at
it's just
Renegade.
not that effective.
Oh, the Hitman going 2v1, and he's not done. He's still going.
He can go.
I fear no man. Or except Goyo. I think you saw that.
I fear no man, but there were
Men.
two people there, so there were men.
Yes.
That you have to fear. As skilled as you are sometimes, if you're outnumbered, you just gotta forward in the other direction.
You know what? That makes sense. You know, you don't want to give away too much. Yeah. Risk it.
As they say in the Filipino stream, 1v1 against 3.
Yeah. Translated to English.
Oh, look at this. Threatening a jump. Oh, my Venus goes for the Shadow Stampede, but that's a false engage.
I'm actually noticing TNC starting to look more confident as the game is starting to kind of eke out into the late game here. Maybe Innocence having a better time in itemization. We'll have a look at that right now. I think he does have his core items right there.
Yeah, he does.
Wait,
does have it. Oh,
who was there? Oh, Lord. That was 4 there. And here comes Hesu a little too late. That's a stun. Extra life on Wise, not spent quite yet. Super Red takes down Ben Things. Hesu looking for targets. Oh, TNC are scrambled. They just lose one on the way.
It's not just that Blacklist is stopping what TNC wants to do. It's like Blacklist is always a step ahead. And it's like they know where Ben Things and the rest of TNC are.
Yeah, it's like it's like when you're absorbing a Kamehameha wave and then throwing it back in the opposition.
Yeah,
that's the feel of it, right?
Yeah, it's like they completely understand how TNC want to position and play around the map. The Blacklist is always ready for it. And again, if you're TNC, it's incredibly frustrating. You're making the right attempts, the right moves, but the team that you're up against has completely read you.
Oh, Ben Things catches Wise, and there's a feathered airstrike, answered by the Violent Requiem. Hesu takes down the King of the Jungle. Ben Things barely alive. There goes the rhythm. There goes the electrifying beats, but no one home. Yue blasting. Oh! Down goes the mid laner. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and the Lord's going to reset.
A very classic example. I mean, that was engaged on by TNC.
Yeah.
And they were just handed themselves by Blacklist.
Yeah, they got Wise down, which stopped Blacklist's attempt, but then it's like Blacklist already also just expected that to happen. TNC, how much more can they keep doing this until eventually they win a key team fight? Oh, the catch out to US!
Oh, can they get the kill? Called Alter in, set by the Queen. Already an extra life there spent. Here comes King Kong and Innocent. Damage dealers, no luck. The Hitman pushing back the rest of TNC. I must say, it's odd. TNC here, they know that they pushed away Blacklist, so they're going to try to go for the Lord. Did you notice the one playing man-to-man defense against Ben Things, against the Kufra, is Wise?
Exactly.
It's the Guinevere.
And that's just so odd, right?
Watch out here. Oh, they're really full committing?
Oh, look at Wise.
They're going for
Watch
it.
him. Jesus goes down. King Kong secures the Lord. Oh, my Venus taken down by Goyo.
They gotta
Can
run.
TNC get away? Here comes Yue.
Oh, he
is
missed.
taking the ult. Down goes Innocent. Yue bursts him down. King Kong going up north. Scrambling. Delta split. Here comes Yue. Oh, deep behind enemy lines. And Yue. Can he survive? The answer is no. King Kong shuts him down. Benting's taken down by Super Red. He's still having a super game.
Yua dove in the free people and did it again 30 seconds later just to give Super Red the space. What a player this Yua is.
The newest members of Blacklist International, Yue and Super Red. Really showing off why Blacklist picked them to fill in the shoes of Haji and Oheb respectively. Great performance from them in this game. It could have been so much worse for Blacklist, but Blacklist committed to the chase and to the counter punish, which means TNC couldn't make the most out of the Lord that they were able to secure.
This is actually insane right now. Although, of course, TNC, good props still for King Kong for stealing that in a very chaotic moment. But where do you go from there? Like, Blacklist is still very much ready to take these fights.
And the way that King Kong actually took the Lord was in the absence of Wise. Wise was preoccupied. So what if it comes down to a retry battle? What if it has to happen where both of you are there? I think that now opens up a new plan for TNC. Maybe they have to split up Blacklist, but no, Blacklist not going to allow it. Look at this. That's 5 members making a beeline, pushing them away from this Lord pit. False engage.
I gotta say, it's a bit odd to see a Guinevere and a Lapu-Lapu chasing down a Kufra.
Yeah.
They're like asking for that bouncing ball. Give me that bouncing ball. Come back here.
Come on, Ben. We want to play, Ben.
Who's gonna be able to play ball well? 60 seconds until this Lord spawns. TNC are taking an indirect approach, trying to go for the split push. They have a lot of time to make a play here, but Red J gets the info.
Yeah, they're quite happy to just take these small camps as much as they can. TNC, I'm pretty sure they're seeing if there's a possibility to make a pickoff because they cannot do anything against a 5-man Blacklist right now. Maybe they're trying to see if they can catch someone off guard here, but just not being given any space by Blacklist so far.
Now we saw King Kong pick up a Blade of Despair. And let's see if it's going to make something happen.
Wise spots out Goyo, and that was enough burst, but look at the back line. Can Hesu make a play here? Can he avenge the fallen mid laner? That is a huge loss for TNC. They needed that Farsa. They needed Goyo. Oh, but they're not done. Oh,
King Kong?
No, this is not a fight you want to take.
I don't think so. I think they have to give out this tower. There's no way they can actually defend
Ben
this,
thinks
right?
at the back.
Look at Ben. Spots one, but nope, he will just use bouncing ball to cross on through.
Yeah, it's like the members of Blacklist saw him. It's like, we know you can't do anything. We have the advantage, so we're just going to walk past and go for the lob.
And he goes for the jump in, and look at the damage that TNC is able to put through. Yue very low, Lord at less than half health. Look at Hesu dancing on through. Oh, but there's not enough damage. Violent Requiem sets him up into the air, and here comes Goyo. He's back. They burst down the hitman. Renegade taken down here. And so far, that's a 1-for-1 XP laner for XP laner, and the Lord has been reset.
I think TNC is still doing the right things here, right? Instead of just playing to the fiddle of Blacklist, you know what Ben thinks? He's trying to make something happen. That's a lot better than just facing Blacklist head-on and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and it feels like multiple times in this game, though, TNC would initiate, they'd get the play, but they'd just be lacking that little bit of damage to completely get that win. Super Red almost got taken down, which if that happened, TNC might actually continue to push the envelope of that sequence, but no, somehow Super Red and the other members of the Blacklist getting away with a sliver of health.
If they shut down Red here, not just in terms of gold, but even like his presence in the game, it's huge for TNC. Now, Lord, look at this, very low, down to a fifth of its health, and they're not going to get it, but there's a feathered airstrike started up, and there's a knock-up by Bentings. Wise coming in. Playing man-to-man defense, the roamer and the jungler from both TNC and Blacklist respectively. Blacklist happy with that Lord take.
Blacklist still showing a lot of respect here for TNC.
Oh! A flicker and ult play! And look at TNC collapsing on the Blacklist right here in front of Tier 1 in mid. Now Renegade survives, greatest fighter away. King Kong taken down by Yue. And just like that, Blacklist marching on through.
You were having a field day here.
Look at that. Yet again, just lacking that little bit of damage to get a big win. How unfortunate for TNC, but they made the right call. They just didn't have the damage they needed.
Hesu looking to punish. They're staying too long, Blacklist. They took 2 inhibitors already. And the Violent Requiem stays Yue. And there's a jump in by Ben Things. Taking Super Red very low. Gonna pop his immortality. No, there wasn't one.
Down.
That's a shutdown. And look at the base. Watch the base. Yue shut down by Goyo. It's just Goyo and Ben. Ben and Goyo. Can they do it? Feather Dare Strike. And they're gonna clear the minion waves. Ben Things pushing away the rest of Blacklist. They're still here.
They bought enough time. They bought enough time for King Kong to get back in, and gotta say that Feather Airstrike came in the nick of it.
Yeah, and especially Ben Things flying in just in time, clapping Super Red into that wall and bouncing ball, plus the damage from the cursed helmet that he had earlier was actually what helped him finish off Super Red, that magic damage he had, just that little bit.
This is the reason why Ben Things is the captain of the team, even in previous generations of TNC, man. This guy, he knows the calls that you need to make in those clutch situations.
Ben Maglaki has always had a mind for the game, even as a sub-player for TNC in Season 8. He always had something to share. He always had concepts, and now he's bringing that into the Land of Dawn, holding on for dear life as they're down 2K against Blacklist International here, 17 minutes in.
We talked a lot about resilience. How resilient is TNC? Can they find the turnaround play? A little bit of item adjustments just coming across the board right now. See, Oh My Venus building into something here, a little bit more damage base as it looks like, there is enough sustainability on the Faramis. Almost everyone else in terms of damage locked in. Immortality still on the board, waiting to be fully built by Renegade. Hesu, though, has just completed the anti-Karas. Is it enough to survive the physical damage onslaught of Blacklist International?
Oh, look at this. Wise spots Ben Things. Violet Requiem already spent out. Bouncing ball, Ben Things keeping this bush. This is key for this next Lord, 5 seconds away.
Blacklist International has played well enough that Goyo is still struggling in this game. But a Farsa unchecked will be a problem for Blacklist. But so far, they've been checking that Farsa incredibly well. King Kong at least gets his purple buff.
Evolved Lord 18 minutes is starting to be a TNC special here. Long games for days. And I have to think, how is the Blacklist lineup in the late game compared to TNC's?
Still really well though, Super Red. As long as he stays alive, his damage is extremely reliable. Alongside Yue with a 7-2 and 7 kill score.
All right, interesting. Yue stole the electrifying beats.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how that's going to come into play here in this next team fight. Huge. Check out bottom lane. There is a wave set in by Blacklist.
I'm not sure if Blacklist wants to go for that. Maybe they want to go for a big team fight, but they could. They could actually go for that bot, right? In classic Echo fashion, but it looks like they want to go for the 50-50 on the Lord
Blacklist
here.
will initiate this. They know Goya's not there.
Oh, there's a pull by the Queen. Ben Things bouncing ball away. Look at Hesu dashing on through 5. This Joy, not a joke. Look at the base.
They have to death.
Goya has to clean up house. Lord has been reset. This is good for TNC. Blacklist, they just need to be a little more patient.
Goya struggling to manage these waves.
Ben Things captures 2. And there's Hesu once more. He still has his vengeance. Very interesting. TNC holding on. They've shrank the gold lead now down to 500.
Yeah, again, big attempts here from Ben Things to kind of turn the tide here. But Blacklist, they want to go.
Hesu spots Wise. Look at Innocent. He's going 1v1 against Renegade. Lord here, just barely 2/3 of his health left. And all this while, look, TNC managed to push mid-tier 1.
And from all of that, Blacklist have been whittled down so low that they're forced to back off as well.
Great Lord dancing by these two squads right now. TNC.
Oh!
Ben Things with a catch.
There's a failure airstrike canceled out. Ben Things, he's got 5 members of Blacklist on him. It's Hesu here, keeping them away. No dice.
Minion waves though.
No flicker, no Tyrant's Rage.
Blacklist
that
will rush
could be
this.
big.
Oh.
This could
Blacklist
be
will
it.
rush this.
They're just going quick. Super Red and Wise and Yue Blasting away, and there's another wave up top. That's permanent damage that TNC has to constantly tend to. A wound that Blacklist has dealt to them earlier this game.
And they're licking it non-stop here.
Oh! Burst down Wise, but in comes the Queen, just barely saving. Popping immortality, yes! And there's a freeze.
Wow!
Wise still here. Lord at a quarter of its health, fully reset. TNC's base still alive as well.
One of those rare moments where Wise says, "I've had enough. Let's fight." That is, and so far TNC, they're just taking these blows in stride.
Oh man, the tension in the air. Oh, what a game! What a showing!
3 minutes, Lord Dance.
3 minutes, Lord Dance. The resilient TNC not giving up. But the great wound, that is the minion waves crashing upon them, is stopping them from getting to the great want that is the Lord.
Either team getting this massive Lord is going to be game-changing. And I'm not sure how TNC has done this, but this 5-minute Lord Dance, not an actual number, I'm not counting, has turned into a gold lead for TNC. They're now up 2K.
They're up 2K. Oh my God, I did not notice that.
TNC finding change in the glorious pathway jeepney. Somehow finding it across the map. Oh, look at Ben.
Silas ult.
Look at Ben.
Check out Ben things. He's stretching. Who's he going to find? He finds Wise.
No
puts him away
immortality.
with the ult. And Innocent just blasts away the king of the jungle. And now the Lord's still standing. US secures it. US secures it. And look at the hitman. Jumping
Look at the
on
bottom.
King Kong.
Look at the
Innocent taken
bottom.
down by
Bottom
US.
lane.
Look at Super Red. Who's going to be there first? Oh, Jesu.
They
Been able to save the
defend.
day. Bentings flickering away. And not quite yet. Not here. No split push victories. Bentings bites it.
That's like the second Lord US taken in this game, in the absence of Wise.
My goodness, you
Reliable.
Again, how unfortunate for TNC. They pulled that play so well. But somehow the damage from the Valentino was enough to beat the retribution of a Hayabusa.
Oh no, how? 3 defenders from TNC. 20 seconds till their next member comes through. Goya has a feathered airstrike. He pops it early. Jesu pushing away the rest of Blacklist. TNC Jesu already uses Vengeance. That's another member down. And Yue takes down King Kong. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Blacklist International sweep TNC.
It's a 2-0 for the Season 10 champions here in game number 2. Wow.
Reliable, principled, fundamental. A little bit of luck on their side, but a whole lot of skill to show off. Blacklist. And Yue, with his name getting chanted by the fans, gets the victory in the sweep against TNC. They're now on the scoreboard.
In before these rookies get back-to-back MVP performances.
Oh, that's gonna be something, isn't it?
Oh man,
that is gonna be something. Yue definitely, I think he did so much in that game, right? Aside from obviously just assassinating people left and right.
Taking Lords.
Taking Lords on top of it.
Show of respect between these two squads. Kudos to TNC for their resilience. Now though, when will they get on the board? Because they have shown flashes of brilliance, of heart, of skill. Still don't have that elusive win. But they are going to walk out with their heads held high. A fantastic effort from the Phoenix Army.
Again, the journey to success takes a while, all right? They're taking the scenic route.
Yeah.
And the Phoenix Army is with them all throughout.
Just make sure that you pay the driver, and eventually you will get there, right? And that's all that we can say for Phoenix Army right now. They're still proving that they're giving us scrappy games, very long ones as well. And that's still something, considering they are facing off against the M3 World Champions of Season 10, the PH Champions.
I love it. Consider the code broken tonight. This is a mission accomplished for Blacklist International, and they've done well. I mean, we saw it here. Red and Yue have come to... I'm not sure if this is their full potential, right? But this is a glimpse of what they can do when you fully enable them. And of course, we're used to this. The Hitman, of course, shines.
Man, we hyped up Bren J before this match, and he played a crucial role in the series. But it looks like, in the sentiment of the crowd, and I feel it in the air, it is going to be a Yue MVP performance. We'll find out later if that is true, but it's undeniable. Rookie boy told him, and he showed up in this game, taking away those lords.
And look at that. That is the biggest reception I've ever seen for a rookie win here. Everyone from the crowd seems to be very, they seem to be very convinced that Yue really took that game by storm. And we did see that here. So hopefully we'll get a small glimpse on what they think, the team thinks about that victory from Blacklist. Let's hear it from the...
You can hear the crowd, pero parang may rally dito. Congratulations, Blacklist International! Kanina, nung natapos yung laban at nung nanalo sila, the whole crowd was yelling, Yue! 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 Ayan. Ano ang pakiramdam mo na ngayon nasa MPL ka na at yung pangalan mo ang sinisigaw dito sa studio?
Ano ba? Ano ba? Nakakatuwa tsaka syempre nakaka-proud.
Kinakabahan ka ba ngayon?
Hindi po.
Sobrang galing mo actually backstage. Sabi nga nila, ikaw daw yung savior. Ikaw ay halimaw. So ngayon nasa MPL ka na. Ano bang gusto mong patunayan?
Ano po, kahit baguhan po kami sa Blacklist, kaya po namin manalo sa mga series.
Nanginginig yung kamay niya. You deserve to be here sa MPL. Isa pang gusto kong i-highlight. Kasi super red, impressive ang ginawa mo ngayon. In fact, MVP nung game number 1, game number 2, ang galing mong mag-stun kahit sobrang kulit ni Joy, nakukuha mo. Ano ang nagbago pagkatapos ng laro nyo kahapon at pagpasok ngayong araw na to dahil ibang-iba ang nakita namin and everybody was so impressed?
Kinakabahan pa po kasi ako kagabi, tas sinabi ko po sa sarili ko at sa team ko na babawi po ako ngayon.
At definitely, bumawi ka. Sa buong team, para sa inyong dalawa, sino yung talagang nakatulong sa inyo para mawala yung kaba nyo at para you feel right at home?
Sila po tsaka yung mga coaches kasi every time na may laban po kami, sinasabi po nila na wag po daw ma-pressure. Yun po.
Ikaw, if you can pick one player na talagang nakatulong, na mawala yung kaba mo, at talagang hindi ka out of place, sino?
Ren J, lagi niya po kasi akong pinapasaya.
Paano kanya pinapasaya? Paano?
Tsaka pati po si Red, lagi niya pinapasaya.
Sige nga, Rene J! Rene J! With the new team, Rene J, lahat na surprise kami nung nakita ka namin sa Blacklist International lineup. How's the new team? How do you like it?
Sobrang like po. Sobrang like. Sobrang saya ako sa bago kong team kasi mas marami ako natututunan ngayon. Tsaka, yan. Malulupit sila lahat eh.
Sino yung nagiging bestie mo dito?
Bestie? Lahat po sila.
Pili ka ng isa, bestie
Wala po
lang.
lahat po eh.
Alright, how is it like? Tanong ko nga, V-Wise, anong masasabi niyo sa bagong teammates niyo?
Malaki talaga yung potential nila. Yan.
And we can
Pagpatuloy lang din nila.
ipagpatuloy, malaking potential. Ma'am Shu.
Alam naman na nila yan, kahit nanalo kami ngayon, hindi naman yung goal namin. And alam naman nila kahit panalo kami, marami pa rin kaming kailangang i-improve.
At kitang-kita na ang bagong lakas kung paano itaas ang lakas ng Blacklist International. Congratulations once again. You may now take your walk with the crowd. At ngayon sinisigaw nila ang pangalan ni Edward na nagtatago. Congratulations! Ang mga bagong manlalaro ng Blacklist International doing great stuff. US Super Red Rene J, great addition. At kitang-kita natin ang potential ngayon ng Blacklist International. Now, let's talk about the series more. Let's go back to our casters. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Crowd going wild as usual here for Blacklist International, getting their first series win and a 2-0 to boot.
Yeah, it was a good one at that. A difficult, hard-earned victory. Not only in game number 2, but the entire series. TNC really brought it to Blacklist International.
Not just. They were actually able to uplift and make up for what happened yesterday against the world champions. So again, I'm so happy to see Red, to see Yue, and of course, as always, the Hitman shine under their new banner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This team will definitely go places. We saw them some very, very big statement movements here. So we'll have to find out what else we can dig out from that game here from Blacklist to our analyst segment.
So, what do you guys want to talk about? Because we just saw yet again a resilient TNC Pro Team do their absolute best to get on the board with a victory, but Blacklist International and their principled, fundamental, orthodox approach to the game, signature at this point, holding on with a little bit of luck and with a whole lot of effort from their newest players, Renegade, Yue, and Super Red. Now, the lineup of TNC Pro Team, we saw how well it can gel together if they got the setups that they wanted. TNC Pro Team, one of their suggestions or one of their keys to victory was to watch out for or pick up burst picks that would give difficulty to Blacklist International. The Faramis counters the initial entry that TNC would want to pull off. You know, the combination of the Kufra, the Farsa together, Blazing Duet. When you think about it in a team fighting perspective, once you have that cult altar up, and of course TNC would want to initiate, Blacklist International will be able to hold on and survive. And survival was also a theme for Blacklist International, as well as holding on. We mentioned earlier in the cast how many times Blacklist International really felt like I believe I could count it to 7 or 8 key moments in the game where TNC just lacked that little bit of damage, that little bit of hurt to dish on to Blacklist to really get a victory, to get control in certain portions of the game. Hesu was trying his absolute best to whittle down the members of Blacklist initially, but it's also they respected this Joy, and the moment they saw this Joy jumping to their backline, they held off on the damage until the vengeance was gone. And of course, he was going to be our MVP of the game. On this Valentina 10, 3, and 8, one of the ultimates that he kept getting was the ultimate of the Joy. And when you think about it, yeah, he'll be able to deal damage with that because he's more built damage, as a Joy is built a little bit more hybrid, a little bit of damage, a little bit more sustainability for himself, more defense, but with more damage than an Eve, he used it as an escape tool as well as a tool to deal damage when he's trying to get away, because we saw that the members of TNC Pro Team would try and chase down this Valentina because if it's not Super Red, it's a Valentina taking the brunt of the damage, or the Faramis, usually the Valentina. But with just the 3 deaths here, I feel like if this game went for as long as it did, but TNC got the scenarios where they want, Valentina would have had around 6-7 deaths in this game. But because Yue got the ultimate of the Joy at the key times, he was able to use it as an escape tool as well as a means to deal damage. The Faramis ult was a problem yet again, and Hayabusa struggled, although we saw that there was scenarios where Hayabusa, if King Kong just timed it right, was a major problem for Blacklist International when they were all down to 50 to 30% health. That's when the Hayabusa would fly in with a shadow kill, but just enough sustainability and too late in terms of when King Kong was doing it, because Blacklist had so much defensive items that they were able to survive the damage of the Hayabusa. TNC again felt not completely in sync in this game, where Benthings would set up, Goyo was there, but Benthings and Goyo in that situation would not be enough in terms of damage out, but they needed Innocent as well. In the times where we saw TNC was completely in sync, man, Blacklist International, that's when they were able to escape with just a sliver of health, but one of the reasons why TNC stayed in this game. But again, Blacklist felt like they were one step ahead every time. TNC would want to position and set up, Blacklist was there. Of course, Yue got the clutch Lord steal. He is the MVP of the game and got the game-winning Lord secure for the side of Blacklist International. TNC did their absolute damnedest to get that win, to hold off. But Blacklist International has broken the confusing code of TNC, the code written in multiple programming languages. Blacklist was able to decode that, just like how Next Play EVOS did it yesterday. My goodness, what a performance by TNC Pro Team. Again, they held on. Blacklist International, Super Red said it in the interview. He felt the nerves. He felt the jitters yesterday, but now he's a little bit more relaxed, and we got to really see him shine. Gentlemen, any more thoughts and words about the performances of these two teams?
What does this put TNC's average match time at now? Because watching the highlights, I think we hit the
20 plus,
right?
21,
so
24?
does that put TNC's average time at about 23, 24?
No,
Because given that
they
they have
have
28-minute game yesterday.
Yeah, they have outliers with like a really quick game early on yesterday, so now it should be at around close to 20, around 17 to 18.
So that's still something. And obviously Yue, very well-deserved performance. My favorite part was, seeing him sacrifice himself so that Super Red can get those kills on the bottom side. Just shows that they're on the right track here. It's been a pleasure giving this game to you guys. Rockhart here, Leo, and Reptar. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino.
And that has been the end of the day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 11. Now we witness Echo sweeping Bren Esports, ONIC defeating Omega, and Blacklist International with the new players shining, helping them sweep their opponent TNC Pro. At ngayon, bukas, pailala lang, meron tayong double-header na dapat niyong abangan dito sa Shooting Gallery Studio. And of course, special thanks to MPL fan and designer Jan Joseph Laida for this beautiful outfit. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino, nagpapaalala na itaas ang lakas. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it good vibes.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.